Monitor YouTube. Ade Royal, thank you. Thank you very much. Bros, I always find it strange that Easterners thought they could conquer the whole of Nigeria. Even, you're not done yet. Mondro de Akpakeji. Even good morning, Tom. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. For example, is it the Fulani that had the caliphate all the way from Mali? Will they conquer? Good afternoon. Degboye Musili, is it the Hausa or the Hausa states? So you have to understand the timeline as well. So this was in the 60s. They had officers. They probably thought they were going to be able to get some countries to support them. It's quite interesting that even Ojukwu never stopped talking about certain countries being interested in what they were doing. By the way, I think I'm going to respond to the video. I mean, I talked about it yesterday in passing, but everybody has been sending it to me. You understand the timeline? Oh, okay. So you can't talk about the Kanuri Empire in 1966. There was no Kanuri Empire anymore. Yeah, the Fulani Caliphate was no longer there. The memories of ancestral behavior just doesn't go away. I understand, but then it's not that simple. So for instance, it's like saying that, oh, we had a Oyo Empire, therefore Igbos will not be able to conquer Yoruba land. There was no Oyo Empire in the 1960s. It's about guns for guns, right? It's like, I mean, essentially what it means basically is you have weaponry or not. Yeah, you have pride when you look at the memories of the past. When it comes to winning, apparently it takes more than that. But I get your point. Because, of course, those people who also have that kind of history will probably be able to organize themselves better. Maybe that's what you're trying to say. Yeah. Would they have been able to conquer? I think the primary reason to be honest, the primary reason they could not win, apart from the fact that their opponents would have remembered all the things you said, and you have a lot of points. I think the reason they also could not win was their history. Excuse me. So I think the reason they also did not win, interestingly, was because of their history. Carol, Jerry, because of their history, they don't have a history of working together as a team across their clans and villages. They don't have that history. So the first time that would happen for them would have been at that point, And also, I mean, look at the entire plan. The entire plan was doomed to fail from the very beginning. So you have a serious point there, to be honest. So igbó ẹ̀ náà ni ó sì wà ló sì wà nílẹ̀ báyìí. Kò dùn sọ lẹ́nu ṣá o. Kì í ṣe pé a fi ń yọ̀yàn kankan o, a fi yọ̀ wọ́n o, ṣùgbọ́n Tell about it there in the day. Oh my dad will be new. So the people that have been able to better organize themselves. Yes, yes, yes. I agree with you to a large extent. I agree with you to a large extent. But you see, you have to also remember, let me give you an example, for instance. When you look at what Nzogu did in the north, Nzogu was successful though. Nzogu was actually successful. Like, he, of all the people, of all the regions, the north was the most successful as far as the revolutionary coup was concerned. Nzogu was very successful. Um, and he's from Okpanam, from Delta State. It's not like he's from. So I think what the issue is for them is, so if you're from a place where you understand that you have to placate the people and work with them, and even if you conquer, there's a way you have to organize themselves, yourself and them, maybe they would have gelod. But apparently, oh man, yole no. Oh man, yole. All right. So let's do some housekeeping before we get into the news, and then we'll bring people up later or yourself for the conversation. So please, let's power tap on TikTok. If you're on TikTok as well, please click on the heart icon beside your wrist, just above my head. Please click on the icon, join the team, and drop gifts, whatever it is. You know, like we always say here, gifts for some reason encourages the algorithm on TikTok. So please gift. All right. So what this is arrogance and over bloated ego. Ni problem mo. Kò sí rọ́mbẹ́. Kò sí rọ́kọ̀ kan bẹ́ẹ̀ rárá. And I was editing the video while the music was playing earlier, and I can't wait for that video to actually drop. You know, because I think it's something that we need in terms of understanding people's, you know, limitations in different spaces. On board. All right, so let's quickly do that before we, and then if you're on YouTube, thank you for joining. On Facebook as well, please like and share the live. Please like and share the live. Thank you very much. Some crazy things happened in America this week. One man who was part of our childhood, well, part of my childhood. Some of you are probably older, but it was part of my childhood. WWE, Hulk Hogan. Well, three of them passed. Hogan passed, Ozzy Osbourne passed, and Jamal passed as well. Who is Toria? Toria, wow, 1,000 year Toria. Who is Toria? So let's quickly do the stuff that I usually do in the beginning. So please, let's share the live. Let's click. Let's, you know, trying to write his real name. I don't know his real name. So you'll be teaching me something if you write that name. I've never thought to search for his real name. There's that kind of person where that you just know that, okay, Momos as Kinikon, and that is it. Which is quite interesting, considering the fact that that's not even his name. Terry Bolia. This is the first. I'm sure I must have seen it somewhere, but this is the first time it's actually appearing like somebody's name. One second, I'm trying to share this thing, and then we'll get into this in a bit. Okay, we're good. Terribolia. May their souls rest in peace. I mean, it was really an interesting week. Today is Friday, and yes, it made our childhood. You know, I was a lot older before I discovered that. I think it was about a couple of years after the rain that I discovered that it was all entertainment. It wasn't a sport. I felt like, see how these people just lied to me growing up. Okogan, Warrior, Andrew the Giant did that. Also, the Antab and Dementia. That one is an Indian movie now. All right. All right, all right, all right. All right. So, Kaujiri, I'm going to bring you up earlier. I think we'll be able to discuss that much later. So, yeah, happy, happy Friday. Happy weekend at the Mason. I'm watching a video right now. There's no way I'm going to be able to play it. Students of Alex Ekweme Federal University, Ndufo Alike, Ikwo in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, witnessed the collapse of Pentagon Lodge in Izangbo. How did they build these things? Kolomashawa. All right, let's start with some interesting news. I should say. So I heard this happen. I heard this happen in Auchi. Somebody opened an office. Thanks for the gift. Thank you so much, Itimi. Somebody opened an office and decided to sell bags of rice for 20,000 naira each. And so a lot of people went there and started buying, and then after a while, people started traveling down there to um, order, businessmen, traders. And so I think some people say 500 bags were ordered, some people say 1,000 bags, 20,000 naira each. I think it was 1,000 bags, but some people say 500 bags. Anyway, he took their money and then said, okay, they're going to restock. That was the last they saw of him. You to think about it. How you go buy a bag of rice for 20,000 naira? How? How? So let's try and don't be greedy. All right. Okay, so let's start with this news. I consider it interesting, but I also consider it to be ridiculous, considering that some of our policies in Nigeria, I don't think the people in government, I don't think they think things through. They don't think things through. So they're putting out a new law or a new guideline, they say. Federal government has introduced a new guideline setting 12 years as the minimum age for admission into junior secondary school, GSS 1, following the completion of 6 years of primary education. I think that's nonsense. And I'll tell you why. A few months ago, they said you have to be 16 years to get into university, right? Now you're saying the kid has to get into secondary school at 12. That means they're going to leave at 18. Is this going to start with it? And you can't start at JS1. If anybody that has sense will probably start this thing at the kindergarten, at nursery, not at Autobiography. So I was talking about primary school. I show my joke on later on. 12. I don't know how they. Maybe I'll. You know what? I'm going to find the full, because I've read it in two different places, but I've not. Let me look for the full stuff. 1 second. Let me not judge before I found the. I'm judging based on the headline, which is not fair. But I think if you just sit down to think a bit, this thing is not going to start with the people who are there now. Well, that's right. The policy was announced today, July 25, 2025. Oh, I read all this in the morning. I read this. It didn't add it. That's the point. It's not here. So I'm judging right. I read all these things. Yeah. So I think they should probably take some time to think, not just about putting out the guidelines, but also about the timelines, how they will be implemented, or when they will be implemented, because could make sense. There are too many conflicting guidelines. If you're going to get to university at 16, but now you're saying they must change secondary school at 18, are they going to start university while in SS1? Anyway, let's get into other news. Please let's power tap on TikTok. Please, we need it. We really do. And folks on YouTube, thank you for joining us. Akoni Michael, thank you for being here on YouTube. Thank you. Okay. Akonde Michael, thank you. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. There's also a way you can like it. If you look at the bottom left of your screen on YouTube, you find a heart icon. You can click on that repeatedly as well, and you can also like the live. Somebody says Sims kids will now start school at 5. So they are saying that, in fact, let me even read the details. They're saying that kids should nursery 1 kids should start nursery 1 at age 3, nursery 2 at age 4, kindergarten or pre-primary at age 5, which is not bad. But you cannot start in the middle. Like, kids are already, you have to go back. Do you even understand long-term thinking in the government? So you have to go back. So it's new entrants. That's what you're going to start with. You're not going to start with kids who have finished primary school or those who are in secondary school. You're going to have to go all the way back and readjust everything from Portion Wale. So if you are in kindergarten now, you must be 3. You can't even stop kids who are going to primary 1. What should they be doing at home? Or should they be repeating classes because you suddenly woke up with a new idea? No, what you say is that every child who wants to start school in the next academic session, September, if you want to start nursery 1, you must be 3. Nursery 2, you must, and in fact, that's where you start from, nursery 1. So everybody's starting afresh. Not that the kids who have been building for 6, 7, 10 years will suddenly now change everything because you woke up with a new policy in 2025. I think one of the funny things I see in the way we do stuff is that somebody will just come with an idea and say it must happen now. And then they'll start changing everything. Then tomorrow, another person will come, change everything. Within less than 6 months, Abi. 6 months. 6 months, sha. Kò tí pọ̀ ọdún kan ṣá. 13 sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó máa lọ university àtàwọn tó máa lọ primary school. You can't, I mean, they need to. I'll see if I can find the full document, sha. But because the only thing I'm looking for that I don't have yet right, is the date of the process of the plan for implementation. That's the only thing. Because I've searched all the papers I could find today, and I didn't see any date of commencement. Okay, there's a PDF. They will stay in pre-nursery till 5. Abba, no. Abba. All right, let's get into other news. So there's okay, I've already read the one on Ministry of Education. Let's move on to something else. Let's have the video by Segun Showumi. Kids start schooling at the age of 3 in Canada. No, there's nothing wrong with the policy. So when you start schooling is not bad, but you can't apply that to those who are already in school. Are they going to keep repeating classes like 3 years because just came up with an idea? So you start with those kids at 3, they will now start and build it all over again. So once a 3-year-old, so what you're saying basically is that if a kid is not 3 years old, they'll probably be in play group or pre-nursery. Once they're 3, they get to nursery 1, and that's fantastic. But the kids who are already in school already, I mean, I saw a lot of parents complain about it, and I think they're very correct. The kids who are already in school, you can't tell them to be repeating the same class just because they are marking time because of their age. It makes no sense. And I hope that's not what they're thinking. But to be honest, they didn't. That's another funny thing about the way we put our policies. Oh, break it down. They just said it. Don't worry. A lot of people will be arguing over that thing in the next week. Then they will now talk about it. Then they will now, because. So if you're starting from kids going to 3, perfect. There's nothing wrong with it at all. But you can't start with kids who are already in school, right? I mean, it's just it is what it is, I guess. All right. So let's get started with something from Segun Showumi, who is a PDP stalwart, and I think was a spokesperson to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. And presently he's working on a project called The Alternate, and they're having events and town hall meetings in different regions of Nigeria. Please take a listen to the gentleman. Oh dear, not yet though. But I say the account on TikTok is not there. 1 second. All right, so please take a listen to this.
Of jumping from one party to the other. How do you even stimulate your family members? Today you teach them the song of PDP, tomorrow you teach them that of ABC, next week you teach them that of ACN, the next week you teach them that of Lagos. What kind of rubbish is it? And then you want to do, let's say, this nonsense that they're calling ADC. How can you imagine that We are bringing about 4 or 5 people who are so ambitious on the one ticket of president into an arrangement where they are now deluding and deceiving themselves that they will be able to agree who will be president, who will be vice. Assuming you are able to get a PI, what about the others? I want us to be clear. We can be deceiving ourselves that we are making progress when we are not. We can be instigating people who are not so educated and so informed that their life is bad because people are trying to run the system in such a way that something much more sustainable can happen. And I expect that when the ruling party is ruling, the responsibility of the opposition party is to reform their own party, to get their party ready.
The APC National Executive Council has announced the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Professor Nentawe Yiwata, as the new APC National Chairman. A little about him. He's from the north. He's from North Central. He's from Plateau State, and people are wondering if that's done as a strategic move to be able to get votes in the North Central. I don't know, but he's from the North Central, and I think it's actually quite nice what they've done. But let me play something to you. One of the statements that were made, statements by the president at that NEC meeting, right? I was talking to the governors. This was APC National Executive Council. So take a listen to President Bola Tinubu.
Nigerians are still complaining at grassroots. To you, the governors, you have to wet the grass more. And lead the way in delivering progressive change to Nigerians. May God bless our democracy and give us more fertile Nigeria.
All right. The Nigerian passport has recorded its highest ranking in 5 years, rising to 88th place out of 199 in the latest Henley Passport Index released on July 18. The index is updated regularly based on exclusive data from the International Air Transport Authority, IATA, and expert analysis on the latest shifts in passport power. Nigeria shares the 88th spot with Ethiopia and Myanmar, the same countries it was grouped with earlier this year when ranked 91st. Okay. Okay, let's continue. I guess that's good news for Nigeria, but it should get better. So there's also a report on the cable. FG oil tax revenue rises by 43% to 14.27 trillion in first half of 2025. So January January last year was 1.3 trillion. January this year is 2.32 trillion. February was 1.57 last year. This year is 1.67. March last year was 1.08 trillion, and this year is 2.12 trillion. April, by the time you add everything together from January to June, last year was 9.98 trillion naira, and this year is 14.27 trillion naira. Okay. Cassava tops Nigeria's agricultural output in 2023. So they have cassava, yams, hen, eggs, oil palm fruit, maize, that's corn, rice, taro, cocoyam, banana, sorghum, and groundnuts. Anyway, cassava this year was, in 2023, 62.69 million tons. If you're interested, just agricultural news. Nigeria's top import ports. Apapa ports account for 52.21% of all imports in Nigeria. Tinkan Island port 12.63, Lekki Deep Sea 10.99, One port 1.3 trillion. That's 8.4%. Cargo 3.46, PH area 1 2.41, Warri port 1.9, Kirikiri terminal 1.68, Calabar 0.91%, and Murtala Mohammed International Airport 0.85% of all ports. Somebody saying, which of the seaports are these ones? I thought Nigeria has only one seaport. It is well. I'll see if I can quickly find this video. 1 second. There's a video of Kwakwanso where I was talking about the North being neglected. Please, if you're on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. Thank you very much. Take a listen to the former governor of Kano State.
Advise the federal government, especially, on the distribution of federal resources. From the information available to us, it's like most of the national budget is now tilting to one direction in this country. Yesterday, I was to come by air. Unfortunately, my airline decided to shift our takeoff from 3 to 8 p.m. I had to come by road. From Abuja to Kaduna to Kano was a hell. Terrible. Very bad road. And this is the road that was started many years ago, right from the beginning of the leadership of the APC. Now we are told that there is a road now from the south to east. Let me say at this point that we support infrastructure anywhere in this country. In fact, I was telling myself that I wished that road was done before 2023 election, because I was the only aspirant or candidate who traveled to all nooks and corners across this country. I would have used that road. So we support roads everywhere and any other thing that is good for the people, especially for the masses. But a situation where government is taking our resources and dumping it in what part of the country, and other parts of the country are left just like that, I don't believe that is the right thing to do by the government itself. And this is the time for the government to change, to convince our people that the government is not just on one side of the country. Once again, Your Excellency the Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hope all those who have got one thing or the other to add to this committee work should do it between now and Saturday, when the committee will come to Kano for the hearing. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Excuse me. All right. This is a response from the presidency by the spokesman to the president, Mr. Sunday Dare. And it says, Senator Kwakonso, you are wrong. North not neglected. President Tinubu has the North covered. North Nigeria not left behind. Some samplers or evidence. Some federal government projects across Northern Nigeria under President Tinubu's administration. For starters, under President Tinubu, Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Expressway. Is that in the north? One could have sworn that thing is somewhere in the east, the way Kwakwaso was speaking. But anyway, Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Expressway, Sokoto-Badagry Expressway, Sokoto-Zamfara-Katsina Expressway. Agriculture, $158.15 million agricultural value chain program for 9 northern states. Number 2, Komani Integrated Development Project. Number 3, agroclimatic resilience in semi-arid landscapes. The 6-year World Bank funded program to restore 1 million hectares of land, of degraded land, and improve climate resilience in northern Nigerian states. Number 4, Kano River Project, an irrigation scheme commissioned in 2023. In health, they're working at Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital in Zaria, Federal University Teaching Hospital, Katsina. Many schools here, University of Jos, Reference Hospital in Kaduna, Usmanu Danfodio University Teaching Hospital in Sokoto. Then the road highways. In road highway, the number here is almost 20. Energy gas, Ajakuta Kaduna Kano gas pipeline, Gwagwalada power plant, Rail Metro Kaduna Kano rail line, Kano Maradi rail line, Kaduna light rail system, Abuja Metro line rehabilitation. Also, the new one that's going to be from the east will also be connected to the one going to Maiduguri. I don't know what Kwakwaso is talking about, to be honest. I have no idea what he's talking about. But again, he's a politician, so maybe that's his own way of showing that they have issues with what they're doing. The federal government Thursday, interestingly, there's another news here from Daily Trust. The federal government Thursday flagged off the construction of 1,068 kilometers Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway. The 6-lane road would pass through 7 states of Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Oyo, Ogun, and Lagos State, with Sokoto State covering 120 kilometers of the project. The Sokoto-Badagry project is coming up 5 months after the flagging off of a similar project, Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. I'm wondering what exactly it is that they're expecting. And somebody mentions, says, that is why we need resource control. Yes, because when he said they're taking something from the north to develop that, I'm wondering, what do they take from the north again? What do they take from the north? That's the funny thing. The people that should be saying they're taking their stuff to build, so they don't usually talk the way some people just say they're taking. What are they taking from the north? We should have resource control, to be honest. Maybe that will help. Anyway, speaking of resources, the largest economic sectors in 2024 were number 1, not oil and gas. Number 1 is agriculture, 59.31 trillion naira. Number 2 is trade, 37.81 trillion. Number 3, real estate, 28.96. Number 4, info and communication. That's information and communication. That's at 20.87 trillion naira. Manufacturing comes number 5, 17.58. Construction number 6, 8.39 trillion. And number 7 is mining and quarrying at 7.57 trillion naira. So apparently these are the sectors that, that are dominant in 2024. Nigeria Customs in Seme have intercepted 5 trucks carrying 2,800 bags of smuggled foreign rice valued at 919.5 million naira in duty. All right, I'm going to switch gears very soon, but let's just take a listen to this particular news before we move on. Wait, what's happening on YouTube? Okay, we're good. So let's listen to this interview from Channels Television, where somebody from the PDP was saying something about next election, 2027 election. Please take a listen to this.
Honorable Hart, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for having me.
Okay, I know. We're going to jump into the issue of the Constitution Amendment that you were, I saw you in, I think in Cross River State in Calabar.
Calabar.
Calabar, right?
Yes, Calabar.
Yeah, exactly. But I cannot run away from some of the things we just saw, all the political happenings from the APC to the PDP and to the ADC. You even had the former governor of the state talking about unseating Bola Tinubu and all of that. So there's been all kinds of description. I know you're still a member of the People's Democratic Party. They describe some of you as armor force politician with people like perhaps your principal Nyesom Wike at the vanguard supporting the APC, but in the PDP, they've talked about nomadic politicians, like the people who are going in and out of the party. What do you make of the fate of your political party?
Well, like you said, I still remain a member of the PDP. But like we did in 2023, we are not mincing words about it. 2023, we are not mincing words. I am the secretary of the Rivers Caucus in the National Assembly. We had earlier issued a press statement saying that we are going to have a repeat of what we did in 2023. And we have actually said that we are going to re-elect or support the re-election of the president. So we are not hiding our thoughts on that, even though we're members of the PDP. So that's a clear stand of the Rivers Caucus, which we have made public. Yet we welcome coalitions. Personally, I welcome opposition. It has a way of strengthening our democracy. But people should be very careful this time around. The ADC for me, it's same thing as the same people who we saw in 2015 who sold a candidate to us. At the end of the day, we can always say that that was a disaster that was sold to us. As a matter of fact, even His Excellency El Rufai has actually accepted the fact that he's not very good at presenting good choices for Nigerians. So the logo of the motto of the ADC is arise and shine. I will say Nigerians should actually arise and shine their eyes because this ADC, for me, these are just disgruntled persons who are nothing but looking for power.
Some would say, Dr. Yowada, I like your optimism about his experience because some would say Dr. Yowada is relatively new.
I should preface what we're about to listen to. So that's a PDP man talking about the fact that they're going to be supporting the president in 2027 election. So apparently, most likely there will be no candidate, presidential candidate from the PDP. Or if they have one, Nyesom Wike and the rest of the Rivers Caucus will probably not be supporting that candidate. But he mentioned something about, of course, the candidate they're supporting, the preferred candidate is the incumbent, the president of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu. And there's a question about his influence in the selection, as it were, of the new chairman of the APC. So this is Nifemi Oguntoye asking Governor Abdullahi Sule, who is the governor of Nasarawa State, what went on or what went down as far as the choice of the new APC national chairman is concerned. So take a listen to the interview.
I like your optimism about his experience, because some would say Dr. Yewada is relatively new to national party leadership, and they're wondering how the party's internal cohesion can withstand yet another learning curve. But I'm interested in finding out precisely how he emerged as the most favorite candidate for this job, because you were one of those governors that backed the emergence of President Tinubu. How involved were the governors in shaping this latest chairmanship decision? You had a meeting with the president yesterday. Was it the president who handpicked him?
Well, you know, such selections require a lot of input from so many other people. Of course, we have to select somebody that is very well known to the president. He's just finishing as a minister of the president. So for that reason, being a minister, you know, is somebody that the president has worked with. The president understands who he is. And the president believes in his loyalty and his commitment, not only to the party, but also to Mr. President himself. So, and you have to understand the kind of ministry that this gentleman was given. It's a Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, you know, disaster management, and IDPs. So he's somebody also who has a lot to do with people generally. In fact, he was just informing us about the number of housing that he has registered, you know, within this 8 months period that he has been a minister. It moved from the 2 million to 6 million within a very short time because of his background, you know, that he has in all these other areas. So I think the president himself believes in.
I thought intermittent fasting was fake until I saw this.
Will not make that kind of decision alone without consultations. And the president made all kinds of consultations that are necessary, you know, with all the people that are necessary, including the governors. The final consultation was with the governors yesterday, and every one of the governors was actually there, with the exception of 2 that sent their own deputy governors because of the situation they found themselves, like the governor of Katsina because of the accident he had, so he had to send his deputy, and then the governor of Akwa Ibom, you know, who is also not around. Other than that, all the other 21 governors were there. You know, APC has 23 governors out of the 36 now. So everybody was there, and the president was very happy that nobody was against this particular selection that he has.
All right. So it was a unanimous decision for all the APC governors. Let's look at the recent history of your party with its leadership from Oshomole to Ganduje. Each chairman appeared to have left under very different and even sometimes controversial circumstances. What is the real issue here? Is this a structural flaw or simply politics?
Well, you know, change is constant. That is one thing you cannot avoid. And it depends on the situations. You know, our party is a moving trend. You can see the expansion of the party. You can see the way the party is moving. It's a party that started with less number of governors. Today we have 23 and counting. You have more and more. You have to look at the situation of these other peoples. So each one of them, you know, has a different reason why he had to leave. Now, in addition, even though Governor Ganduje left, the president was very, very highly appreciative of him. The party very appreciative of him, and we had to actually commend him for all that he did. His Excellency Abdullahi Ganduje did so much, you know, for the party during his period. So in politics, for this kind of positions, you need people for the reasons of the moment. And I believe this is a chairman that is coming for the reasons of the moment.
I think that statement is very, very powerful. The reason of the moment. And to be honest, I said now, how people will understand how this thing they go. They understand what's in them and just talk. We'll move quickly to the Senate, where Senator Ahmed Lawal urges Senate President Godswill Akpabio to ignore those calling the 10th Senate a rubber stamp. Take a listen to his speech and also the Senate President's response.
Nobody should discourage you when you work with Mr. President or with the executive arm of government seamlessly. Someone will tell you you are rubber stamp. Mr. President, this is the legacy report of the 9th Senate. They call us rubber stamp, but this is what we have produced. And if we had listened to them, those people who are largely mischievous, we wouldn't have done half of what we have done here. This is every possible bill that we have passed, assented to all other things that we have done to ensure that we discharge our mandate. You should go ahead and work like you are doing, and probably even more. We will be supporting you. I believe that the executive arm of government should be supported fully. And if anybody feels otherwise, he has the opportunity to bolt out. But I must tell you that any president that takes a decision will try to do so in the interest of his people. Sometimes you get unintended consequences. That is the time when the president needs everybody, not people to start running away. For how long? So we continue to give all the support that we need to give the present leadership of the country, because I believe that we will soon come to the end of the issues that today afflict us. May the soul of the late former president rest in perfect peace in the Nigerian Firdaus. Surely Nigeria, and indeed Africa, has lost a gem, a rare gem. He was a man of God, like everybody said, a man of integrity, is to say the least, and we believe in him. By the grace of God, at the end of the tenure of this administration, we will be also celebrating our president and possibly working for better Nigeria and getting the president back to continue to ensure that he makes Nigeria the greatest that he thinks and we want and the Nigerians need. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Of the achievements of the 9th Senate under his leadership, and he even documented some of them, and so we have a template to pursue to beat that record that you were able to set. And I must also commend you that under your leadership, that was a time that the Senate enjoyed very cordial relationship with the presidency, to a point where even in terms of constituency projects, they were funded 100%. And that showed the fact that you really...
In a groundbreaking development for Nigeria's electricity sector, Lagos State has officially taken control of its electricity market, following the transfer of regulatory oversight from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission. The formal announcement was made during a landmark event held at NERC's headquarters in Abuja, attended by the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State, Mr. Abiodun Ogunleye. This historic decision aligns with the Electricity Act 2023 and the amended Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which empowers states to regulate intrastate electricity markets. With this transfer, Lagos becomes one of the few states in Nigeria to gain full regulatory control of its electricity market, marking a significant milestone in the decentralization of the country's power sector. I thought that was actually very, very good news, and we're looking forward to all the great things we're going to see in the coming days based on this new development. So kudos to the government of Lagos State. There's a video, so I can quickly find it. On board. All right, I'm going to play this short clip, literally history of the Nigerian film industry. Just a bit of it is in this clip, and the person speaking is Yemi Sholade, studied dramatic arts at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Years ago, has been in the industry for a very long time. Please take a listen to him.
His name is Ade Ajiboye Big Abbas. The first man that shot home video, his name is Ade Ajiboye. And he's alive. Ade Ajiboye, first home video in this country. We have been doing it now, no? There was film, the celluloid, everything, we did that. We had the Ogun days, we had the Baba Salas, we had the Ade Afolayan, Kunle's father, we had all of them. We had the Goma, we had Ola Balogun, Dr. Ola Balogun is still around, you know, and so many other big names, most of them are gone now. But okay, even when home video was starting, it was just an experiment that was carried out by the likes of Muhyiddin Alade Aromire, may so continue to rest in peace. Amen. You know, we were all doing this drama and then they just brought this camcorder, okay, let's record what we were doing, and they were placing them in bookstores. You know how these televangelists sell their cassettes, you know, at bookstores. So you as a book shop owner would, when people walked into your shops to buy books, you introduce the cassettes to them.
Oh, sorry.
Shop owner would, when people walked into your shops to buy books, you introduce the cassettes to them. So it just started like that. But you see, my people in the Yoruba setting didn't document anything. So that did them in. That was why the other side of the river just stepped out and we started, hey, shut up. When people like us are here, we'll tell you, you didn't start anything. Living in Boye was not the first movie. But it was from there. It was not from there. But because they romanced the media, whereas my people were just doing the arts. They just, yes, you know, agreed. Most of them were in school and they didn't even pay attention to the media. They're just doing their art for our sake. They were enjoying themselves. Okay. Bayo Salami is alive. That's when my Bayo's father. Yes. He will tell you deeper story that I'm telling you is older than me. Jide Kosoko is alive. We all work together, you know. And then it's only in the Yoruba setting that you will find practitioners who will tell you they've been around 60 years. Iya Rainbow is like 84. She's still going on set. She is. Me, I'm senior to Peter Doche now. Started acting before him. He's older than me. Wow. Yes. I was 17 in 1977. When I returned to Nigeria, I first acted on the 7 as the youngest actor. And I've done 48 years and I'm still standing. Amazing.
But what's like the biggest thing that has changed for you with Nollywood back in?
I like that I'm seeing all of you. Yeah. That is the change. Okay. And you guys are coming with very strong ideas. You guys are more expressive. Field. No, you may not know more than the little. I beg, see, the whole brigade rely on you guys. The first.
So, by the way, there's absolutely nothing wrong in everything Yemi Sholade said. It's very correct, and it's important to keep saying these things. It's very, very important because people don't mind changing history in your very, presence, because again it makes them feel good. History seems to be the major thing that certain people prefer to attack. So to be very, very clear, movie industry in Nigeria actually began before home video. We used to have, way back in the day, we had stage plays, and with the stage productions we have a lot of veterans. Some of them, Baba, Drula Dipo, Kolo Gumola, of course, Baba Gunde, Oyade Jobi, Baba Salah, all of those people were on stage traveling in the 40s, late 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. These people were traversing Nigeria, going from north to south, sometimes to the east, going as far as Ghana, staging productions outside the country. For instance, I know Drula Dipo did shows in Germany. Baba Gunde did shows in the UK, even in the 60s, stage productions, right? So that's what has been happening all this while. And then from stage, we moved into films. And with films, the very first indigenous film was made by Yoruba people. There was a movie that was older that was made in Nigeria, but was not by Nigerians. There is Palava in the 1920s, documentaries in the 1940s, but the one that was made by us and our Lashe Nigerians was Madelo's film. And the director, of course, was Ola Balogun. And then Babagunde made his own films, and then the rest of them just kept, doing it. So you had, Babasala came in, all of them just kept making big movies, celluloid. When the economic downturn started and people were experimenting with stuff, the first people who made VHS were Yoruba people. And he mentioned that person's name, Big Abbas, was the first man who actually recorded, but the first person who released was Alade, Muhyiddin Alade Aromire. You see Yoruba. And it's important to say these things because folks will just come and start telling you something about living in bondage. Nobody was living in any bondage. Yes, Razak Ajileye, that's his full name, Big Abbas. Is it Ajileye? Ajiboye, not Ajileye. Razak Ajiboye, Big Abbas, was the one who actually shot the first one. But the first person that brought it out was Muhyiddin Alade Aromire. Right? All these things were happening whilst some people were doing whatever they were doing. So the idea that living in budget was in the 1990s. Ade Ajiboye, Big Abbas. Oh, thank you. Who wrote Razak? I'm sure I know it's Ajiboye. The idea that people now did living in bondage in the 90s and said that's when Nollywood started, it's not true. If the definition of Nollywood is Nigerian film industry, it is not true. Movies started long before then. That's one. Number two, he then said that he's senior to Peter Doche, and so people took offense. I think we make a mistake in this, Skinny. It's not about age, it's about experience. Peter Doche was in broadcasting, but he did not get into acting until the 80s. This man may have been younger, but he got into acting in the 70s. So you can't say because Peter Doche is older, therefore he has, being in journalism is different from being in acting. So somebody was angry, and then he says, who is older? This is on, by the way, this is, again, there's an interesting pattern I've noticed in the last few weeks. People will just go on Twitter and start dragging it out with grok. It's quite, the exchanges are usually quite fascinating to me personally. So let me just read this one, because I think it underscores, some of the things that you see on social media. So it says, who is older between Peter Doche and Yemi Sholade? Please, year and experience. Please, thank you. Grok says, Peter Doche, born March 7, 1947. Age, no. Maiwa, is not true. That's why I'm not even playing that video. Kanayo is not senior to Peter Doche in acting. And that's the reason I did not play the video. Even Kanayo was wrong. Kanayo is talking about the fact that when they started making their own quote-unquote Nollywood. See, just because somebody gave reference to Ogunde doesn't mean that the next thing he said was right. I did not play that video because there was misinformation in it. He's talking about, as far as film, good afternoon. So let me tell you what people do. They'll say things like, and this is what he said in that video, if you are talking about celluloid, then Peter Doche started. But if you're talking about Nollywood, I am senior to Peter Doche. That's not the point. Nobody is trying to separate. The film industry is not celluloid versus VHS. It's the same thing. Peter Doche is senior to him. To KOK, who said, if you're talking about celluloid, Peter Doche got into celluloid, because they made his own, they did things fall apart in the 80s. But if you're talking about Nollywood, he's senior. It's film. The medium of what's the word now? The medium of distribution may be different, or the medium that you are showing it may be different. But whether you are doing it on celluloid or doing it on VHS, film is film. KOK is not senior to, but again, that's their own business. They can't be talking about it. That's the reason I didn't play it. So forget what it was. It was trying to create a dichotomy between celluloid. So it's like me saying that now that, say somebody gets into the movie industry today. Okay, let me give an example. Kunle Afolayan he's doing a lot of work in, okay, let's say Netflix. And somebody now says, oh, you have been doing VHS, so, but as far as this Netflix is concerned, I'm senior to you. What's that? What's your take on plays and films? I'll speak on that. Let me just quickly finish this one. So it says, Grok, who is the older actor between Peter Doche and Yemi Sholade? Please, year and experience, please, thank you. And then Grok says, Peter Doche, born March 7, 1947, age 78, began his acting career in the 1980s. And he became prominent in 1987 with Things Fall Apart. Yemi Sholade, born January 31, 1960, age 65, started acting in 1977 at age 17. Pete is older in age, but Yemi has more experience. Then some of these clowns said, this take is wrong, Grok. Pete Edochie featured in the play The Village Masquerade, a TV play of 1967. And before then was a TV and radio presenter. That makes him older on-screen person than Yemi. Fact check. The now one says, thank you for the fact check prompt. Upon verifying with reliable sources like Wikipedia interviews, Pete Edochie began broadcasting in 1967 as a presenter, but his acting debut was in 1985 with Things Fall Apart. No credible evidence supported 1967 in The Village Masquerade. Yemi Sholade started acting in 1977, giving him more experience. Pete is older in age. The truth is, I don't even know what is called village. There was nothing like Village Masquerade. There was Village Headmaster, then there was Masquerade. Village Headmaster was an NTA. Pete Edochie, they never even, I don't even think he has ever even gotten into acting where they made Village Headmaster. Masquerade was the one they made in the Eastern region. Pete Edochie could not have been a Village Headmaster. So there's nothing like Village Masquerade in TV, Guinea. And to be honest, so what we, in fact, I even omitted that, my bad. The way we look at it, if you really want to study the stuff, and we've done it here before, you go back all the way to the masquerades, the entertainment masquerade, the Alarinjo. There's a word they call it. Egwanlari. You go back to Egwanlari. You go from Egwanlari to Awalarinjo, because Egwanlari is not Awalarinjo. Then from there to Alarinjo Theatre. Then from here, you now get to television. You get to Atoka, the photo plays, and radio, and stage. In fact, of course, stage, of course, is Alarinjo. From stage, they got on TV, on radio, and it makes sense. Why? The first TV on the continent is in Ibadan. Therefore, all the Alarinjo, the guys used to go travel all over the place with their theater troops, all of them got slots in Ibadan. And as TV stations were opening around Southwest, all these theater troops were finding their own spaces. So whether it was in PCOS Ibadan or OGCF in Ogun State, Abeokuta was a main place after a while, because once we had more than one state in 1967, with the creation of Western State, we had Lagos, Western State. Then in 1976, Western State broke into three: Ondo State, Oyo State, Ogun State. You see, the Ondo and Ogun especially, those ones went very big. And of course, Lagos was already there because there was NTA. Then, of course, there was also Lagos in 1967, Lagos TV. All these things have a way of one around. Edo State is not part of the point, but Edo State is not part of the Western Nigeria in 1967. It was already, we stopped even having anything to do with Edo State in 1963. The fact that the TV station is in Yoruba land, and they just worked together, and then people like Babasala used photo plays, and then later on they started waxing record albums. You had Ogunde's albums. I have a lot of his songs. Babasala, for instance, it was actually Sonade used to be part of Babasala before he left and started his own music career, because Babasala was both an actor and a musician. All of these things were going on. Nobody knows anybody from anywhere. And as correct as Yemi Sholade was, it was a little wrong in saying that it wasn't documented. Jacob came much later. It was documented. But this is what I always say. It's not like these things were not documented, though. When I was in school, you'll be shocked at how much research people made on even guys like Two-Face. There are projects done on Two-Face, on Fatai Rolling Dollar, on Space, on all these things, on filmmaking, stage production, all these things. The real issue that we have is that there's a huge gap between the town and the gown. The things we know in the universities, they don't get to the people. Suraju, yes. How did you know? The things that we have in school, they don't get to people in town. Like all these things, the dates, everything we're saying right now, it's not new. But there are two things. Number one, when we do our projects, we just use it to get degree and get out. In the US or UK, that could be the basis of a book. But then again, do people really read as much in Nigeria? That's another question. But I'm just trying to say that we have to find a way, whether it's through books or through this platform that we're doing right now, to continue to share this information so that people will not change story and say everything started with living in bondage. Living in bondage was in the 1990s. There have been stage plays, there have been movies, there have been TV dramas, there have been series, there have been albums, there has been celluloid movies, things that they have to go to the UK to go and edit and carry the movie. That, I mean, there's a documentary on Baba Ogunde. I call him Baba as well. Ogunde. I think it's on YouTube. It will make you appreciate what these men have done. And he's been there since 1940. I think it's 48. He got in there in the 1940s. And it was not the first person, no. The Ogunde was not the first person, but was the one who made the commercial. There were people like Amos Utola who wrote, and there were people who actually acted. Olumegbon, people like Baba Olumegbon. A lot of things have gone down that people, for some weird reasons, don't. They just jump. As if everything started in the 1990s. What happened since the 1940s, or since, like I always say, if you go back to the 14th century, I'll give you some things from Larry. So, just to be clear, he is very correct, and Yemi Sholade is senior to Peter Doche because he started in the 1970s. And it's not about age, to be honest. It's about experience and about the work you have put in. But again, people don't like to believe. So again, Living in Bondage was in 1994, I think. But Big Abbas made his own movie in 1988. And Muhyiddin Alade released his own film in 1989. So he released his own film before Big Abbas, but Big Abbas was the first person to shoot. Alade is late now, but Big Abbas is still with us. So it's important to, from time to time, you see us saying these things is because we also have to drum it. We have to make it very clear, like, Kama, don't let people just say, oh, it doesn't really matter. It does. And when they say, but that was when they started calling it Nollywood, tell them that if the Nollywood they're talking about is part of the Nigerian film industry, then it did not start in 1990. If they're trying to say that they have a Nollywood that is just for them, then they can have it for them. Nigerian film industry. That's why, up until recently, I never really liked the idea of using the word Nollywood. Because they use it for whatever it is they like. If they want to talk about we are all together, they'll use Nollywood. If they want to talk about superiority, they would now say it's them. So if Nollywood is Nigerian film industry, then it did not start in the 1990s. You have to go all the way back. The first movie was shot in the 1970s. And that's the one by Adelove, directed by Koko Babai, Olabalogun. And then, but I think by the time he did the Jao Minera, Adelove himself had already started directing. 1 second, I want to find the title of that movie. The first one, I don't know why. I remember Jao Minera because I've watched it before. But the one he did before Jao Minera is Ajani Ogun, 1976. I think this has to be documented. It's already documented. Taxi Driver Bawo. Taxi Driver was like his 5th movie. That's number 5. He had done Ajani Ogun. He had done Jao Minera. He had done I think I have something. And I remember those first two because he had done Kadara. He had done Jao Ogun before Taxi Driver in 1983. So the first one was 76, Ajani Ogun. These things are documented. That's another thing. There are books that have all this information. The problem is that, so the first thing is that at first we're not putting it out there. It was just inside schools. Then number 2, when people start pushing it out, many of us don't really bother with such materials, which is sad. That's why I say, okay, let's use this platform to also say things like this. So that on social media, if people are not reading the books, at least they can hear it or watch this. So, yeah. So that's something for Adelove. And then he became a director later with Jao Minera in 1978. That's the one where you see him, Tong Big Gidani, Tong Silas Orioke, Big Batafe Jagun, when they were rebelling against the status quo and things like that. And also, by the way, he also eventually was able to direct movies for others. Like he directed Orumoru for Basala. Those guys would you have to raise funds from different places to be able to make movies back then. And that's why there's something happening right now. I don't know if you've noticed. There's a reason the movies that actually dominate the cinemas and Netflix VODs today are Yoruba or Yoruba directed. There's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason you notice that the big movies are from a particular place. You see, when there's structure, in some cases, it's difficult for certain folks to thrive. But you see, if you're doing a better past my neighbor, there are certain things that can go. I mean, we've been there. Even me, I've been there. You just do a better past my neighbor, you feel like you've done something, which, I mean, everybody starts there. But if that's where you're starting, that's good. But if that's the standard for your industry, that's a problem. Once people come with this stuff, I see it. Everybody just starts complaining. You know? So, yeah, that's the beauty of history. And there's no need to be struggling over it's not even about comparison. It's just what it is, right? So Yemi Sholade was very correct. A few more things before we go on. 319. Okay. That's no prof. Whenever you post on Facebook, kindly hashtag some viral link for it to go viral. Hashtag viral link. We'll put hashtags now. See, this Facebook, sometimes it is well, the way that thing works. But we'll put hashtags. We'll continue to try. All right. Talking about electricity, we mentioned electricity earlier. This is data on the most illuminated and least illuminated states in Nigeria. The most intensely illuminated local governments are Lagos Island and Apapa. The most intensely illuminated state in Nigeria is Lagos. The least intensely illuminated local governments are Kaga and Kokawa, Borno. And the least intensely illuminated state is Borno. And that's from UNDP. Top pig consumers in Africa, number one, Nigeria. Who eats pig? Anyway, 8.11 million. People should be careful, but Nigeria consumes the most pigs on the continent. No surprises there. Education level of head of agriculture. This is from StatisSense. Education level of head of agricultural household. Percentage of male households. So Kwara has 46.5, FCT 44.4, Lagos, Ekiti, Osun, Oyo, that's number 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you have Rivers number. I just mentioned this. I won't mention the percentage. It's just the number and the state because of time. Number 1 is Kwara with 46.5%. Number 2 is FCT. Number 3 is Lagos. Number 4 is Ekiti. Number 5 Osun. Number 6 Oyo. Number 7 Rivers. Number 8 Niger. Number 9 Kogi. Number 10 Ogun. Number 11 Kaduna. And number 12 Ondo. It's interesting that all 6 southwestern states and other states where Yoruba people are concentrated, like Kwara and Kogi, they are all up here. That means people they do agriculture, but the head of the household they educated. So the father said them be farmer, not mean say they're not educated. Okay, at least a good number of them are educated. Now, region, if you do it by region, Southwest has 31.4% of households with higher or post-secondary education for the head of agricultural household. Southwest is 31.4%. North Central is 28.1%. South is 23.4%. Northeast 23.4%. Northwest 23.1%, and Southeast 16.2%. I just have one question. How does Southeast have the least compared to Northwest and Northeast? Oh God, with all this mouth. Women in agriculture, distribution of head of agricultural household who are females by zone. This one is about education now. This one is about the head of the family who is a farmer. So we are done with education now. We're talking about the head of the family who is a farmer. Southeast, 34.3%. Where are the men? South-South, 29.7%. Southwest, 22.3%. North Central, 12.9%. Northeast, 7.3%. Northwest, 3.5%. You understand what's happening in the North? Religion. So naturally, the man will be the head of those things. But by the way, that's from National Agricultural Sample Census from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. Women in agriculture, distribution of head of agricultural household who are females by state. So families where there are farmers and then the head of the agricultural household is a woman. Number 1, Anambra, 38.3. Number 2, Enugu, 37.8. Number 3, Ebonyi, 36.5%. Number 4, Delta. Number 5, Bayelsa. Number 6, Lagos. Number 7, Imo. Number 8, Edo. Number 9, Abia. Number 10, Rivers. Number 11, Cross River. Number 12, Akwa Ibom. That Lagos one, that's definitely fishing. I don't even have to think about it. It is definitely fishing. Not the one that will be casting the net though, but the entire value chain. Apart from fishing itself, the whole process of selling everything at Woman Fulham for Lagos. Men are there, but at Woman Fulham. So, but it's quite interesting that many of these regions have a lot of women, and I know those ones are not fishing because they don't have big river like that, but it's okay. Let me see if there's one more thing that we can talk about. By the way, there's a lot of stuff about GMO. I've listened to both sides. I've not decided yet. Once I've studied enough to be able to give my opinion, I will share my thoughts. But I know that a lot of people are talking about it. For instance, list of countries that have banned both GMO imports and GMO cultivation: Algeria, Kyrgyzstan, Bhutan, Madagascar, Peru, Russia, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. They banned all those things. And then the countries that have banned the cultivation of GMOs, but they allow GMO imports: Algeria, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belize, Bosnia, Okpo. So those ones don't cultivate it in their house, in their countries, but they allow importation of GMO. So what that means, what that means basically is this. So the seed, they will not bring the seed into their countries, but you can bring in the food. And you know, to be honest, what I just said right now, that's actually my position. That's actually my position. And the reason is because with the seed, and by the way, there's a guy who put out a video earlier, and everybody was, people are saying all kinds of things. Some people like him, some people don't like him. But I think the hate was too much. I don't know why people would be that hateful. The guy is Chinon, so we're just saying what he thought. I thought he was wrong by comparing selective breeding to GMO. I don't think that's how it works. Genetically modifying something and selectively breeding them, I don't think they're the same. But again, because I know that from time, human beings have always selectively bred animals and crops, right? There's certain things that we're used to right now that they were not like this. They were selectively bred. But it's not by modifying the genes. And I think that for me is where the problem is. There's this confusion between, I'm already telling you what I think. There's a confusion between genetically modified organisms and selectively bred organisms. So with the selectively bred organisms, there's no modification going into those things. So for instance, let me give you what I mean. Let's say for instance, you go to your farm and then you harvested oranges, and they're big ones and they're small ones. And then oh no, I don't think orange is the best one. Should we use orange? And let's just be already there. So let's say orange. So you take the ones that are big, the big ones. You keep. Again, I'm not a scientist on agriculture, but based on or agricultural person, but based on what I have studied so far, you keep focusing on that one. So you graft, you will use the seed of the bigger ones until you're able to get that kind of size. So that means that if effectively erased the ones that were smaller in quantity. But of course, the process of now ensuring that you are always giving, that the land is always giving you the big ones, that is like selectively breeding what you are breeding. So whether it's thank you, big and not sweet, small and sweet, those kind of things. Yes, I get that one. But genetically modifying things is that you take it to the laboratory, you say, okay, I want it to be big, constantly big, and which is good. But here's the problem. From what I have, if you know more than this, please come up when the time is right. I think the issue is that now that this thing, you have modified it, it's constantly big. But here's the problem. When they plant it, of course, it grows. But according to what I've heard, if I'm wrong, please let me know when you come up. You cannot get seed from that plant. I don't know how that is true, but that's what I've seen. I've read that you can't plant that seed. Like what you have to do, if you want to plant the next cycle, next season, you have to go and buy new seeds. You can't get seed from that plant. It wasn't given to you so that you can plant and then use the seed in the next cycle. So you have to go back and buy. And then number two, with cross-pollination and stuff, it could also affect the other organic food in your country. So I think what these other countries are doing is that if you plant, let's say, the big oranges in, let's say, America, you could bring it into Algeria, but you cannot bring the seed into Algeria. So they're saying these countries have banned the cultivation of GMOs, but they still allow GMO imports. So if you have the oranges, they will buy the oranges, but they're not going to get the seeds that will be planted. And by the way, according to what I've read, if you plant the seed of those oranges, it will not grow. If you really want to plant the seed, you have to go for the seed. So I think the real issue is that if you become dependent on the seed, then it means you have lost food sovereignty. In other words, for you to be able to plant that thing, you always be dependent on, unless of course maybe the organization, maybe like IITA, creating the seed are local. That means that you are not dependent on a foreign body to be giving you seed for food. But generally speaking, I don't think it's not like the GMO food affects people health-wise. People have said it, but I don't see any, just vibes. There is no proof. But I think it's about, for me, I think the real issue, in my own opinion, which I'm already sharing, is that it makes you dependent on another nation for your own food. That's what I see in all of this. But if there's a way you can, whether it's selective breeding or genetically modifying anything, but it is local and you're the one doing it for yourself and you're able to determine how you do your stuff, I think it makes sense. But if I have to be importing seed to plant agbado, why now? So, and then again, if you come up and you know more about this, please explain more on the selective breeding, which I know is a human thing. We've been doing this for thousands of years as humans. It's not GMO, we started that one. But I don't think it's the same thing as genetically modifying something. Or maybe I'm the one who is not getting it right. Do you really modify the genes? Or could it be that way though? Now I'm thinking about it again. I'm thinking about it. Like, do you genetically modify? Tell us when you come up, okay? But that's my own understanding. I think that as far as I'm concerned, based on all I've read on this matter, the idea of planting those seeds and making you dependent on another country is where the issue lies, in my opinion. But if you know more than me, please feel free to share when you come up. I think that's about it for today. And I know a lot of people are also talking about the skit that was released a while back, featuring Bill Gates. And people have been talking about different things. I have the skit here, but I'm not going to, watching it is going to be crazy. But people are saying all kinds of things. He said that he's interested in, population control and things like that. I don't know how true that is. But I think we have enough information for today. But before we go, two more things. I just saw it. Two more things before we go, and then we can move on to something else. This is happening in the U.S. The French president and his wife, Macron, they have sued Candace Owens. She's been claiming that Macron's wife is a man. And if you're following it, it's been on for a while. It's been on for a while. So it started with a reporter in France, and then Candace took it on, and different reports. I listened to it months ago, but I think it's becoming very serious. He's saying that Macron's wife, that she's originally a man, that she's trans and things like that. Anyway, this is our own response to the lawsuit, the Macron lawsuit. Then after this, I'll read one more news item that will bring people up. All right? So take a listen to this.
Born a man and you will die a man. You were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point I'm making. So give us a sample. I'll send my doctors to take your blood. Figure it out real quick, however you want to go about this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your children? That would be fine. For whatever reason, to phone, by the way, like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it. All right, that is what Discovery is for. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away, and at least we'll say we sued her. We'll say we went after her. She'll probably file for this to get dismissed. I'd like to make it to Discovery. I think that we owe that to the world. Anyways, you guys, we are revolting against this. We're revolting against the perverts that run the world. And I want to be very clear here. I count you among them. I think you're sick. I think you're disgusting. And I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world. Okay? That's what I'm going to say. On behalf of the entire world, I will see you in court.
All right, so that's that about that. Because she slapped him. No, it's not because she slapped him. This has been on for about a year. The slap was just last month. This be about Jordan Color now. The reports, the different. She made almost some. I could even call it a documentary. It started in France. I mean, I read some reports. This was last year. The slap is just but it is well. Anyway, last news before we bring people up. Enugu community insists ancestral lands not for sale. July 25, 2025. This is today's news. The Obagu Akuna now, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing correctly, the way they write time be like something. The Obiagu Akuna now community in Enugu South local government area has strongly rejected claims by Private Estates International West Africa Limited, PEIWA, over ownership of a vast stretch of land linked to the Enugu Lifestyle and Gulf City ELGC project. The community leaders prescribed PEIWA's position as misguided, deceitful, and hallucinatory in a public statement issued in response to a publication of 11 hectares of ancestral land, which has been passed down through generations and includes areas such as Agbana, Ogueri, Onususu, Akparata, Isioke, and Ofia Ogonogo, among others. The community accused PEIWA of parcellating and selling the lands under the guise of development, with no benefit to either the original landowners or the Enugu state government. Quote, "We will pursue all legal means to reclaim our ancestral lands," the community leaders vowed, warning the public against being misled by what they termed land grabbing merchants. The statement was jointly signed by Chief Andy Egbo, Chief Chine I. Chine, Chairman of the Communities Litigation Committee, and HRH, that's His Royal Highness Igwe Mike Onuku, the traditional ruler of Obiagu Akuna now. When contacted for comment, PEIWA Managing Director Mr. Kingsley Eze declined to directly address the allegations of land grabbing. "I have no side to the story," he said, "unless you want me to say that I am not a land grabber. You can go to established government institutions that hold records of lands and their owners." The community leaders maintained that their ancestral lands are not for sale and that they will take all necessary steps to protect their heritage. Wonderful. Ancestral land. Makes sense. Let's bring people up now. Please, I'm going to bring up everybody who sent requests. I'm bringing you up now. As soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll get into, folks talking one after the other. So please mute as soon as you get up here. Thank you. All right. let's start with FFT. Hello, FFT. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for coming today again. Hope to see you throughout next week. I know you are going out and just. So about the GMO, I've actually been seeing the news about here. I did agree, so I have a little bit of information about it. One thing I read on it is that I don't think it's the same as the normal culture that we do in the lab, not the normal plant breeding that we do. They are purely aesthetics. Like what do you call it? I didn't mean aesthetics. The English translation is when something is not natural. What do you call it? I've forgotten.
Synthetic.
Yes, they are purely synthetic. What we do in breeding is that you take a plant and through grafting and other things, you can always improve a plant based on the properties that you want to improve it on. But what they are doing is pure lab, this thing for the seeds. However, it does not mean that, according to what I say, they've not had enough, they've not done it for long enough to know maybe there is, a side effect to it or not. But the main issue here is the economic impact. Is economically, I don't think it's something that anybody should look into, because it affects our economy. Because if we cannot do the natural way of getting seed and planting it, and we have to wait for a corporation, and even if you are not using corporation, if it is the government that is providing these seeds to the farmers, it's still not as easy, because that means we can have a government that can weaponize this thing as
no, but presently even governments give people seeds even right now, and that's been happening for years.
But if I want to be a farmer now, I don't need the government's help. Like naturally now, I can source my seed myself and start planting.
So sorry, let me just, because I won't mention the exact dates, because in the 90s I had a small vegetable garden, and there's a particular person that will sell the seed, and that seed was gotten from an institute, right? So it's not like you can't just you will source it, but you source it from a particular place. There's a particular place you have to get it, and government also controls that place.
So you don't think we can have economic issues with it?
I do think we can have some economic issues. I think we are talking about two different things. The idea of economic issues that I'm seeing is if it's foreign, if we are dependent on a foreign country or a foreign organization to give us seed, that's the problem. But the idea of the government, being the one in charge of stuff, that's been happening for more than 30, 40 years in Nigeria. Most of what we eat in Nigeria, we don't just find the seed. Those seeds are usually supplied by the government and by institutes like IITA in Ibadan, like Screen. Ibadan, for instance, I grew up in Ibadan. Ibadan has a lot of these organizations, these research institutes, and they are the ones that actually provide the seeds. So, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, that's IITA. There is Cereal Research Institute in Ibadan. There is Cocoa Research Institute. By the way, even in the 1960s, it was that research institute that gave the eastern region the seeds they used in Ogoja to create their own cocoa plantation. This was in the 60s. So the idea that government is not involved, government has always been involved in the seeds that are planted in anything we do. The point is just that, are we dependent? That's my own opinion. Are we going to be dependent on foreign agencies or foreign bodies? If that is it, then I understand why some countries are saying you can bring in GMO foods, but you cannot cultivate GMO crops. Some countries are saying that.
Even in the UK, you cannot. There are things that there's a percentage of GMO, even processed food, that you can have, but they don't allow planting it.
Are you sure? I think they plant though. They plant in the UK. In the UK.
They don't plant it. They import it. But even importation of GMO depends on what you are importing, and it's even in their law is that when you import a processed food that is from GMO, there's a percentage that you must add.
Sorry, you are mixing things up. There's processed food, there's GMO. They are two different things.
There are some processed food that they use GMO in when you create something from corn.
Let's not expand the conversation beyond GMO. Not about processed foods now. It's about GMO.
Yeah, they don't plant GMO in the UK. They import it.
Okay.
And it's even regulated.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the next speaker. So if you look at the countries where they don't plant, UK is not one of the countries. Let me quickly read the names to you. And this is from Crop Life International. The countries where they have banned the cultivation of GMOs, but they allow GMO imports are Algeria, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belize, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Denmark, Ecuador, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Italy, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, Slovenia, Switzerland, Turkey, and Ukraine. UK actually does plant GMO. They cultivate GMO in the UK. Maybe you can say that there are certain areas where they will say only this place, but the fact that there are people growing GMO crops in the UK, that's actually true, just like in the US as well. But and I agree with you. I think if there's a way. If there's a way one can, what's it called now? If there's a way one can ensure that, let me give an example. For instance, in India, there's no cultivation and there's no importation on anything GMO, including cotton. In Russia, there's no cultivation, no import. In Turkey, is no cultivation, but you can import. Germany, you can so Turkey, Germany. Maybe I'll find. Maybe I'm looking at this particular source. I'll look for another one. Maybe what you're saying, I'll find it in another source. Again, I think it depends on the sources we're looking at. So perhaps you're right about the UK. But generally speaking, I think if we come to Nigeria now, which is where our own issue day, I would say maybe they can import stuff that people can eat, but the should not be cultivating it. That cultivation thing, I don't think it helps anybody. I don't know if it helps anybody, I should say. But Australia cultivates and imports. America, I think, does the same. But most countries in in Europe actually do not cultivate, but they import. And if it's that way, I'm looking at another source. That's why I'm slowing down. I'm looking for the UK in that source. It's a World Population Review. And it's possible. It's actually possible that you're right with the UK thing. But I think for us as Nigeria, the real issue is, do we really need to be importing seed from people? Google says there are no... Please now. You may be right, but please don't be saying Google. Thank you. I mean, by this time, we know what this platform is about. If you go on Google and you find something, please go inside what you have found to find the source that you can now say. Don't say Google says. It's not a very good way of engaging. But by the way, that's not to say that you are wrong. It's just to say that Google is not a source. It's like me saying that my library said. So, but thank you very much for that. I think it's, regardless of what even happens in the UK, for us in Nigeria, I don't think we should be cultivating GMO. I think we can import, for those who are crazy about, maybe there's some mangoes you see, I don't know whether that's genetically modified or, in fact, it's definitely genetically modified. Have you seen those big mangoes before? All the might be watermelon kekere, but it's just mango. It was banned in India after farmers started committing suicide. Really? Wow. I don't think they should plant those things. But we're good now. Why do we need those things first? Anyway, let's go to the next speaker. Sorry I've spoken for long, but thank you, FFT, for what you said. I'll look for another source. Maybe I'll eventually find the UK thing. But regardless of what happens in the UK, I think for us, I don't know why we should be cultivating GMO stuff. And those people who are pushing it, I also don't. If you are for it, please feel free to come up. Don't think that I'm against you. All right. Excuse me. Lion, please go on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Busuyi. I would want to say that the mango you mentioned the other time is called Jubi mango, and the species can be found in Benue. They are very big.
In Benue?
They are naturally grown species of mango. They can be as big as even bigger than watermelon sometimes. So it is natural. But when we talk about GMO, we should not confuse two things. We should just streamline it. Natural selection of breeding is the thing that we are doing for long, and it is normal. And natural selection, it even happens naturally in anywhere. We can do it in the laboratory, and we can do it biologically. Some people can go into the laboratory and do what we call biological alteration or biological selection. Maybe they can take a root and clone some clone plants, maybe from their what do you call it, from their cell and the rest. That is normal. Sometimes you can clone a whole tree from the leaf, which doesn't grow naturally from the leaf. You can clone from the tree, from the roots. You can clone from the seed. You can clone from anywhere to have the same kind of tree for better performance and for any other thing. But when we come to GMO has to do with the gene, and they have found a way to do what they call creeps. Creeps. This is a kind of modifying, changing the coding of a gene. For example, there's a way naturally the gene arranges itself, the protein in the gene arranges itself, the DNA, it arranges itself. So they can, now we now have very strong microscope by which we can penetrate and see what is the minutest and alter it. For example, if you want a plant not to have seed forever, you can always do it. And
sorry, 1 second though, Lion. I'll allow you your time. Your time is up. Your time is up. I want to ask a question. What we have with banana, that is selective breeding. Banana originally used to have seed.
Yes, that is natural selective. For example, most of the things we eat, they are from the wild. So when human beings begin to domesticate it, when we begin to plant and continue to plant and begin to incubate, then the seed will begin to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Some it will begin taller. Some it becomes shorter. Depends on the kind of bait that human being wants. This is not about modern day scientists alone. It has been something we've been doing for long since human started cultivation. But the present thing we have now is now invading the genetic composition of the plant itself. We go into the cell, the minutiest of the cell, go into the gene and alter the DNA arrangement. That is the way the protein, they arrange themselves. We can alter it to get instant result of what we want. We don't need to go and plant on the field to gain that result again. We can bring the cell into the laboratory, clone it, and put whatever we design to it, and straight away.
You seem to know a lot about this. So let me ask you a question. The chicken we eat, is that not GMO?
No, it's not GMO. It's not GMO. There is a genetically modified chickens right now. But the one we eat now, most of them have what do you call it? They are selectively bred. You get it? So what happens? What happens is that we can for example, there is different between species, kind, family. There's, for example, you can have what do you call it? A lion bred with his own cat family. Even though they don't have, it doesn't happen in the wild, we can bring it into captive and breed them and do that because they have connection in their gene. But it is not very, very possible for you to have a lion bred with a baboon. No, because they don't belong to the same family.
Is that how we got ligers? Is that how we got Lion? Don't worry, don't worry. Is that how we got ligers?
Yes, that's how we got ligers. Ligers and tie-lie. It depends on which one is the male, which one is the female. So that one is gone. And you can also have donkey with the horse. You can have donkey with the zebra with the donkey. It depends on how, because they belong to the same family. I will not go into when they are selected. I don't want to go into this. They are selected 2 by 2. It's the kind that was selected then 2 by 2, and that is why after when they came out, they can all give back to a lot of species. That's why you have the cat family now having dogs, wolves. They are having different. But that is for another. But let's come to GMO. GMO itself, the reason why we are afraid of GMO is this: people are taking monopoly of food. Whoever controls the food controls the world. So if I am the one that did a genetically modified seed, then when I plant it, something can happen is that if a plant, like you said, if it is planted in a place, I can decide that I want a particular disease to go to that area. And if it goes to that area, it doesn't affect my own seed. It affects every other plant around. At the end, when everything is destroyed, everybody will come to only rely on you. Number one. Number two is that when you modify a plant, you don't really know what effect that will have on our body. Even presently, they are still studying the effect of RNA and DNA-made vaccine or things, organisms that we used to inject ourselves for what we call it, for immunization or for immunity. We don't know the full study of it. Some people say it has advice, some doesn't have. Because sometimes I want to see how it can interrelate between human genetic makeup and the plant makeup. So if we eat it, no studies already show whether it has any effect upon us or not. But if something is naturally made, we have been eating it for life. We don't know whether it's bad. So let those countries that want to do the experiment, let them go and do it first. After some time, it has good effect on them. We will join the bandwagon. Don't worry, let them become rich. Let them become the best. But for now, we can improve our own seed that we and I want to also correct something. Even though the research institutes in Ibadan, IIT, IRT, NIHOT, and all of them, even though they are the ones that are controlling the seed, they are not controlling the breeding of seed. If I buy a seed for NIHOT now, I can go and plant and make seed from it and continue to produce it on my own. The reason why
so it's not sterile.
So the reason why the government is in charge is because even when farmer is for planting, he cannot sit down again and still be producing seed. For us to quickly have, if somebody is in charge of seed production, that is what they do mainly. It is easier for farmers to focus on just producing production. But if farmer is still the one producing seed and still the one that is also planting, then we will not be fast in the way we feed our community or feed our population. That's the reason why the government is in charge. But what is going on right now with the Gate Foundation? Sorry, I will not mention it on your platform. What is happening? Sorry. What is happening with him right now is that they want to. I'm guessing that the world is thinking Africa will be the place where agriculture will be much more productive. I read something somewhere that there is a particular grass which they use in feeding cows. When they plant it in Holland or they plant it online, they only can harvest it maybe 4 to 6 months. But when they brought it to Nigeria, they harvested it over the years, and the rate of growth is very fast. You are like, oh, this thing, if we plant it, maybe it take 4 years. So almost every plant seems to be very, very, very conducive to our region, especially in the West Africa. Even the tropical plants like wheat, like grapes, that we only can have them maybe in the summer or in the winter of those temperate regions. They are now finding that they can do very well even in this region. So what we need to know that is that we have no enough studies have been done to know that there is no fear, but there is nothing to be afraid of about GMO. Right. Let them thank you. Their own area and get the result. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and I really appreciate your submission. And by the way, FFT, while he was talking, I found from that document I mentioned, World Population Review, that you're right about the UK. So apparently, I think the two different sources have two different claims. So we don't know which one is true, but at least I have a source to support what you have said, which is worldpopulationreview.com. All right, and thank you for educating us, Lion SH, on that particular matter. But let me just ask one more question. Somebody is on YouTube saying all major supermarkets sell them, however we still have organic ones. Gene splicing is how we got ligers. Yes, by the way, in case, ligers just mean like lion mating with, not mating, like genes from lion and tigers mixed together will give you ligers. But that's the selective breeding, Abby. Anyway, my question is to Lion. Just one more question. RIT, IRT, NIOT, CRIN, FRIN, all of those people, they are also still subjected to government oversight, yes?
Yes, they are, because they are funded by the government and some organizations from overseas.
Okay. That's what I wanted to be sure of. But thank you very much. And is it true that the seed from these GMOs cannot be replanted in the next season? I've heard that over time. I want to confirm.
Yes, but I have to be careful to say this. It depends on what you engineered it for. Some of them are engineered for other productions. For example, they can engineer the parent stock that will also be producing the grandparent that will produce the parent stock. Those the parent will have seeds, but you cannot have the grandparent seeds. But it depends on what you produce. But I think what the companies are doing, if for example, if our shout is that, oh, they cannot produce, it's okay. We will give you the one that has seed, but you find out that later they will still be the one that will take ownership of the whole cafe and the whole range later. That is what people are afraid of.
All right. So your final take, what would you advise, or what would you say to the people? What would you say to the government? By the way, you're a professional in the field, yeah?
Yes, all my thesis, all my agriculture, I'm animal breeding and plant breeding also.
All right. So what would be your advice to the people and then to the government?
My advice to the people and the government is that I am not emphatically saying that GMO is bad or good. What we are saying is that this thing is still foreign. There is no enough publication and work on how it affects human being and social and the human environment. It might not be only human, economically and some other things. So let it be tested where it was made. Those people who are bringing it, let them test it. Let them give us some neutral data that we can always, now it works this way, now it works this way. Then we know how to guide. But if you want us to be the test ground, I don't think that will work. That will not be okay. That is my own. So I will tell the government that they should rather push more. If it is that we don't have enough seed, let them empower our institute. Let our institute begin to have farmers that will produce only seeds, and let those ones produce in land quantity and push to our own farmer. That will solve all the problem of we don't have enough. And until GMO will now become something that we are okay with or that we want to start.
All right, thank you very much for that submission. It was long, but it's worth our time because that's a lot of education right there. Thanks a lot. So go to Dark Poetry with our final speaker. It's already 4 o'clock. This is why I said earlier, if people don't, if you start sending requests after people have started speaking, we're not going to have, there will be no end to people's reactions. So that's the reason I'm always saying, if you want to speak, just send your request now. Because we do a lot of, he said something, I want to respond to it. Before you know it. All right, let's go to Dark Poet.
Good evening, Prof. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
All right. I think I can share one or two things on because my primary field also deals with a bit of food and the lines. I'm a food technology, by the way. So one thing is that for genetic, like I agree with almost everything Lion SH said. Because of the weaponization, we don't have somebody to have a monopoly on it, in which if we have control on who gets food or who gets proper food or who gets proper seed or who doesn't get, based on, and they can monetize it in front, turn it to a capitalist stuff that he will control it to make money and the like. So that's one thing. Also for the UK, because I happen to stay in the UK and I read a little bit of it. FF2 is partially right on it, though not fully. All this genetically modified stuff, they allow it to some extent, but they love to pick which one they allow and which one they don't allow. Just like a typical Western dominating country, like I like to call them. So that's what I can add to what Lion said. All the submissions are good because later on, if like me, I like digging deep on issues. I've got to know that some of this, a lot of weaponization is going on, because of the mostly capitalist world we live in. And like I say, I don't want to widen it. I have my reservations on COVID, and I don't want to widen it to that to that too.
Please don't.
Let me divert. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to widen. Let me just digress a bit on the Macron issue. The issue is that I'm not saying Candace Owen is wrong or right, but there is something there because it is not. When Macron married, Macron was maybe either early 40s or late 30s, I think. So for somebody who is in maybe late 30s or early 40s to marry somebody 25 years older than him, not even for the beauty, not even for anything that makes sense to anybody. No, Prof, I'm being right. But nowadays they've pushed her up a little bit. At least she's looking more presentable than before. When they first got married, I don't even know what to say then. I was like, it's like a man in his prime. I'm like, top about 30, 40, man, one prime, oh, matide, everything matide, status matide. So a man in his prime going for somebody at that youthful crush and anything. So there's something there, but I know that let us just know the truth. Because at a point in time, it's like they were hiding the woman for the world. So no aside. And the last thing is that Sherry, this thing of key and what commissary my best sorrow to back from one fact here. We all know that this thing is envy and with the thing may fellow hatred, but unfarage hatred. When you tell them fact that this is the fact, as a matter of fact, me and somebody. We talked about issue of that story group continue. So we are now talking about the issue. I was now giving him the fact. He's not countering my fact. He's just telling me, oh, this thing, because it's people that it happens to, that he feel it more than me. I told him, I said, if you feel it more than me, then you have to open your heads and apportion blame to where blame is. I told him, first, number one, when you know you can't win a fight, why do you engage in a fight where you have opportunity to run away or to walk away, or to not even fight at that moment till you get stronger? Propaganda. At a point in time, he doesn't want me to speak again because I start asking him questions. Then he wants to weaponize this pity party. One group not in my pity. I don't have any pity for you because I know the truth. The issue is that I have pity for those that die because it's an avoidable death. But somebody lead them to that particular place. You are idolizing that person that lead them to their death. And you are now telling me to pity them. See, unnecessary pity. This is the time to tell you guys the truth, because once you hear the truth, acknowledge the truth, accept the truth, you are going to heal from it. And when you heal from it, you can forge forward, you can progress forward, and you stop all this pity party that you play for decades. Till this day, you are still playing the same thing. If you keep on doing that, you won't grow, and you will always be I won't use the word parasite. You will always transfer that aggression of envy on people who are closer to you, like telling people that you want to create a kingdom in their country, telling people, oh, you want to stop indigenous in their own ancestral home. Because of what? At a point in time, I just tell people, let's just stop this, because even the one I'm giving you is like 0.001%. If I start giving you more facts, the level you won't even be able to talk. It now goes to the place they normally go to. Do you want me to not believe what my grandfather tell me, or what my grandmother faced? Money kill a lane to your long. Money, okay. Is your grandfather actively involved in the war? Only he was alive then. Money, not actively, right? Though only yes. Is your grandmother actively involved in the war? Only no. Money, okay. Let me give you some books that people who fought, who lead troops, who carry weapons, who do everything that are actively involved. Let me give you their books to go and read. Only their story is their story, but my own grandfather's story is his story. At the point in time, I just gave up. I said, see, let's not talk about it again because you are not ready for the truth. You want to still live with that narrative that you were told. And then my own problem is don't pass this to your children because they will carry the victimhood forward again to the next generation, which is what we are trying to avoid for now. All right, let me just stop there because but let me stop there for others to just go on. Thank you.
Meanwhile, what you said right now, I just remember that people have been sending me a particular video for about 2 days now, so maybe I'll respond to that later. But thank you for speaking because what you said now just reminded me of that, so we'll probably do that before getting to the topic of today. Thank you. So let's go to Omoba. Perism, are you there? Okay, I think he's there at the moment. Omoba, please.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
I just want to talk briefly on this GMO seed stuff. I think this GMO seed actually is good, but the adverse effect will be predominantly affect the African ecosystem and African things. These are because I work in the healthcare sector here in the UK, and I can see rampaging of this our immune system, even mostly the UK citizens. All this bowel cancer, bowel obstruction, and the resistance of system to antibodies. This is very, very rampant. And if you check this, the aging population in the Africa and Asia is very, very higher than the other continents. I think they are trying to lower the aging population. People in Africa and people in Asia, they refuse to die now. Even in their 70s, in their 80s, in their 90s, they have the highest population in the whole entire world. And this GMO seed, by the time you consume it too much, your body system, your immune system, it will be weakening your immune system. There is no way it will weaken it. So I think these patent companies or organizations, they are trying to colonize the egg sector, the food sector, how can I call it, the medical sector all through the world. Just want to colonize it. And that is what is happening. I would just encourage our government, if they can continue with this agricultural extension initiative in every angle of Nigeria and our other African countries, our local farmer and empower them. Like somebody said that that they should encourage this agricultural seed production, just for seed production, local seed production. That is the best. In some African countries, their immune system, they are resistant to this HIV stuff, all these some bacteria and viruses. That their gene is resistant to it. That's it's natural. So that the thing that these people are coming after. And in Africa, you can just enter the bush, eat whatever you want, and you will survive it. Even whatever sickness you have in your body, it will cure. Like this, there is one plant they call iyeye. This iyeye in the morning, if you just eat the leaf, if you use the stem to brush your teeth, not pako or not this other pako, this iyeye, if you use just small branch to wash your teeth before you brush with your Maclean or close-up, if you just brush it, it's one of the potent antibiotics. So these are the things that these people are coming after. They are coming after these things. So that's my submission is just that the government should just encourage the local farmers for local seed production. And we should not solely depend on this GMO seed. In UK now, if you see the amount of people that come with stomach obstruction on this, because I work with colorectal ward in UK, and I could see the amount of people that comes daily about stomach obstruction, stomach diverticulosis, and we gave them, at the end of the day, they will be operated and we give them stomach bag. They are, yes, like today now, I'm going to work this evening. At least yesterday, I think I have like out of 32 patients, at least like 15 of them are having stomach bags.
Wow.
And maybe after 2 months, after they discharge, another set of people will come. This still gives the same power of structure. And it depends on the digestive system. There is no way it will affect our digestive system. So I know that the people behind this thing, they know what they are doing, they know what they are after, and I hope that Africans, Nigerian government, African government, they can reason very well to do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, my brother. So our final speaker will be Perizim. Good afternoon, Perizim.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ẹkáàbọ.
Yeah, I was Africans should be thankful that they are Africans. But they be different sicknesses, and any kind sort of before the last speaker. What they are testing, where do you think they want to come and test on it? Is it not Africa? Is it not Africa? We should stop that thing, as in stop it completely. And besides, what is a country whose arable land is almost 70%, and we've not even used up to 50% of that arable land doing with GMO? What are we? The essence of GMO is for food security, right? We see have arable land.
But I think it's also about the quality of seed.
Which quality
right?
of seed?
It's not so much about the land.
And the second filial generation of the seed, you won't be able to replant it. What's the quality doing there? Àwọn àgbàdo tí daddy wa, àwọn tí grandpa wa máa gbé lọ́dún, wọ́n keep it, wọ́n gbé lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀, wọ́n keep it, wọ́n tún gbé lọ́dún. But this time around, the moment you plant it, you won't be able to plant it the next season. People have spoken well about it. Yes, I'm not in support of it. But please, you know, one of the news you read, Ibiti President Enugu Tinsoro, let us be circumspect here. President Tinubu says something, and maybe we should interpret it doesn't go down well with me. Or when he was talking with the governor that he should water down the grassroots a little. The interpretation to me, was he saying he should give little money to the grassroots
that's not what it means. That's not what it means. Abba.
No, he said he should give them little.
No, that's not what it means. Wait now, that's not what it means. It's not saying give them little. Water them little, it's like confirm people ye. It's a tongue-in-cheek kind of statement. It's not like a definitive give them little. No, it was a tongue-in-cheek thing. He said people in the grassroots are he said people in the grassroots are still, and so he said people in the grassroots are still complaining. Water the ground a little. He's not saying that give them little so they can stop. No, Abba. That's not what I was saying.
Okay, because that time I was sure can the president water the land little. No. Let them come to the grassroots government politics. He himself knows that grassroots politics is the main politics. So well, thank you. Well done,
thank you, Eshion. Thank you, sir. But he doesn't, it's tongue in cheek. You can't be sharing his way, I give them little. That's not what I mean. But thank you very much for coming up. A few more things before I respond to that video, and I promise that we're not going to spend too much time like we did yesterday. But I want to thank everybody who came up. Let me take us down so we can read this thing very quickly. It's sincerely what I'm about to read, not good news. Somebody said, at least trying to please the ego of both the sub-state and grassroots. He's saying, do not neglect the grassroots. Yes. All right. I want to quickly read something I just got. I mean, bad news, but may God, help us. The food we consume are mostly cross-fertilized with other things. Nah. I think we're mixing a lot of things up. There is, like we've said already, there is selective breeding, there is GMO. They don't cross-fertilize food with something else. So, anyway, let me just complete what we have here. Over 50 Nigerians arrested in Ghana over suspected human trafficking and cybercrime. The Ghana Immigration Service, GIS, stepped up its ongoing crackdown against crime in the country, arresting more than 50 Nigerian nationals in sweeping intelligence-led operations targeting cybercrime and suspected human trafficking syndicates at the McCarthy Hills, Accra. This person mentioned the ethnic group. I'm trying to run away from it for a second. I hope I won't have to mention any ethnic group anytime soon. The Anambra State Police Command has busted an interstate child stealing, abduction and trafficking syndicate operating in Uruagu, Newi North local government area of the state. An Igbo woman, this is another stuff, an Igbo woman, Mrs. Ngozi, it's a different news item. Sorry guys, it's a different news. I thought they were linked. It's actually another one. You know what? I'll just play the video, then I'll enable Mrs. Ngozi. I don't like Mrs. Ngozi kidnapped 13 children in Adamawa and sold them to 65-year-old Uche Okoye in Kabuko, Nnewi, Anambra State. All right. This person is also being devious by mentioning the ethnic group. But take a listen to this stuff. By the way, the kids were taken from Adamawa and taken to Nnewi. Take a listen. Man is speaking also and is crying.
Allah taimake su akan ayyukan su ya Allah ya Allah ya Allah ya Allah Allah yanka ne kaga kula ya ta na gani shekaran ta nawa shekaran ta tana shekara 5 da watanni da daukar sunanta Fatima Ismail kwanan ta tana da aka dauke ta shekara 1 da wata 7 kwana 10 don ran 17 daga watan 1 2014 aka dauke ta sunana
I don't understand Hausa, but it's written what happened. I think it's as well. All right, so let's get to the video I want to respond to, and I'd like to get everybody down. Thank you very much for coming up. Because of time, we have to move very swiftly. So those of us who have come up, we're going to take everybody down, and then we can respond to this video and move on to other things today. Sorry about that. It was in the news today. Yeah, I just saw it. All right, let me... Oh, no, I can't remove it yet. Please, let's take this to 50K. Take the 50K. I go marry one to Koja. I go marry about the fellow. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. All right, let's power tap. Thank you very much. Omoba FFT. FFT, thank you so much. You started, thank you for that information you gave us. And every other person who came up stage, thank you so very much for being here. All right, so let's get into this video. I'll respond to it, and then we'll see where we go from there. Something tells me some people may want to respond. I wish I played it earlier, so we would have done it together, but what time is it? 6:21. All right, so I've received this a number of times in the past few days. I talked about it in passing yesterday, but it's folks keep sending it. So let me just play this video in our hearing. Don't
forget that 18th Battalion led by Nsudo. Nsudo is still alive from Akwa Ibom, still in Uyo. 18th Battalion was not told to enter Ore and Ukitipopa. They were told to head to Lagos.
Who told them to head to Lagos?
I think the Israelis knew what was happening.
The Israelis?
Yes. They knew what was happening.
They were thinking for Biafra?
They were involved on our side. We were there hiding it.
So it was not Victor Banjo's decision to head?
It was his decision to halt. Emeka was fond of singing that like a song. To halt at Ore. He told us, that one I cannot hide from you.
A few weeks ago. Coping. Okay, please write it very well so I can understand what you're saying. Number one, I said something the other day, I'll say it now. Just because you are, I'm copying the, what statement did I copy? Just because you are, just because you were alive when certain events happened, doesn't mean that you know what happened. The idea that people are old, therefore they are correct about history, it's not always like that. And when you see his body language, you see what he's saying, he knows little to next to nothing about what he's talking about. Now, before I even continue, let me first say this. If you're a Yoruba person, please, Emma Lokpolo on you, because if you die for certain people in Nigeria, they are going to spit on your grave. And then they will blame you for even, they'll ask you, why did you even participate in the first place? Nobody say we even call you safe. We even ask you, maybe you can't help us. So whether you die for certain people, it doesn't really matter. He's talking about what Ojukwu said. He's not talking about what happened. This is the crazy thing. He's talking about what Ojukwu said, not what happened. You know what? Let's do it this way. Ma play there, ma sorrow there. Tori me more if I joke lati gbo gbetan, but about the joke button, I the joke button. Because I discovered that the one I did the other day when I was cutting, I couldn't post it because. So I'll try and start all over again. I'll write the things I want to talk about, then I will now say it together. Okay? No, at once. I mean. You're saying I think. You are thinking, and then you are the idea that, and that's why I tell people: just because your dad was there or your grandfather was there, your grandfather was probably carrying guns in the trenches. He wasn't in the room where the conversations were happening. It wasn't part of any strategic planning. Just because you were alive and you were, it doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. With all due respect, because all this thing about, and see, they're asking you definitely. Instead of you say I don't know, you will say Ojukwu said, and so what? In what we've studied so far, if there's anybody that lied the most in that war, it was Ojukwu. He lied every second. Every time he had opportunity to lie, he lied. And you will be looking for things Koni Jorawan from book to book. Ojukwu said it here. I mean, if maybe one day, may not be like I just a talk. One day, we're going to have a session here. I'm going to read out Ojukwu's speeches before and after the war and during the war, and you now compare it with the information you now have, and then you will judge whether I'm exaggerating by saying he lied a lot. So just because Ojukwu said something, and so what? I'm going to take everything again. I'll try as much as possible to chill till the end.
The greater who passed.
And don't forget that 18th Battalion led by Nsudo. Nsudo is still alive from Akwa Ibom, still in Uyo. 18th Battalion was not told to enter Ore and Popa. They were told to head to Lagos.
Who told them to head to Lagos?
I think the Israelis knew what was happening.
The Israelis?
Yes. They knew what was happening.
They were
Who told them to head to Lagos? The Israelis, they knew what was happening. Who told them to head to Lagos? I'm looking for a book, and I will find that book. Okay. Let's start with the 18th Battalion that he mentioned. He mentioned 18th Battalion. Did you hear him when he said 18th Battalion? I'm going to play it again and you hear it. Just listen to it again, Mambo.
Don't forget that 18th Battalion led by Nsudo. Nsudo is still alive from Akwa Ibom, still in Uyo.
The 18th Battalion was not led by a man from Akwa Ibom. It was led by Humphrey Chukwuka. And the 18th Battalion did not go to Ore They went to Sapele, Ugeli, and Wari. I'll read something to you from this book. And by the way, you find what I'm about to read in 2 books. You find it in Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed, and then you find it in Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. Let me quickly read something to you guys. The guys who went to Benin and Ore was the 12th Battalion, and it was under Akaga. The 18th Battalion he mentioned was under Major Chukwuka. Who is Major Chukwuka? Major Chukwuka was one of the planners of the coup, the first coup of January 1966, who was in the east at the time that stuff happened, and he was the one who traveled to Warri to release Adewale Ademoyiga from prison. Let me read something to you guys. The 18th Battalion under Major Chukwuka was saddled with the responsibility of taking Warri, Sapele, and Ueli, which they did successfully. So the 18th Battalion he mentioned is Chukwuka, number. And even the one that went to Ore, he was supposed to go, it was Benin and Ore, and the person was Colonel Akaga, and it was the 12th Battalion. Let me talk to you about the man in charge of the 18th Battalion. That's why I say to people, I respect old age, but just because you are old doesn't mean you are necessarily telling the truth, with all due respect. And that's why all these things my father told me, Shebi, I want to call with no one, lele. These are the authors amongst the folks. So. All right. It says, consequently, who is speaking here? Major Adewale Ademoyiga. Consequently, on the day that Major Humphrey Chukwuka, one of the leading officers of the coup, walked into my detention room in Warri carrying a submachine gun in his hand and in the company of an armed soldier. Before I listened to him at all, my first question was, did Nzogu really die? Yes, he said, in the Nsukka sector. I asked no more questions and was silent for some time. Chukwuka had come to set me free on the day that the Liberation Army entered the Midwest. 18th Battalion was commanded by Humphrey Chukwuka. The one that they said went to Lagos, that was not the plan. And I'll read the plan to you. That's the funny thing. Somebody will sit down in one place and just be writing, talking, waiting, like, may I read something to you? On 9th August, I'm going back to the book, Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. On 9th August 1967, in a swift military operation codenamed Torch, Brigadier Victor Banjo led his Liberation Army of Nigeria across the River Niger Bridge into Asaba. He split up his army on reaching Agbo, with the 12th Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Akaga moving west and capturing Benin and Ore. Ore is a Yoruba commercial frontier town on the Shagamu-Benin Highway in Ondo State. The 13th Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ivonso took Auchi, Agenebode, and Okene. The 18th Battalion under Major Chukwuka was saddled with the responsibility of taking Warri, Sapele, and Ugeli, which they did successfully. Within 12 hours, the Liberation Army of Nigeria had completely taken the Midwest. Now, from what you hear now, you will not hear anything like they just left Onitsha and they are going straight to Lagos. Are they going to jump the Midwest? Oh, they're not supposed to go to Ore. How are they supposed to get to Lagos? Okay, are they using... do you have any naval option? Were there boats that will take them to Lagos? Because I don't know, if you don't get boats, I know they fly. How you won't get to Lagos without going through Ore? That's just my question. Maybe I don't know geography. Ejamagbo. They will not pass Ore, because when they speak with so much confidence,
Don't forget that 18th Battalion led by Nsudo.
Did you notice that he didn't mention? Sorry, did you notice that he didn't mention the right battalion, nor the right commander? Nsudo was not the leader of any battalion. There was Akaga, there was Chukwuka, and then the other one. May I see the person name? Ivonso. He also played on Bajo. I know. He said he's just a mechanic. Please, anybody, just as he's talking. In fact, I'll tell you. Don't worry, I'll tell you. More they listen to. That's why I said when I talk, like when I read folks from the East, they make you feel like you're stupid. This is what I mean. And that thing, Omar, infuriates me because it infuriates me. Omar, because you will now carry your money, buy book, or now I'm supposed to buy this person's book. Oh, I'll probably still buy it, by the way, if I hear about it, just to know what he has to say. But generally speaking, I don't think people really care for the truth. They just want to push a narrative. It's amazing. But let's keep listening.
Sudo is still alive from Akwa Ibom, still in Uyo. 18 battalion.
This is 5 minutes. If it takes us 1 hour to analyze, why do you think he's mentioning Akwa Ibom Uyo? Let's pause for a second. Why is he saying is Unsudo is from Akwa Ibom in Uyo? Why do you think he's mentioning that? The answer is very simple. It's the exact same reason Philip Effiong is always brought up, which is to say that it was not an Igbo affair. These guys are so easy to even predict, but let's just continue. Hopefully we'll be able to see.
Was not told to enter Ore and Ukitipoba. They were told to head to Lagos.
Who told them to head to Lagos?
I think the Israelis knew what was happening.
The Israelis?
Yes. They knew what was happening.
They were thinking for Biafra?
They were involved. Aside, we were there hiding it.
So, it was not Victor Banjo's decision to head?
It was his decision to halt. Emeka was fond of singing that like a song. To halt at Ore. He told us, that one I cannot hide from you.
That?
He told us that when he managed to get Victor Banjo on phone, a radio phone, what are you doing at Ore, Victor? He said he was organizing troops. Say, Victor, you are of Nai. Nigerian Army engineers, you are not a combatant soldier. I'm a combatant soldier. You want to reorganize?
He's not a combatant soldier. He trained the militia. He's not a combatant soldier. He put together the 101st Brigade. He's not a combatant soldier, but was asked to lead a brigade with a number of battalions all the way to Lagos. But he's not a combatant soldier. Why on earth did you send him to lead them then? You are not a combatant soldier. I am a combatant soldier. Meanwhile, even when the first time Nigeria dealt with these guys, the combatant soldier now crying, they cry. Oh, I'm not making it up. Ojukwu was crying. If you think I'm lying, I'll tell you the book to read. It's by the Oga of the Biafran Army, Hilary Njoku. The book is called A Tragedy Without Heroes, Hilary M. Njoku. This was on 10th of July. The war started on the 6th of July. 5 days into the war, Baba they cry. Is the combatant one. Is the one that you now sent. You now said, what was he doing there? I'm going to get to the thing that he was actually doing. Why did he stay so long in that place? Because the person went no DJ. All of them blame him. And why do they blame him? Because they have to justify the killing. They have to justify his execution. And so what are you hearing? You're not hearing this is what he did wrong. You are hearing this is what Ojukwu said to us. Ojukwu said he called him and then he said this. And then because Ojukwu, of course, was a saint who never lied, we have to believe Ojukwu. I'll read the reason he stayed behind. I'll read it in a bit. Let's continue listening to this.
Troops that have not fought a battle. It was a straight journey.
They were supposed to head to Lagos.
Yes.
To capture the Danbara.
Yes, that was the instruction. He decided to stop at Ore. And when Emeka said they managed to get him on phone, he said, what are you doing at Ore? Say he's reorganizing troops. Said, no, Victor. Reorganizing troops that have not fought a battle?
One second. Let me show you what happened at Ore. So people, they fight with their mouth. I want to read you what happened at Ore. The Ore way was reorganizing. You know, some people will just sit down in one 4x4 and just make up theories. I'm going to read from a book called My Command by Olusegun Obasanjo. It says here, Ojukwu took advantage of the lack of effective fighting troops. I'll take that again. Mumbo. All right. Ojukwu took advantage of the lack of effective fighting troops in the West and the situation in the Midwest, where Igbo-speaking officers were in the majority, to subvert the government of Midwest states. Using Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo, a Yoruba officer, somehow suspected of involvement in the first coup and detained in Enugu during the second coup, and without informing his army commander, Emeka Ojukwu planned and executed the ill-fated Midwest invasion with a brigade of 3 battalions. One battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ivanso. Again, as I'm reading these names, just be asking yourself, does it correlate with the names that does this list correlate with the list that I read from A Revolutionary Betrayed? So you just ask if the list correlates with the other list from the other book, Revolutionary Betrayed by Nia Borshade. So it says, here, using Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo, a Yoruba officer, somehow suspected of involvement in the first coup. We already talked about how he was detained in Enugu, where he was detained in Ikorekpa, he was detained in Kirikiri, and so on and so forth. So he says, without informing his army commander, Emeka Ojukwu planned and executed the ill-fated. You know what? I'm sorry. There's a book here. By Madebo. He blames. In fact, let me read it. Just in case you trust certain people in Nigeria, you are on your own. No? Especially in politics. In business, maybe no problem. I don't know. But politics, I want to read something to you. Everybody blames the same person until you now read something else. Mombo. This book is called The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War by Alexander Madebo. Just look at the way he speaks and then you compare it with the way this other man is speaking. It says the introduction of Colonel Banjo into the war marked a very rapid decline of Njoku's participation. It also marked the beginning of disasters for the 51 Brigade in particular. All activities of the colonel were clouded with unnecessary secrecy and mystery and invariably failed totally. This was true of the Midwestern Nigeria operation. My first knowledge of the operation... And Tosoro Ben, do you really think he has something good to say about Victor Banjo? See what he said now, everything is unnecessary secrecy. Everything is this. Meanwhile, the secrecy he's talking about is not that Victor Banjo was planning things in secret. It was that Victor Banjo was working with Ojukwu, but not telling other people. And so he said everything is unnecessary secrecy and mystery and everything failed. Then he says here, he says, for this operation, he wanted my 12th battalion under Colonel Mike Ivenso to join other battalions he was already assembling at Onitsha to form a brigade. Then he says, in conclusion, Banjo stressed the need for absolute secrecy and pointed out that it was the wish of the head of state that army headquarters, it was the wish of the head of state that army headquarters, particularly Brigadier Njoku, now promoted, should on no account be told of the operation. You hear that, Abi? Now, when you read Obasanjo's book, what do you see here? It says here that Emeka planned and executed the ill-fated Midwest invasion without informing his army commander. Obasanjo is putting that on the leader, Ojukwu. Madebo is putting it on Victor Banjo. Excuse me, he's putting it on Victor Banjo and saying things like everything is in secrecy. Why is it always in secrecy? But he has no problem acknowledging the fact that it wasn't like Ojukwu did not know about these things. It's just that Njoku did not know about it. So there's Ojukwu, there's Njoku. Njoku is the one who wrote the book, A Tragedy Without Heroes. So he says, Emeka Ojukwu planned and executed the ill-fated Midwest invasion with a brigade of 3 battalions. One battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ivenso was assigned the northern sector to move through to Owo, Akure, and seize Ibadan, the capital city of the western state. A second battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Festus Akaga was assigned the center moving through Benin or Ijebu-Ode to seize Lagos. The third battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Humphrey Iwuchukwu Chukwuka was assigned the south, moving through Sapele, Warri, and advancing along the coast to launch a 2-pronged attack on Lagos. With wholehearted support assured in the Midwest and the possibilities of many quislings in the West and under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo, the plan could not be regarded as too daring or overambitious. Ojukwu's confidence can be assessed by his remark to a friend of his staying with him at 2 a.m. on 9th August 1967. He looked at his watch and said, "My men must be near Lagos by now." In any case, in addition to his personal ambition, Ojukwu needed such a move to prop up the sagging morale of his men at home, following the loss of the university town of Nsukka and the oil terminal of Bonny. The move was also necessary to impress his foreign supporters and mentors and to show them that he could match his actions to his words. Indeed, militarily, the invasion was necessary for Ojukwu if he was to move out of his territory and win the war. And most importantly, he needed a move that would reduce the mounting pressure on Enugu and Port Harcourt at the time and produce more military hardware for troops defending the two towns while capturing supplies in the Midwest. These objectives were substantially achieved by Ojukwu with the lightning move through the Midwest, even though he failed to achieve his grand design of capturing Lagos and Ibadan. But on the debit side, he alienated the non-Igbo-speaking people of the Midwest and the Yorubas of the West and Lagos from himself and his cause. It is not likely that the Arab-Israeli Six-Day War of June 1967, which left the Arabs defeated and demoralized in spite of their numerical superiority, gave a psychological boost to the rebels' morale and to the planning of the invasion of the Midwest in August, without taking into full consideration the differences between the two situations. On receiving the news of the events in the Midwest, I'm rushing. On receiving the news of the events in the Midwest on the morning of 9th August 1967, I made efforts to strengthen. I'm about to get into what I really want to say. I made efforts to strengthening the roadblocks at Ore, Ifon, Irua, Sobe, Igbataro, Irele, and Okitipupa, with a view to preventing easy access to the western state by the rebels. The 11th Battalion headquarters were ordered to Akure and later to Owo. A timely visit to Ore thwarted the first determined rebel effort to break through to Ibadan. What is he saying here? He's saying that indeed they got to Ore, but no, they were not just loafing around. There was another pushback from the Nigerian side, led by who? This man, Olusegun Obasanjo, saying that he ensured that he strengthened the roadblocks and that he visited Ore and he thwarted the first determined efforts that those guys made. Then, what's that? Oh shoot, sorry guys. All right. So, number one, Obasanjo was trying to explain why Ojukwu had to do what he did and why they had to move the way he moved. He mentioned the people that were working with him. They had already taken the entire Midwest. They were advancing towards. They were actually traveling. Contrary to what Baba is saying on that video that we're watching. In the video, they were going in. By the way, when they say Israel supported them, sincerely, maybe. But I think there's also the point that maybe because, like Obasanjo said, because Israel won, although the numbers were smaller than the Arabs and they won the 1967 war, it is possible that that may have affected or boosted the morale of Ojukwu, saying that if those guys were small and they could win in the Middle East, we can also win Nigeria. So maybe that's where Israel is concerned. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: did the man actually just sit down in Benin? No. He actually moved towards the western region, but Nigerian army pushed back. If you remember when we had this session, we talked about how Victor Banjo has sent letters to Obasanjo through Wole Soyinka when he was in Ibadan and did not get the right response he was expecting. Why would he have done that? Because before they left Enugu and Onitsha, what's his name? Ojukwu was in contact with folks in the Midwest, people like Conrad Nwanwo, people like Okwechime, like Isiche, like Oche. They were talking, they were planning how they were going to open the doors to the Midwest to the Biafran troops. That is why those guys did not have to fight to get into Benin, because the people who want to open door for them, they opened door for them already, and they were Igbos who were in the Midwest, who sabotaged the Midwest Nigeria for the sake of their Igbo brothers. Oga Banjo was trying to do the exact same thing with Yoruba people by sending letters to Yoruba politicians and to Olusegun Obasanjo through Wole Soyinka, and in this book it's there. And we had the session where we talked about it. Wole Soyinka also wrote it in his own book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Kole Omotosho wrote that episode in his own book, Just Before Dawn, and Obasanjo also mentioned it in this book, My Command. He talked about such pressure was applied to me by someone who later turned out to be a celebrated playwright who was acting for and on behalf of Victor Banjo. In other words, while Victor Banjo was there, having experienced the resistance from Nigerian forces, he was now waiting to convince Olusegun Obasanjo in order to be able to access Yoruba land. And if you were not here, please just watch the videos that we did on Victor Banjo. You find the answers there. I just want to quickly say something before we continue with this message. The message is their own Romino. So they had conversations, but Olusegun Obasanjo refused. He says here, I invited him, talking about Wole Soyinka, to my car, and for almost 2 hours we drove round Ibadan and discussed Banjo's request for me to grant him unhindered access to Ibadan and Lagos at any price. Both the request and the price were turned down. In other words, while these other guys were in Enugu just waiting that, you go to enter Lagos, as though there was no roadblock, there's no Nigerian army, everybody's just waiting for them to come and capture the western region. Of course, there was resistance. After all of those things, that was on the 9th. On the 9th was when they got to the Midwest. I'll continue. I'm jumping some passages, not because they're not important, but because they're not relevant to this point. During my visit on 10th August 1967 to all the Midwest border areas where troops were stationed, it was noted that the company based at Ore under Lieutenant Iluyomade were not holding the defensive position at Ofusu, which is the boundary between the West and the Midwest, but at Otu, the quarry camp, a distance of 15 miles short of where they were supposed to be. They were immediately ordered. When was this? 10th of August. When did they enter the Midwest and were trying to get into Ore? 9th of August. When did they experience the pushback? 9th of August. Where's Obasanjo right now? He's down there at Ore. At any price, was Obasanjo lying though? Obasanjo was not lying. We had the full session on that thing. If you read, it correlates with what other people said. Even Soyinka himself said that he was the one. He talked about going into the car with him and telling him that they had to get in. When you say at any price, what's at any price? I mean, okay, so why should I open the door for you? Are you not going to give me, like, let me give you an example. What was the price that Ojukwu was willing to pay for Nwanwo to allow him to get into the Midwest? The price is simple. He told Nwanwo that Nwanwo was going to become the head of Republic of Benin. That was the price. What was the price that, when we say price, it's not necessarily about money. The original person that Ojukwu had to become governor of the Republic of Benin, that they called, whatever they called the Midwest at the time, was Nwanwo. And the reason was because he was actually the most senior Igbo officer in the Midwest, who was already having issues with David Ejo to even start with. And when Victor Banjo said, why not choose one of these three, Ogbemudia, Trimnel, and Ejo, he then chose another Igbo person, Okonkwo. Well, that's what he means by price. What did Ojukwu tell Adewale Ademoyiga to get him to join Biafra? He told him he was going to make him the governor of the Western region. What did Ojukwu tell the same Victor Banjo when he was going to Yoruba land? He told him he was going to make him the governor of the same place. So when you hear at any price, it's not necessarily money. Let me get back to what I was reading. During my visit on the 10th of August 1967 to all the Midwest border areas, we're talking here, Olusegun Obasanjo, where troops were stationed, it was noted that the company based at Ore under Lieutenant Iluyomade were not holding their defensive position at Ofusu, which is the boundary between the West and the Midwest, Potato 2, the quarry camp, a distance of 15 miles short of where they were supposed to be. They were immediately ordered to move to Ofusu. In addition to the limited experience and training of soldiers being deployed along the border at this time, I was concerned about the relatively large number of officers of Western State origin who found themselves in the Eastern region as a result of their participation or alleged participation in the first coup, and those captured by the rebels during the operations since the beginning of the war. There were more of such combatant officers on the rebel side than I had with me in Ibadan. He's talking about people like Ademwega and Victor Banjo and Folayewale, Gani Adeleke, Olafimiyon. Those guys were in Biafra. Meanwhile, rebels in preparation for the breakthrough had obtained. Sorry, I'll take that again. Meanwhile, the rebels in preparation for the breakthrough had obtained, through Igbo cocoa and timber workers formerly in our area and now recruited and disguised as Yoruba, detailed information about the strength and disposition of our troops. In other words, Biafran guys were getting information about Nigerian troops in Ondo through Igbo people who were working in cocoa farms and working in the timber industry. They now disguised as Yoruba and got all the information and got it across to their own people. I'm going somewhere. When the rebels advanced on the 9th of 11th August 1967, they were confident that they had accurate knowledge of our troops' position. Their attack would have been successful, but for our change of position and the concealment of our 81 mm mortar and the radio set our troops had when battle was joined. It was, however, a great surprise to the rebels to meet our troops 15 miles forward of where they expected them. Though raw, the firing was deafening and unexpected. Our troops expended their ammunition on the monstrous homemade tank without any effect, and in desperation resorted to pouring petrol on it and setting it ablaze. After a fierce and bloody battle lasting the whole night, the rebels withdrew, leaving behind a charred Red Devil with 5 roasted bodies at a loss of 3 dead and 5 wounded to our troops. Lieutenant Leo Made himself sustained a slight bullet wound on the knee. When you read this, all you hear is that he was in Benin, just sat in Benin. They had to go back. By the way, if the person that led that troop was Igbo, he would not say this thing. Madi Igbo will not sound the way it's sounding, which is why I tell people, don't be stupid. Especially with this your obedient movement. If something happens, you will be blamed, even if you are doing it because you're altruistic. Nobody cares for your altruism. It's about the fact that it didn't work according to what they planned. Meanwhile, they were not involved in it all. Let's listen a little more. It's almost 5. Just a little bit of Kenny. Oh boy, this is punishment. Listen to this man. But it is what it is. Sorry, I don't disconnect them, I beg. All right, 1 second, please. The audio source is disconnected, so I have to get back in. Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This 69K is not good enough for. Thank you. All right, let's listen a bit more.
And when Emeka said they managed to get him on phone, he said, "What are you doing at Ore?" Say he's reorganizing troops. Said, "No, Victor. Reorganizing troops that have not fought a battle? I'm combatant. You are an engineer. If we need bridges to be pulled up or pulled down, we call you."
So why did he send an engineer to lead that battle?
Because of his belief that we needed the Yoruba to understand that their own son was leading didn't call it battle, he called it an expeditionary force.
If you have a modicum of sense, you know that is rubbish. He's an engineer. If you have to build roads, we'll call you. So why did you tell him to lead the troops? Or he said so that the Yoruba people would know that it was not a war. You know what you were. If you, by the way, at this point I have to stop again and read something. I beg. I'm too tired. Sorry, I'm tired. It's just nonsense. This, with all due respect to his age, just rubbish. I'm going to read why he actually went back. I'm going to read from the book by Godwin Alabi Sama. Sorry, by Niya Borishade, Colonel Victor Banjo, Revolutionary Betrayed. He says here, the federal government could not take them on board. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Alabi Sama had got wind of the plan to attack Lagos, for he was in Benin then. He sent a signal to Lagos. He was later captured by the Biafran soldiers. They tried to recruit him into Biafra, but he managed to escape. Staff Sergeant Michael Oladiti Orodokun, who fought for the federal side, recalled the experience of that time. He was in Ibadan, 3rd Battalion, where he trained as an artillery officer. They took 9 of them, all artillery officers, into battle at Ore. The federal government could not take them through the land as Ore was completely blocked. This is not even the real war. This is Ibereo. The fighting was fierce and heavy, so they took them to Lagos Airport. They were airlifted by a military aeroplane of 15 passengers under Major Elegbede, who took them to Extra Port. Benjamin Adekunle was there, Ariyo was there, Alani Akinrade was there, and Alabi Sama was there. After they were dropped, they were taken to Koko Port and later to Warri under Benjamin Adekunle of the 3rd Marine Commando. On getting there, they met one Igbo civilian who they apprehended and questioned on whether the rebels were there or not, to which he answered there was no one. They let him go, but just walking a little distance, the enemy opened fire on them, seriously, and wounded the Hausa officer that led them. They then mounted their only artillery gun. So the Igbo guy they met, say, are there people there? The guy said, nobody there, but the soldiers were there. This is why some civilians sit as well. They then mounted their only artillery gun, 155 mm howitzer, shelling the enemy position with their super gun and captured the place after they had silenced the guns of the enemy. They returned to Warri, where the wounded officer was taken to an hospital. They were all loaded into 5 warships to force their way to Calabar from Warri, having cleared Warri and captured Warri from Major Chukwuka of the Liberation Army of Nigeria. Having received information on the preparation of the federal government mobilized troops around Ore in preparation for the encounter with the Liberation Army of Nigeria, Banjo took further reconnaissance of the whole situation and knew he had to devise another method if he wanted to reach Lagos. Why is this happening? Because when they were getting in there, Alabi Sama had called Lagos. Lagos had called Ibadan. Ibadan is Olusegun Obasanjo. He was the one who was in charge of the troops in Ibadan at the time. He had done what he was doing in Ore. Then Victor Banjo heard about it and had to come up with a different plan. Meanwhile, these other interesting people were in Enugu drinking kind. Anyway, let's continue reading. Having received information on the preparation of the federal government mobilized troops around Ore in preparation for the encounter with the Liberation Army of Nigeria, Banjo took further reconnaissance of the whole situation and knew he had to devise another method if he wanted to reach Lagos. The federal forces there were too much for his small army. The federal forces were too much for his small army. Banjo knew it would be suicidal to attempt to pass through Ore without adequate weapons, which they did not have, by the way. They did not have enough weapons. It was so bad that they were stealing weapons in the Midwest. How do I know this? I thought you would not ask. I'm coming back to this book. Let me read something to you from Adewale Ademoyiga. These people lie. I'll read something to you from Adewale Ademoyiga. After Chukwuka released him, he says, I spent the day with Chukwuka in Warri. That's after I was released from prison. He had instructions to send me to Benin as soon as I was, he had instructions to send me to Benin as soon as I was released. But he was yet to gather the arms and ammunition which he was to send with me. You say make people go Lagos. They don't get guns. They don't get anything. You can't tell them and say, if you get to Midwest, since you're already working with your brothers where they Midwest, you don't capture that place, or you don't, in fact, they don't betray Ejo before Biafra forces even got there. So since Midwest no go get anything like that, just collect all the weapons where they there. Now the weapons we go use to get into Lagos. This man in that interview did not mention anything like that. You know why? He did not know. Or he was just being disingenuous. One of those two things. And neither is an excuse. He says, I spent that day with Chukwuka and Warri. He had instructions to send me to Benin as soon as I was released. But he was yet to gather the arms and ammunition which he was to send with me. There and then I understood that all kinds of military stores were in short supply in Biafra. Rifles, machine guns, ammunition, artillery, armored vehicles, planes and whatnot. I was no longer surprised because Unzogu had written about this much earlier. We drove to the police station and took possession of all their old Mark IV bolt action single round rifles and all the available ammunition. It all amounted to very little. After that, there was nothing else there was nothing else except to choose his own headquarters location. We soon chose a secondary school towards Lagoon side and so on and so forth. What do you see from here? Weapon no day. In fact, let me humor you a little more. It says, Ifajuna took me to a Dokpolo Army Barracks, where my unit was located. I was to command a newly assembled battalion, which was to be part of the 12th Brigade, that was built to forge its way to Ibadan. Listen, no. He introduced me to the men of the battalion. Everybody was a new soldier. The best had been trained for only 5 days. They were merely clothed in military had any weapons at all. These were the people that were supposed to go to Ibadan. They should go to Ibadan. Why did Victor Banjo sit down in Benin? He should have moved. No weapons. I mean, let me even finish. May not be like say. The best had been trained for only 5 days. They were merely clothed in military uniforms and brought down. Only a handful of them had any weapons at all. They came in civilian vehicles, mostly cars. That was all. I was to organize them into formation and all of those things. It's Oju Ogun, not in train, and not fellow Jagun. This was before what eventually happened at Torel. Okay, I'm going back to that other book now. I told you, Ojo Orikono Vinsekini, Ewulo reported that is an old man. He was in the war. He's ignorant. So it says, Banjo knew it would be suicidal to attempt to pass through Ore without adequate weapons. We already established that there were no weapons. We saw it from the other book. And that man, Adewale Ademega, wrote his own book in 85. It's not like he had meeting with Niya Borishade. And by the way, this man that's talking on the audio we're listening to, that one was in Enugu. It was not even close to where things were happening. It was in the eastern region. So I'm not going to believe him just because he's Igbo. He's ignorant again. We have to be talking like this, and this is me being respectful, because waiting I won't really talk. I just hold myself. It says Banjo knew it would be suicidal to attempt to pass through Ore without adequate weapons, and they would be completely cut off from Biafra. It was at this time that Wole Soyinka visited Ojukwu in Biafra and sought an audience with Banjo. Banjo had a message for him to Obasanjo. No, he had met with Obasanjo. He had sent the message already. In August 1967, Banjo sent Wole Soyinka to Obasanjo. I think he is also mixing the time. I'll explain the kini. It was at this time that Wole Soyinka visited Ojukwu in Biafra. That was not at the time. Wole Soyinka visited Ojukwu in June. This is happening in August, so he's mixing the dates. In August 1967, Banjo sent Wole Soyinka to Obasanjo. Actually, Banjo sent Wole Soyinka in June. Sorry, in August, but not like he met him. He met Soyinka in June, but sent a message to Obasanjo. Nobody like say now August Ojukwu Wole Soyinka traveled to Enugu. That was before then. Wole Soyinka had gone to Wole Soyinka even entered that place before they left the east to enter the Midwest. But let's just continue. In August 1967, Banjo sent Wole Soyinka to Obasanjo for Obasanjo to give him, Banjo, and his army an easy passageway through Ibadan to Lagos without attack. According to Wole Soyinka in his book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, Banjo told Soyinka, let them understand in the West that I am not a Biafran. It's not clear. Let me read the book that Wole Soyinka himself wrote. I hope. Mumbo. My own is Ishasha Yoruba man. All this we are together is a lie. And nothing's going to come out of it. You just be angry and say it's not fair. Why I do like this? That's your problem. Somebody sent me a link this morning of a lady who was talking about everybody is the same. Like what page is this thing? I'm coming. I want to read from the book You Must Set Forth at Dawn. I want to read to you what he said he should tell. So this is You Must Set Forth at Dawn by Wole Soyinka. He says, if I had earlier any hesitation about delivering the messages from the architect and leader of that Midwest incursion, they vanished completely and even took on an urgency once Victor Banjo's troops made their move. Although not fully according to script. Excuse me. The crux of this message was this. Let them understand in the West that I am not leading a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. Make the governor of the West and the other Western leaders understand this. Urge them not to be taken in by any propaganda by the federal government about the Biafran plan to subjugate the rest of the nation, especially the West. That's what Victor Banjo sent. That's the message he sent. Moving as rapidly as I dared, since it was clear that I had come under heavy surveillance, I carried out my mission to the civilian leaders with one exception, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Even before I left Enugu, I refused to accede to Banjo's insistence that I speak to Awo. After my meeting with that politician, I simply felt intuitively that the approaching conflict was not one in which he should be involved. But did he speak to Obasanjo? Yes, he said it here. He said, I called Obasanjo over a secret telephone in his bedroom, of whose existence he had not known. In his memoirs, Obasanjo tells the story of how he had to search for the source of the mysterious ringing that he eventually traced to a wardrobe in his bedroom. What's that memoir? The other book that we just read, My Command. Which book did the man in the video read? None. He was not part of the commanders. He was alive. Being alive, in fact, fighting in the war, just because you carried one gun does not mean you know what was happening behind closed doors. So this, he should have gone. Which gun will you go to gun? Make of the English whatever you like. So he says here, Banjo had assessed the danger of going through Ibadan. Firstly, it meant heavy fighting would take place in the heart of Yoruba land, which might lead to many casualties and the destruction of properties. Banjo understood that Yoruba would not take kindly to him should things like that happen, because Yoruba were not the enemy of Biafra or the North. Indeed, the West and the Midwest initially took a neutral ground on the war before events forced them into it. Secondly, Banjo did not have weapons to prosecute such a war, but he knew for certainty that he could take the federal capital because his full army would be intact and fresh if there were no battles in Ibadan. The question is, how do you get to Ibadan? You have to go through Ore. But the federal forces were in Ore. And they did not come for a picnic. They came with guns that you don't have. Banjo knew that the majority of the Nigerian army was already engaged in a fierce battle in Biafra. He also knew he had some officers who would have joined him if he could make it to Lagos successfully. Obasanjo himself said that if Banjo had succeeded in taking Lagos, he would have accepted him as commander-in-chief and that he would not engage him in a fight. Wole Soyinka took the message and arranged to meet Colonel Olusegun Obasanjo, the garrison commander of Ibadan. They agreed to meet without any weapons. Time and place were fixed. I already read that from Obasanjo's book. Let's not repeat those things. Banjo entered the Midwest with 3,000 soldiers, but not all of them were fighting in Ore, of course. Some of them were to hold the ground in the Midwest and strengthen their defense, and some were concentrating on other sectors of the Midwest. It was only the 12th Battalion that was entrusted with the Ore sector of the war. Baba said it was the 18th Battalion. Baba was not correct. Baba mentioned it was from a man in Akwa Ibom. He was an Igbo man. His name is Akaga. Abizi Akaga, or what's the name of that one? Or Mikey Venso. There were 3 battalions. Akaga was leading one. Akaga was leading one. Mikey Venso was leading one. Onfechukwuka was leading the other. There was none that was led by an Ibibio man. But this man is saying that the person is Akwa Ibom. Why? Because he must make it clear to you that it's not just an Igbo thing. Even if they had to lie and make up names. Where was I? So he says the Liberation Army used improvised weapons to prosecute the war. The locally fabricated Biafran armor tank, that's the one Obasanjo was referring to as the Red Devil. I think they have it on display somewhere in the east. It has very, very, the steel plate is very heavy, right? And that's the one he said they poured petrol and burnt. So he says the Liberation Army used improvised weapons to prosecute the war. The locally fabricated Biafran armor tank was unable to withstand the artillery firepower of the federal side. They had it in abundance. Murtala had all the necessary weapons supplied to him to halt the movement at Ore. It was only the 12th Battalion that was entrusted with the Ore sector of the war. In any event, they were driven back by Colonel Murtala's 2nd Division. The battle at Ore was probably the toughest part of the civil war. First, it was where the revolutionaries, some of the original coup plotters, fought and displayed extreme bravery in the face of the enemy's enormous advantage. Captain Ganiu Adeleke, one of the Yoruba officers who took part in the January 15, 1966 coup, distinguished himself in this battle and inflicted serious damage against the federal side. Let me tell you something. This man, he dealt with Nigeria to the point that when the war was over and everybody was pardoned and released, they did not release Adeleke for a very long time. They released Foloyewole, they released Adewale Ademoyega. Victor Banjo was already dead. They did not release Adeleke. That's the one that this guy just say, why didn't they just enter? Because, the path that, the federal government would have just rolled out the carpet from Lagos all the way to Ore and say, Ẹkáàbọ, ilé baba ẹni kì í bọmọ lẹ́rù wọlé. Àwọn tí ò ní ọpọlọ, ó máa bá yín sọ bí ẹn pé ẹ lọ́pọlọ náà, because that's the definition of bravery, recklessness. They should have taken Lagos. What was it doing back in Ore? Or where they were shooting guns. It says here, where was I? Captain Ganiu Adeleke, one of the Yoruba officers on the Biafran side, fighting the federal government, where you have Yoruba people as well. Welcome, Egbiola. So you have Yoruba people on both sides. Captain Ganiu Adeleke distinguished himself. I don't like to read that part. When I say one of the Yoruba officers who took part in the January 15, 1966 coup, there's a story behind that statement. And it's important for me to quickly say it. He was not part of the people who planned the coup. They were brought in on the night of the execution of the coup. How do I know this? Read the man who planned the coup, one of the people who planned the coup, although it too was brought in much later, Kwada Ademoyega. And read Nigeria's 5 Majors by Ben Bule. Okay, forget all this nonsense that put on social media right now, saying, oh, there are 24 people that planned the coup, there are Yoruba people there. There was only one Yoruba man amongst the planners. There were 7 planners, 1 Yoruba, and 6 Igbos. And on the day of execution, they brought in different people. Some of them were Igbos who did not even know what they were doing. All right, but we'll talk about that some other time. Anyway, Adeleke distinguished himself in this battle and inflicted serious damage against the federal side. He was a thorn in their flesh and he nearly turned the situation around for the Liberation Army. He later became an instructor in the Biafran Infantry Division. Due to his brilliant performance at Ore and the hardship that he brought against the federal side, when all other officers who took part in the Midwest invasion were pardoned and released by General Gowon after the war in 1974, Captain Adeleke was not released. Secondly, it was the first attempt by the Biafrans to gain entrance into Yoruba land, which would have changed the face of the war completely, like what Obasanjo also said. The federal government knew that if Banjo succeeded in making his way to Lagos, he would enlist the support of the Yoruba, and there would be no hiding place for the northern troops anymore. It would be too much for the federal government to fight against 2 enemies at the same time. The federal government therefore concentrated much of its firepower on Ore. It was a great battle that is difficult to describe. Both sides put up their best efforts. It was indeed like David and Goliath, but on this occasion, Goliath Goliath triumphed. I'll take that again. It was indeed like David and Goliath, but on this occasion, Goliath triumphed against the small but strong army of Banjo. This was not a movie where 3 men could take the whole city. It was the fierce and deadly battle at which lives were lost in huge numbers on both sides. The Yoruba became contemplative in the description of what happened at Ore and came up with this eternally popular saying of Oleku Ijaore, translated roughly as the fierce deadly battle of Ore. This is what I just read right now. I intentionally read what happened from 2 books so I can see what it looked like. Meanwhile, a person who was probably cleaning guns in Onitsha or wherever it was is the one telling you that the man who led them is just an engineer. If we need to fix road, you can bring him there. Why did you now send him? If you want to know something similar to what's happening right now, go to the world Twitter handle of what's the name of this gentleman, the guy that sells glasses, sells eyewear. What's his name? Boy now. That's a very nice business selling eyeglasses. It used to be an obedient movement. Akin Tollgate. Go on his wall. You see what it means. Nobody cares that you even put your life on the line or you sacrifice anything. They will ask you, it's not just eyeglasses you are selling. We even sent you. So he didn't remember all the. And the reason is because if you were here when we discussed the execution of Banjo, by the way, the video is on YouTube. It's on Busuyori's on YouTube. If you watch that video, you'd understand that in order to justify the killing of those men, you have to say they did nothing. Meanwhile, you that are talking, you're just cleaning shoes or cleaning guns somewhere in the east. Again, like I said, this is punishment, but I think I'm not complaining again. Let us watch a little bit of the punishment. I'll be listening, Danny.
To capture Lagos.
That was
so. At some point,
bridges to be pulled up or pulled down. Say he's reorganizing troops. Said no, Victor. Reorganizing troops that have not fought a battle. I'm combatant. You are an engineer. If we need bridges to be pulled up or pulled down, we call you.
So why did he send an engineer to lead that battle?
Because of his belief that we needed the Yoruba to understand that their own son was leading didn't call it battle, he called it an expeditionary force.
To capture Lagos.
That was
So, at some point, Victor Banjo returned to Biafra.
Yes.
So what was his offense?
He was arrested.
Why? Why was he arrested?
He disobeyed army command, military command. In the army, they don't condone, they don't accommodate, they don't tolerate.
That's not why he was arrested. Let me tell you something. Oh God, because it's time. I can tell you at least 3 things that he did. Even Ojukwu did not say what's in this man they talk. Read the book, The Trial of Biafran Leaders by Nelson Otta. We've discussed it here before. In that document, in that book, and then also in this book, Colonel Victor Banjo, Revolutionary Betrayed by Nia Borishade. There are 3 things, among many things. Number 1, this man was told to loot the Central Bank of Nigeria in Benin. He said no. That was definitely a problem for Ojukwu. Ojukwu eventually sent his boys to do it, and they were able to get 2 million Nigerian pounds. 2 million pounds. No, Koja Dembe. That was number 1. Number 2. They said he left Benin and moved the operational headquarters to Ureli. Was it Ureli? Has to be. 1 second. I don't want to give you any wrong information, Mambo. Mambo. Oh boy. Is it really or Agbo? Is it Ugeli or Agbo? Agbo. It was Agbo. They moved to Agbo 2 days before the place fell, before Benin fell to the hands of the federal forces. And if you want me to read, it says here, this is Adewale Ademoyiga. He says, Mambo, let me read to you what he thought of the nonsense they were saying in the East. He says, listen to why Ojukwu said he was... This man is just ignorant. With all the respect I can muster all over my being, I'm saying this with... I'm really, really respecting this man. He says, I came to know... So he talked about what happened, how he was arrested, how he was killed. The reason he actually took the man was this. I came to know it much later that Ojukwu had charged those four for an intention to overthrow him. Not for disobeying any command. That disobedience, the only disobedience that you can even see was the fact that they say make you go enter bank, make collect money. The guy say no go steal money. Ojukwu can send your own troop, another set, they go there, they collect £2 million. And by the way, that wasn't the only part. There were 3 banks that Biafran forces looted. Some people are not smart. You won't fight war. Now me go see give you money where you go take fight me. You go Benin, you go Port Harcourt, you go Calabar, they enter bank, they steal money. Now fight they fight. I mean now armed robbery they do. The reasons, number one, intention to overthrow him and also for subversion. Mind you, for an intention to overthrow, but not for attempting to overthrow, because they had not actually attempted. That was why they were tried, not because he disobeyed. And it's detailed. It's just that I'm trying not to read. There's a reason I didn't want to open the book by Nelson Otta. I'm always tempted when I open that book. I want to read a lot of stuff, and I don't want to do that tonight. Please read that book. The Trial of Biafra Soldiers by Nelson Otta. He talked about everything, even the charges. I mean, we had a full session here, but I don't like reading that book because it makes me very emotional. You read about how the people were killed. Excuse me. How Victor Banjo and Alale and Agbam and Ifajin, how they were killed. But when you read the entire documentation of what was said, who said what, was there, and he did not say, oh, he did not go to fight. The only other thing that happened with this whole thing of why didn't he go in, let me read that into you from this book. I hope I can quickly find it. Okay, let me read to you. It says here, it's long read though. So it says, as previously explained, the charge that we abandoned Benin was ill-conceived. If the enemy were to find our headquarters locked in within Benin, what would be our justification? And what kind of tactics would that be? The enemy was within striking distance of Benin in the northern front. If he was still far away on the other front, would he have waited for his lower front to catch up before entering Benin? The enemy was prevented for 3 more days from entering Benin by our action. Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuka is still alive today in 1981. We slugged it out together at the war front. If we were wrong, and this is the crazy part, if we were wrong, why was it that Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu himself moved out of Enugu on September 26, 2 days before Enugu fell? What he's saying basically is this. But let me finish. 2 days before Enugu fell, and did we have to offer hordes of civilians as cannon fodder to the enemy as he, Ojukwu, did for 3 full days before moving out of Enugu? What is he saying? They were in Benin. That was the operational headquarters. The federal forces were coming in. And then when they were about a few days away, like our guys in Mawabibi, they decided to move the headquarters of the operation from from Benin to Agbo. That's what this guy is saying, that they ran. Meanwhile, Ojukwu, who is killing people for moving the headquarters, when he saw that the federal forces were coming close to Enugu, do you know what Ojukwu did? Ojukwu stayed there, and for 3 days they were killing people. Ojukwu did not move. And then Ojukwu eventually ran away from Enugu and moved to Maya. 2 days after he moved, the federal forces entered Enugu. Why was Ojukwu not killed for moving from Enugu to Maya? Because if we're supposed to be killing people for moving, we should kill you too. I don't kill, Sha, because that's not my... We don't kill, but you get the point. That's one. Number two, finally, the charge that Banjo took money from the British High Commission was utterly false and frivolous. Ojukwu himself knew that to be so. Ojukwu and Banjo had been friends since the 50s, and the former knew perfectly well that the latter was not a gold seeker. Banjo was a well-to-do officer and was quite comfortable. He had no need to look for cash. Banjo entered the Midwest with no more than the £5,000 given to him for the operations. He had not spent more than £500 before he handed the remainder to me for the operations. While in Benin, he received several instructions from Ojukwu to break into the central bank, Benin, and remove whatever money that was there. Banjo completely refused to do it, saying that it was not honorable. It was on the same principle that he refused to destroy the autonomy of the Midwest. Ojukwu did not cease to pester him about the need to break into the bank, but Banjo would not yield. He brought the instruction to my knowledge, and I supported his view that such an action was not honorable and should not be carried out. Later reports, however, indicated that the forces that entered into Benin after us did not treat the bank as a sacred institution as we did. Nevertheless, Banjo was an honorable officer who had no need to, and certainly did not obtain blood money from the British High Commission or from anybody else. The truth was that Ojukwu needed a scapegoat for his utter lack of preparation for the war and for his failure to find the means of supporting the soldiers in the field. If Banjo was responsible for the fall of Benin, was he also responsible for the fall of Enugu at the same time? No matter how he looked at it, an independent observer will see that from the beginning to the end, Ojukwu was tacitly sponsoring mob persecution and destruction of seasoned Biafran military officers on the false premise that they were responsible for many of the calamities that befell the people of the eastern Nigeria for 31 months from May 13, 1967. Surely, history will not forgive him. That's the one that this one is saying. He said it, he said it. Said what? Let's just listen to the remaining.
So, at some point, Victor Banjo returned to Biafra.
Yes.
So what was his offense?
He was arrested.
Why? Why was he arrested?
He disobeyed army command, military command. In the army, they don't condone, they don't accommodate, they don't tolerate dissent. And the man who arrested him was the usual man, the man who does that kind of job well.
Who?
Colonel Joe Achuzia. Achuzia arrested him.
Arrested Ifajuna too?
Yes, he arrested all of them.
Did the Biafran leadership see that as subversion?
Of course. Of course.
And that was the penalty?
The war could have ended September.
Why are you sure?
It could have ended September if Banjo did not do what he did.
So the intention was to take over Lagos, not to keep Biafra?
The war could have ended because the northern federal permanent secretaries were already beginning to evacuate to Kaduna and Kano.
So if you took over Lagos, what would have happened to Biafra?
There was no permanent secretary moving, relocating to Kaduna or Kano. That's what Ojukwu told them on Radio Biafra. You see, these people are broken. And they will say that nonsense with confidence. If an elder is talking like this, would you be surprised to see younger men talking nonsense and being confident with it? Why? Because they held it from somebody with gray hair. Oh, they were relocating, would have conquered in September. What did you do in the Guinea? Were you in Nsukka when they beat all of you on 10th of July? Or did you get anywhere close to the bridge at Onitsha? If you had just gone in, what would he use to go in? Even the Nsukka Guinea that was 5 days after the war began, there were only 12 serious guns. Only 12. And you want to face Nigerian army. Only 12. The other ones got sticks. And then you had some people that had Dane guns from Olode, Shakabula, pow. This great man that this one is talking about is the one that went to bring in Babalawo. No, not Babalawo. Babalawo is even superior to what he had. They had a Dibia that took a white cock and was shouting, "Go on, Afuna Uzo. Loju Ogun. On mu Akuko Fufu. Not very rubo. Go on, Afuna Uzo." Jumping all over the place. That's the person. No guns. No, nothing. And that one had boo. He had, mortar and was scampering for safety. What he just said right now, that people were scampering from Lagos to Kaduna and Kano, it is a huge lie. There was no, in fact, there are videos of Lagos during the war. There was no sign that there was any war. Apart from when these clowns were throwing bombs in different areas of Lagos. And they started doing that one before the war even, in fact, they started doing that one in September of 66. The war did not begin until July of 67. Almost 1 year, they don't bomb parts of Lagos. But the what's the point I'm trying to say? But generally speaking, it wasn't like everybody was camping and running around. Running from where to where? Somebody said, you need to produce this movie. I will produce. I'm trusting God for funds. Very soon. We're going to produce all this. We're going to make these things into movies. Somebody says we're doing our own, but we're having parties. We're having our events. We're going to work. We're enjoying life. Nobody. Our Hausas were not running out of Lagos to the north. It's camping. Let me tell you one funny thing. Read the book by Nelson Ota. He said something funny in that book. He said, in fact, let me read to you, because if I say it, can you do? And I've been doing a lot of response videos in the last few days, so our topics we've not really been getting to it, and I apologize for that. I really do. But sometimes I push stuff, so they will send it to me. I won't say anything until I feel like, let me just get it over with. So please try and understand. And again, it's it's Friday, so I will, that's the issue now. What am I even looking for? You want to see Afuna Uzo sin? Yeah, bad man. This is going to take me some time. I have the book. I'm looking for the page. What was happening in the West during the war? We're having fun. I know where it was just another Monday. But a lot of people joined Nigerian army, especially after that Ore incident. A lot of Yoruba people joined the army. It was that same August 16, I think. Yes, August 16 was when Papa said nobody should bring any army to Yoruba land. We don't need anybody to come and help us. I'll find this page later. It's I didn't mark it. That's the sad part. I didn't highlight it. The point I'm trying to make is that the idea that somebody will sit down somewhere and be saying they should have conquered, everything would have ended in September if they had done what they were supposed to do. What were they supposed to do? What weapons did they have? Number one, how trained were the men that were with him? You said he was just an engineer, he should just be building bridges. When he was raising the militia, how come you liked it? How come an engineer was teaching a brigade or was training a brigade? And when he speaks like an ignorant person, with all due respect, I mean, I'm adding due respect, it may not be like an insult, but it's still nonsense he was talking. But let's just listen to a bit. I don't tire, Jerry. Just a few more things, then we can move on.
Arrested Ifajuna too?
Yes, he arrested all of them.
Did the Biafran leadership see that as subversion?
Of course. Of course.
And that was the penalty?
The war could have ended September.
Why are you sure?
It could have ended September if Banjo did not do what he did.
So the intention was to take over Lagos, not to Biafra.
The war could have...
Please, what exactly did Banjo do? This, if Banjo did not do what he did, what did he do? What did he do? Ask them what he did. And if you're Yoruba, please understand this thing. You've been hearing this since you were growing. I've been hearing nonsense for a long time from the East. Since I got to... I didn't even know anything about the war until... What am I saying? I was already a dad before I started studying the war. I don't marry, don't born children. Before I was that, and I lie that they put everywhere. Lies everywhere. Lies. Ask them, what exactly did Victor Banjo do? Just ask them. But what no man so Anju won't say we let Joloro. Everybody and bear on sumi bo konerewa. Everybody see.
Ended because the northern federal permanent secretaries were already beginning to evacuate to Kaduna and Kano.
So if you took over Lagos, what would have happened to Biafra?
I think the Emeka's strategy then was to give Midwest to Midwesterners, give the West to Westerners. That will also, because don't forget that the crux of the anger in the East, the crux of the anger in the Eastern political leadership, the crux of the anger in Biafra was against the North.
What you just heard now, sincerely, without respect, is hogwash. Absolute nonsense. What was Ojuku's plan? He would, I think, he would have given the West to the West and the Midwest to the Midwest because the anger of the Eastern leadership was the North. It's a lie. How do I know this? Two things. Number one, please read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green. Let me read something to you from there. I don't even have to read it. I'll just quote it. You can always. It said, captured documents have revealed. I'm quoting as I'm paraphrasing, but there's also verbatim, whatever there, somewhere there. Captured documents from Biafra have you know what? May not be like I used to talk. Give me a second. Let me find it. I'm rushing, and in my rushing, I think I'm even wasting more time. So I might as well just slow down. I'll read this thing to you. You say, God is good. I'm on the page. Captured documents now confirm that the intention of the former Eastern authorities was to conquer the former Midwestern and Western regions, then in a later phase, subdue the former Northern region. This was not surprising. Igbos need to work and trade over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. The plan was to conquer the Midwest, which they did, and installed an Igbo leader, conquer the West, which they did, and promised to Yoruba people they were going to make them governors, which, at the end of the day, you won't make any of them governor. Have you ever thought about it? 2 Yoruba people were promised that they would be made the governor of Western region. Adewale Ademoyega and Victor Banjo. The plan was, and there's another source. I'm rushing. There's another source. A break in the silence. You will find the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo, and if you read that letter and you think in your mind that Ojukwu was going to take Western region and give it to Yoruba people, you are dumb. And no apologies. And I'm sorry for speaking like this. Ojukwu was not trying to take the West and give it to the West. What are you even taking it for in the first place? Were we complaining? Oh, they were going through the West to get to Lagos, so we'll take the West and give it to the West. We will take the Midwest and give it to the Midwest. When he took the Midwest, who did they give it to? When he took the... oh boy. This thing is 5 minutes, Abi. I don't spend almost one day on top of this nonsense. When they took the Midwest, what did they do? Number one, they ensured that an Igbo man was the head. Number two, they moved in civil servants from the east into the Midwest. Senior civil servants into that place. Number three, they demanded that the corporations in the Midwest pay a percentage of their revenues to Enugu. Does that look like it's somebody that wants to take it and then let you? Not taxes. Taxes is about what I'm saying, part of the revenue. Not taxes. How much did you earn? This is the percentage you are paying to us as though we are investor, since we are Sabino's brother. Does that sound to you like somebody wants to take the Midwest and give it to the Midwest? When people tell you that they are just going through the Midwest, they are going to Lagos, they talk as if they have sense. They don't know what they're talking about. Then they say the Western region. Let me tell you what they said in the letter I wrote to Victor Banjo. It says the Biafran forces reserve the right to occupy Yoruba land for as long as it deems fit, until they are sure that we can, defend ourselves. I'm thankful to God that Papa was there and Nigerian army was there to ensure that Banjo and Biafra did not enter Yoruba land. You know why? Today, all of us will be speaking Afunauzo. All of us will be greeting Dalu. The clowns were trying to colonize Nigeria in 1967. If you don't understand what happened, that's why I wonder why they were so gracious to him. All of us by now just be saying Dalu, Yemiri, what else do I know? I'm trying to remember the Igbo words I know. That's what would be. Chineke, Odogu, that's what we'll be saying. The plan was to colonize everywhere. This source is Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, and that's the speech of Anthony Nauro in 1968. And then you see the letter that Ojukwu himself wrote in 1967. Put the two together and tell me if you see any sense in what this man just said, like he's going to take the West and give it to the West. Number one, who asked you to take anything? And that's what Papa said on August 16, 1967, that number one, we're not under the rule of anybody. Number two, even if we're under the rule of anybody, we don't need anybody to come and help, to come and save us. We are able to defend ourselves and to break free if we are even under any bondage. You find that in the book by Ojugua. It's called Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the Political Moses. He said, number one, we are not under any bondage. Number two, even if we're under bondage, we can take care of the situation ourselves. And then he said, nobody, regardless of the ethnicity, is allowed to bring any foreign forces or something into Yoruba land. I'm paraphrasing apparently. If you just hear, if the topic is history, I can assure you 100%, I'm not even capping. If the topic is history, 100%, what you're going to hear from the East, I can assure you 100%, what you find in what they are saying is 95% error. The truth, the only truth I found in what he has said right now is Victor Banjo, the name, and Ojukwu, the name. That's all. From his very opening speech, when he said the 18th Battalion was under an Ibibio man, from that opening speech, na life full 18th Battalion was under an Igbo man, is Chukwuka, and it was not the battalion that was sent to Ore. That one was under Akaga, and that man was also Igbo. But they have to always use Ibibio to cover. Ibibio people don't suffer from these people, and just use Philippe Fiong anytime to make it clear that it was Igbo. Why are we deceiving that? How do you even want to make progress in life if you're not even going to acknowledge that, oh boy, I mess up here? What triggered what the Igbos allegedly called the Asaba massacre? What they did before the Asaba massacre was what triggered the Asaba massacre. But the Asaba massacre, I don't like talking about it as though it's justified. But what they did when they got into the Midwest was what triggered that response. And yes, people were killed, and it was terrible. But guess what? What was done before then, that one, I don't want to get into it. It's another, it's another topic. We'll just finish listening to this. We're almost done. Thank God.
But he did not consult Awolowo in that regard.
I think he tried to establish contact with him.
But do not forget, at that time,
Our
Northern troops were occupying Yoruba land.
Yes.
I hope you remember.
Yes.
Don't you think Victor Banjo was saying, no, this strategy is wrong. Ojukwu might want to capture my people and enslave them.
I don't think so. You know, I try as much as possible, like you saw in the book, to avoid this kind of discussion because it's purely military. I talked about exile. I was more interested in exile. That's what the book represents.
I know the book is about exile.
Yes.
But I have the opportunity to discuss with Ojukwu's personal assistant that have written a book with a chapter, so many things are left unsaid. I will try to extract as much as I can. But let's come back to the SI.
And don't forget that 18th Battalion, led by Nsudo,
First of all, I want to thank God Almighty, the creator of the heavens and earth, that gave me the strength to listen to that video from beginning to the end. I can't believe I finished it. They've been saying to me for 3 days. I've never listened more than 30 seconds. So the fact I finish it right now, I want to thank God for the strength. Kai. I'm trying not to talk about it. I want to talk about the exile. Ojukwu wrote his own book too. He didn't talk about it. There's a video of the governor of, is it Anambra governor, talking about Ojukwu. Let's see if I can find that video. Lashing the guy. They know what he did. The reason you can't talk about it is really because you don't know anything about it. And guys, again, respect to even Yoruba, some old Yoruba people also say they make this mistake. It's not an Iboku. I watched one yesterday. I was like, King Bogbora Dada. It's not an Iboku. This person is supposed to be older. It was an Iboku. It was. Would have finished it up in 2 years if you had just gone. Everything would have ended in September. What were you doing? You were shining shoe in Enugu, but you know it would have ended because you have a crystal ball somewhere close to your polish and brush. Let's get back to the topic. I know it's 6. I know it's Friday. I hope I responded to it because I can't. Let me tell you, every time I hear these people or read their books, I just feel sorry for young Igbo kids, like young men, women who are Igbos. I just feel sorry for them. Because before they hear me, they will hear them. Before they hear a Yoruba person or even an Igbo person, most likely they will first hear their own people talk about it. And if everything that people are saying is, guys, I'm not even capping. From the very word go, this man was just off to the very end. If you know you don't want to talk about it's like you do something in life, it's the most important thing in your life. You write books about everything but that thing. If the Yorubas had taken advantage, there would never be need for agitation for the Dua nation today. User, you are here again. If you know that you are the son of your father, why don't you have your name or your picture? Are you a coward? Are you a coward? Are you illegitimate? I don't want to use the B word because every time you come, you write absolute nonsense. Whatever you people are canvassing for is not because of retards like you. Number one, I'm not part of those who are canvassing for individualization, but even if they are doing it, it's because they want to, not because some clown who did not have any plans for his people, that had no way for them to feed, had no way to get weapons for them. We're not going to do what we're doing because of people like that. We need to be telling you the truth. So have you considered streaming on Twitch? If you haven't, I believe you should. You reach young minds there. Yes, so we're doing on Twitch. I think Twitch got dropped from the streaming platform we're using, but I'll try again. Thank you very much for that. Lost chosen. If your people had done it, they will not be clamoring for Kini. The truth of the matter, when I say Oriokwe, I mean your head is not correct. In case you don't understand Yoruba, your head is not properly shaped. There's a leakage somewhere. The brain is leaking. The point is that whatever Yoruba people will do, it will not be because of what you are doing, because what you are doing has no plans, no strategy, nothing, just vibes. How do you go to war without weapons? Do you know Papa traveled from Ibadan to meet this man in Enugu, May 6, 1967? And I was telling him, this thing, don't do it like this. How do I know this? There is a transcript of that meeting. The book is called Awolowo on the Nigerian Civil War. You find it on Redomi Books. Don't fight, let's not do this thing. The man said, this is what he said, when I started this struggle, I had only 120 rifles. But today, I have built the strongest army in Black Africa. I am no longer an underdog. These were his words. I'm quoting him. Ojukwu. I am no longer an underdog. I have built the biggest, the strongest army in Black Africa. Shakabula. Nikanonio. Atawọn Bọ́lọ́fín Pẹran. Ateye. Those are the people that tell you that when we say something, you should also join us. That's why when you read the book by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, like, you just feel sorry for. Let me tell you something. I don't really care for these older people. I just feel sorry for the younger ones. Because how do you have the best thinkers from your place thinking in one direction as in the direction of lies? Read the book now. The book is called Chino Achebe, Teacher of Light. I've read part of it here before, not today. They just repeat things. PhD, educated, exposed. I'm sure fantastic professional in our work. Of course she's fantastic. If not, she would not have risen that high. Great writers, wonderful people, just terrible historians. If your history is based on victimhood, you can never tell the truth. No matter how hard you try. If the basis of your history is victimhood, you will never be able to tell the truth. You know why? Because there's no way you're going to tell the truth and you're not going to take responsibility for anything. It's a war. You will make mistakes. It's a war. If you've ever been involved in any business, if you've ever started anything of worth in your life, you know this to be true. You will make mistakes. It's a must. And those mistakes don't necessarily have to kill you. You may need to learn from that mistake to do better at the next try, and that's why you succeed. But if your goal is to push the victimhood narrative, you cannot acknowledge your errors, because that will not make you a human being. But you don't want to be a human being, you want to be a victim. Because human beings make mistakes. Victims don't. Therefore, victims are not human beings. I mean, especially if they're not the true, if they are real victims, of course they are victims. But if anybody driving the victim narrative never makes mistakes. It's always the fault of every other person. And the video we just listened to, as much as it took me a long time to finally come around to watching it, I want to say that the reason I paused today's program is because I see it as an opportunity to talk to Yoruba people. These wars you are fighting, these people you are telling us that, oh, you are not fair. Don't you see what they have gone through? You don't know what happened. If you choose to leave your come and be a rolero sorry I wish there were more Igbo Zikis, even if Zik was flawed. I don't think you. I wish they are Igbo Zikis. They are the obedient movement. You look. What is? They are obedient. There's no need to wish for more Igbo Zikists. The Igbo Zikists are the obedient. Igbo Zikists are still here. So obedient has two factions. There's the IPOB faction, that's the Ojukwu faction. There's the Peter Obi faction. So inside obedient movement, there is IPOB faction. That's like the Ojukwu, they want Biafra. Then there is the Zik faction. That's the one that wants Peter Obi to become president without wanting Biafra, but they would never speak against Biafra. They are there. You are looking for Zikist movement. Why do you think people are talking about removal of indigenship, Abi, and becoming an indigene after 10 years? That's Zikist Kinina. That's literally from his blueprint. It's from his playbook. 90% Igbos hate Zik. Obedience are moderate. Obedience are not moderate. Have you studied Zikism? Your type of human being never make mistakes either. No more Yoruba road, no agenda, now na Igbo agenda. Who is this one? Everyone, so lay down, Jare. You are right, Olori, and I would have loved not to say you are right, but you are right. Obedient are not moderate. Anybody that looks at a person and curse out their children because they don't believe in your political party, you are not moderate. Anybody that will go on Netflix and go and report a person and ask Netflix to put down our movies, they are not moderate. Anybody that would never speak against a proscribed organization, including the Oga, you are not moderate. Obedient is the worst movement in Nigerian politics since 1999. It's the worst. And that tells you something. Obedience, generally speaking, and I've said this several times, if you are here, you don't like it, you'll be fine. One of the prerequisites that you must have, one of the requirements to joining obedience is that at the point you are joining, you are supposed to drop your brain at the door. Like you're not supposed to think. It's a mob-driven movement. You don't have individual opinion. Whatever they say is what you must say. If you ever in your life say something contrary to what the narrative of the majority, you are out. You'll be castigated, you'll be maligned. That's why all of you are quiet. You are afraid. They will cancel them. They will look for something against them. They will blackmail them. All kinds of things. And listen, it doesn't matter what you have done for them. Exactly what happened to Victor Banjo, from what this man is saying, is exactly what happened to Doyin Okukpe. What did Doyin Okukpe do? What did he do? He left. That's it. What do you hear? He's a terrible person. It's a terrible person. He's a terrible human being. Nobody should. He betrayed this. They're always betraying them as if you have something worth that much. Somebody says, I'm not Nigerian. I'm curious, why don't Nigeria give their 5 plots so the world can have peace? Because they don't want 5 plots. They want other people's land. Did you not hear about the 40 states? A clan will sit down in Finland and then determine that Edo State is part of Biafra. How? Do you know the connection between Benin and these guys? I'll say it in a respectful way. It's a connection between a merchant and his goods. And I won't say more than that. I'm not going to say more than that. I did not say a merchant and his workers. He's not a merchant and his workers, it's a merchant and his goods. That's the relationship. You will now stand up one day and look at Benin and say it's part of, you know, with all the shenanigans that you see all these Benin people insulting Yoruba, changing history, I don't care. See, the point is that as long as that king is there, that man, that's the connection. So if you want your 5 plots, I'm telling you, you can get it if you, as long as you're able to get your representatives to move it in Abuja, you get it. You get it. But to say that you're going to be taking other people's lands, rivers, you know, Akwa Ibom, parts of Akwa, can you imagine? Parts of Akwa Ibom. Don't be entering places. So if that's what you want, get your 5 plots. May God bless you, and may your ways be pure. This week we have spent more time reacting to videos, but I hope I think it's important, because what I discovered sometimes is that if history looks like the news, then sometimes you just spend enough time discussing that news from a historical perspective, so that way we're not just hiding our heads in books. Having said that, we're going to read this. We're going to get into this. I'll be overexcited today. Even the 5 plots don't belong to them totally. Somebody said I will be overexcited the day Igbos get their 5 plots. I mean, I'm not using the word 5 plots. The 5 states. Even the 5 states do not belong to them in their entirety. Like, there are parts of it that are not Igbo land. There's nothing wrong with them having their own nation. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. They're not going to steal what belongs to other people, because maybe let my people. I saw a video the other day. Let my people go. I was like, Talo Muindani. Nobody's holding you. But sincerely, jokes apart, when you watch some of these things, I don't know. The thing I take away every time is just pain for young Igbo people. Sincerely, it's pain for Igbo people, because these are young people. Tabula rasa. They have nothing in their minds. They are just from God. They get on earth. People sit them down and condition them, not with the truth, but with lies. Those ones they didn't bargain. It's not like they want to. It's not like they want to be victims or they want to have that narrative. It's just that fathers who lost wars that they did not plan for chose in their lifetime not to ever see any problem with their mistakes, and decided to blame everybody else but themselves. That's why Victor Banjo was killed. It's sad. And sincerely, regardless of how angry I am with whatever it is I will just listen to, I feel very bad for young Igbo people, because they don't deserve this. When I say this, I mean they don't deserve the lies that the elders regurgitate. And the sad part, they also say the same thing today. They repeat it. They don't even think about, let me even question. I mean, Paul will say certain things, I will still go and check something just to be sure that, not that I know I'm not saying he's lying, no, but I just want to be able to be confident of that information. So I'll check just to be, And that's Papa. That's Awo. This is not one clown on the street. This is Awo. But this ones we hear some kind drinking person say something and say, oh, that's the history. We must believe it. God bless you. All right. It should be a good time to end this live, but it's Friday, Abi. If OBG had allowed Banjo passage back to Lagos, Banjo would have been blamed for Ojuku's failure. Ojuku would not fail. Why would he fail? Banjo had already done the work. He would just take advantage of it, just like he did when the Midwest was nice in the beginning, before everything went to the dogs. The plan was not even so much about Ojuku's failure. If Banjo had gone to Lagos, it's not about the war anymore. It's about the fact that Ojuku was after Yoruba land. Ojuku was after Yoruba land. You can see that much in his letter that he wrote in August of 67. He wanted the place. And he wanted the Midwest. You saw that from what he did in the Midwest. And he wanted the North. You saw that from the captured documents from Biafra. Just an ambitious person. No need for strategy, just ambition, vibes, and inshallah. I mean, for the outcome of the war, they would have called him a betrayal or saboteur. No, what I'm saying is that if he had gone, the outcome of the war would have changed. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Sinchin. By the way, Sinchin, good to see you. I received a message. You sent something some time ago to Kweo, and I apologize for that thing. I don't know if you were here when I was apologizing for something happened in the comment section, but I'm glad you're here. It's been a while, but good to see you. But really, if he had gotten to Lagos, the war, they would have won. But their winning will not just be about winning a war. It will be about winning the territories. Somebody on TikTok says, personally, I don't think it's a conditional thing. I think it's genetic. Hell, I believe it's mass hysteria. I mean, mental disorders can be found in families. Why not on a broader scale like ethnic? You know, I remember what I was going to read from Nelson Ota's book. Let me read something to you guys. I'm not going to say I agree or disagree with what you have said, because I've seen examples of that in another people group. But I cannot say that. I can't. That's heavy. That's heavy. You know, sometimes that's heavy. That's heavy. There's something I was looking for, and I just remembered now from what you wrote there. Do you know that when Nigerian officers were about to capture Enugu, they were about getting into Enugu, Biafran Radio Biafra was telling the people that they were still holding the ground in Osoka, and that Nigerian forces have not even been able to get in. It took Nigerian forces getting into the... Guess what now happened? Nigerian forces now threw grenades, and it was crazy sound everywhere. Do you know what people in the streets of Enugu said? They said their own scientists were testing the new weapons. It's like, you know, when you just... It's denial on a crazy level. Like denial, like you just... Let me say it this way. If you want to succeed in life, you know, I'm sure you have seen this happen too, where you know that some things cannot work, but you just have to believe. I don't know if anybody has, if it has happened to you before. Like, you know that this thing, you know there's no way. I mean, it happened to me many times, especially if you are running a business. Like, you know this thing, unless nothing will happen. Like, so sometimes you will see the facts. You know, in Christianity, it's called faith. Faith is not that you are denying the facts. Faith is that you're going to push ahead in spite of the fact. That faith, the gumption, the thing that makes you just move regardless of what's in front of you, that thing you require to win in life. What Ojukwu did was to flip the script. He was not doing faith, he was doing denial. In other words, this is the fact, but I refuse to see it. And it is not, in fact, not just that I refuse to see it, it's not happening. It's like you are pissing on his head, he tells you it's rain. Even when people were suffering, it was like, nah. Which is why I tell people that if you really study these things, sincerely, the worst person, let me not talk. Let me just read something to you. Man. Come on, Masha. It says Enugu was still under this. In fact, let me go back just a little bit. I'm not making anything up. I'll read something to you. This is from the trial of Biafra, so the trial of Biafra's leaders by Nelson Ota. It says here, The invasion of the Midwest state of Nigeria that Ojukwu had embarked upon in order to remove the pressure on Enugu from the Nsukka front had not only run into a determined opposition at the outskirts of Ore. What was worse was that the fortunes of war had turned markedly against the invading force. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo's invading troops had been badly mauled by the Federal Nigeria troops under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, and also misinformed by idle gossips, was on a headlong retreat in a most disorganized fashion. Lieutenant Colonel Banks, but Ojukwu, despite abundant evidence before, including the fleeing of the Midwest by hundreds of civilian administrators and functionaries he had sent over to follow behind his army for the administration of what he had named the Republic of Benin, could not bring himself to believe that the Western Front was collapsing. But his commander in the field knew better and started right away to seek other non-military means to shore up the collapse and its terrible consequences. But Ojukwu and his aides, still very much ensconced in the comparative safety and comfort of the State House Enugu, were determined not to listen or to cooperate with the field commander. That's Banjo. Millions of the inmates, I like the way this man explains this, he calls it millions of the inmates of Ojukwu's monolithic empire. Who has the millions? What's inmates? He considered the eastern region to be Igbo land, to be a prison. So he called it inmates. Guys, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. We are seeing in activity. And by the way, we are dragging back 109K at this time. Normally there might be 200 or 300,000. So if you're on TikTok, please, we've got to power tap, please, right? Normally, thanks for the gift as well, Lucas. Thank you. And do gift as well. Like, these things also help the life. So he says millions of the inmates. So he's calling the people there prisoners of Ojukwu's monolithic empire. What does it mean, monolithic empire? He's talking about the ethnic group. They all believed in, well, majority of them believed in the rhetoric. And let me just read this. Millions of the inmates of Ojukwu's monolithic empire fed on nothing but the fanfaronade being dished out by Radio Biafra, and so still convinced that no force in Black Africa could bring the Biafran empire down. They were not listening either. The euphoria was too massive to allow either doubt or dissent. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo, the pessimist and coward, could go on clocking all over the place like a fussy hen. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis. That's the reason I'm trying to connect it with the mass hysteria that this man mentioned. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis when the troops of the 2nd Division of the Federal Nigerian Army recaptured Benin from the secessionist troops on 20th September 1967. Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had, even before the fall of the ancient city, removed his headquarters to Agbo. Things were no better for Ojukwu on the Nsukka front. It was in the same month of September that Major T.Y. Danjuma had issued to his troops an order of battle that read, quote, mission to capture Enugu by 1800 hours on D7. Stay with me. When the 1800 hours struck, that's 6 p.m., Major Danjuma and his troops started to advance rapidly towards Enugu. This was in the morning of 12 September 1967. Major Danjuma's advance brought him and his troops to such towns between Nsukka and Enugu as Akwebe, in which a young Nigerian intellectual, Major Christopher Okigbo, was killed after his battalion headquarters had been outflanked. Ikolo, Ogbede, Umulungbe, and Okpatu. At this time, please stay with me, this is quite interesting. At this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okbe. Think about it like this. This is Enugu. This is Nsukka. They conquered this place, right? Nigerian forces, excuse me. Federal forces captured this place. It's Otifol. They are coming in here. They are now somewhere here. You are telling the whole world that, okay, everybody, we are here. We are recapturing this place. Meanwhile, the person don't even come out this place. Don't they enter your capital? It says here, at this time that Tiwa Danjuma and his people were coming into Enugu, at this time, after Okigbo was already killed though, at this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okwe. This game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie-telling of the Enugu radio station, lumped over 2 artillery shells which fell within a few yards of the broadcasting studio and sent the broadcasters running. This incident took place in the morning of 26 September 1967. Within Enugu itself, events were marching furiously. Although the mass hypnosis, which was at the time very effective, was still obscuring realities, men and women, listen to this, men and women in the streets were still telling themselves and their neighbors that there was no danger. That the artillery shells, which were then exploding with uncomfortable frequency, were new weapon systems being tested by Biafran scientists. Carry gun to their face now, you won't kill them, say, that's a weapon from the Biafra side, they won't test them. So when you say mass hysteria, I read that, so the way I think sometimes you say some words, I connect it to something in the book, to be able to find a way to establish it without actually having to repeat what you have said, because the way you said it is heavy. No, they didn't shell the studio around the studio so that the people could, the liars, Uche Chukwu Merije, Okokon Ndem, Chino Achebe, all these people are mentioning, they were all in Radio Biafra. I listened to a professor yesterday. I mean, his point was right. His point, it was right. He was saying that, Igbos never had, a king. And then when I was going to give us sources, he mentioned Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart. The writer of those books, that's the reason I'm saying this, the writer of those books was committed to propaganda. And he did not change, even in the last book he published before he died. Let me tell you something. If Nigeria knows what's happening, the history, well, we're already doing the work. This history has to be taught. You know why? Apart from the fact that we're arming ourselves as Yoruba people, true, so that nobody will gaslight or blackmail you. I think it's also important for Igbo young people. To also know these things. Because that mass hysteria you mentioned, Lost Chosen, the mass hypnosis that this writer is talking about, all the things I just described, Nnamdi Kanu did what he did. How did he accomplish it? Radio Biafra. He literally used that same name. What's happening on YouTube? Somebody says we just need every documentation. We just need every documentation. We just wrapped it up and hid it. It's here. It's published. Young people need to know these things. Wallahi, because once they do, then hopefully they can just grow up as normal human beings. They can grow up as normal human beings. They can speak. Okay, it's good. The young people need help, and I really hope they get it. And by the way, we're trusting that we'll be able to put this thing out in different formats. So if you want to support, please reach out, because if for nothing, at least if you're a Yoruba person, you're arming yourself with information. I can't believe we're going to change this title again. This is why I don't like responding to some of these videos, because to respond like this, I could just take the whole day. It's okay now. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to do something on hour today. The next 1 hour will be for him, and then we'll call it a day. Awolowo. The account number. Oh. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Would it not be nice one day if a person just in the East, somebody just tells somebody, an Igbo man just says that, oh, they hate us, they did something, and the other Igbo person will just be there to say, no, they did not, they don't hate us, this is what happened. It would be so cool. It would be so cool to make it so easy. I don't know if it's going to happen, but to make it so cool, because my Telegram handle, Busui Oris. They exist, but they are so few, and that's the point. What's a Kerejuni? Maybe I should even do something just for Igbo people, especially the younger ones, because those guys, man, it's trying to tell. Yes, I see it, but I'm saying that you can actually teach them. So if you're trained as a minister, there are two ways you can get the thoughts across. You can teach or you can preach. Right? You can teach, you can preach. You can preach, you can excite, but it's difficult. So preaching has its own place. You excite, you motivate. Excuse me. But if you ask the people you've spoken to, the meat of what you are saying, they may not be able to. You have to. What I'm saying basically is that you have to break things down, break it down for the people, to the point where many of the people will now be. Yoruba people who are not you have to break it down. You have to break it down, so people actually know, and that's why you have to repeat it. You have to, and then you have to do it from a place of teaching, or you can do it like a lawyer. You're trying to argue, you are trying to make a point, so you are going to have to say, according to this, according to that, according to this. When you are done, people know where you stand, but they know that you didn't come to stand on that place just because, you know. I hope more of them will rise. All right. We're going to move very, 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 very fast. So far, I'm not sure if that's possible. Well, we'll do what we can do here, and then hopefully they can pick something from it. But if you add that with what others are doing in their space, I think it should help. But I acknowledge that there are good people. There are good people everywhere. There are folks amongst them who also speak up, but they are not many. There are too few. Okere Jojo. All right. We've been talking about Awolowo's path. Why are we talking about Awolowo's path? Because I'm trying to let us. I mean, there's a lot of noise, right? And it's also. Prod Max Niger. So, folks in the South, in America, so there's something called coping mechanism. So the lost cause thing is like a coping mechanism that makes you say, okay, at least there's some things that we also accomplished with what we did. Nobody say bad like that. Guys, I apologize. I'm going to bring up the account details later. Sincerely, it's distracting me. Once people come up, I'll bring it back up. Okay? Thank you very much. But that's not to say I don't need money. We need to push this content on social media. We need to push it. So we need all the support we can get. So please just screenshot in the next 5 seconds. Please screenshot. I'll take it off, and then. So when I'm speaking, I'll not be doing as if I'm hiding my head. So please just quickly screenshot so I can. And you want to say, okay, nobody say we lose like that. We may have lost, but we are still good. We still have a reason, and those things. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I think the problem is just the denial. So you can retain honor without denying the truth. Well, I don't even know. Well, that's a problem. Everybody will be fine. So far, we've been talking about Awolowo's path. Why are you not making yourself available on Constitutional Review? How does that have anything to do with what I'm discussing right now? All right, Awolowo's path. What we're discussing Awolowo's, I don't know what you're talking about. We're discussing Awolowo's path because we're saying that there is a cacophony of voices. A lot of people are talking in Nigerian political space, and it's like there's an absence of models, of role models, people to look up to. And one person that, you know, is worthy of all the accolades and praise they give to him is Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And Papa did some fantastic things, and we'll talk about those things a lot. But it's important to also appreciate how he got to that place. So his journey from when he was born, how he went to school, and things like that. And we had a great time yesterday talking about some of these things. I'm just going to do a very, very, very quick recap. We'll talk about how, you know, he was born March 6, 1909. We talked about how he grew up in Ikene, how his father died because there was a smallpox epidemic. The father died, and then he had to move to Abeokuta, living with his uncle in Ibarra. Eventually moved to live with his mother, with his grandmother. And the whole idea was that he would be helped as far as schooling was concerned, that they would, you know, sponsor him and all of that. But that was not to be. He had to do all kinds of work to be able to, you know, raise funds to go to school. Guys, sorry. So I have to remove it now. Thank you very much for understanding. I'll bring it back up later. Thank you. He had to do all kinds of things to be able to go to school. He fetched sticks from the forest. He fetched water for people. He worked as a laborer. He worked as like a house help for 4 different people within a couple of years. Anything just to make sure that I was able to pay school fees. And eventually was able to graduate, I think it was in 1926. At that age, he was already 17 years old. That was when he finished primary school. All right. And it's important to say these things also because we're not just looking at the historical figure, we're also looking at parallels in our own lives. Sometimes you think things are late. Look at your mates and people have gone ahead. So he was talking about, for instance, when he finished, like, he did not celebrate a lot because what he was just accomplishing in 1926 was what his mates had done in 1922 or 1923. So he says here, at the end of my time at Imo, that is in June 1926, I passed the government standard 5 examination, but I did not collect the certificate from the manager of our school because I did not feel so proud of passing in 1926 an examination which some of my colleagues in Ikene had passed in 1922 or 1923. I was pleased with myself, however, that at last I had attained one of the objectives which my father had steadfastly and fervently set before me in his lifetime, and which I had been yearning after and striving to achieve for upwards of 5 years. So, Papa did not finish primary school until 17. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if you look at your life and some things are not working according to plan, you look at your mates, they've gone ahead of you, What some people have done 3, 4, 5 years ago, you are just struggling to get it done now in 2025, and you feel like you're late. Nah, you're not late. Everybody has his own race to run. We have a saying in Yoruba language, run your own race on your own lane. You know, this man, his father's greatest dream for him was that he would become a clerk in Lagos. That was the highest point of his father's dream. It was because his father died that he had to move to Abeokuta. It was while he was living with his grandmother in Abeokuta that he saw lawyers walking down the road, and he saw them with their wigs and gowns, and he said, I'm going to be like one of these people. I'm not saying it's good that his father died, but I'm saying that even the setback was part of what was going to help him to identify his own path. And please, to be honest, the ones who did it in 22 or 23, and I'm sure they did well in their lives, but we don't know them. We're talking about him right now. So during the June holidays, he was still working as a water drawer, still, fetching water and making money. And then eventually assisted Mr. Mold in return for tips. And then, of course, eventually, he asked this question. He said, what was I? So, you know what? At this point, let's just start reading. So I'm not doing a recap anymore. I'm just going to, plug into the next stuff, right? The first phase of my life struggles was over. What was I going to do next? By the way, there was a time I used to carry sheaves of grass. Oh boy. Ojuri, when I read this man, it just reminds me of my father. Those people had it rough, man. They're all here speaking English because they came. By the way, if you have a parent and you hate your parent, and you always complain about what they didn't do, just remember that some of the English you are speaking right now, you can't speak because they gave you leverage, essentially. So appreciate the good. All right, let's get back to this. The first phase of my life struggles was over. What was I going to do next? I could be a shop attendant, a junior clerk, or what was then known as pupil teacher. But I wanted to pursue my education much further. In Abeokuta, I had seen lawyers in court, and from the moment I set my eyes on their wigs and gowns, I was possessed by an overpowering desire of one day becoming a lawyer. I sometimes thought I was being silly, for I was told it cost several thousands of pounds to study in England to become a lawyer. And as it was, I had neither the parents nor the guardians to sponsor me for such an expensive career. Nevertheless, the desire remained with me. After finishing at Imo, therefore, I thought that the best thing for me to do was to devise ways and means of finding money to pay my fees at the Abeokuta Grammar School. I reckoned that with some luck, I could manage the fees up to Form 4. It only meant that I would have to work much harder than ever before to earn a lot more money than hitherto. In the meantime, Mr. Mould had assured me that he would assist me to secure admission to the grammar school. In the midst of my cogitation, Mr. Keleko, my former headmaster, sent for me early in July 1926. He offered me a place on his staff. I told him of my plan, but he advised me to accept this offer and then work for admission to Wesley College, Ibadan in 1927, where I would be educated free for 4 years to become a certified teacher afterwards. In those days, Wesley College was a very famous institution among the Ijebus. It was an honor, second only to being a grammarian in Lagos, to be a student there. I accepted the offer, and about the middle of July 1926, I became a pupil teacher at Imo Wesleyan School. I was in charge of Standard 3 class, and my salary was fixed at £12.06 per month, or 12.6 per month. I was profoundly filled with gratitude to God the day I took my place before the class under my charge. I continued to stay with Mr. Mould, who was very happy at my appointment and at the prospect for preparing myself arithmetically for Wesley College entrance examination. At the end of August, my salary was raised to £50, I don't know. Couldn't be £15. They could not make £15 at the time. Anyway, they tried to wrote 15 and something like that. They are me. This book was written in 1960. Okay. And it was on this scale that I remained up to December when I finally severed my connection with the Imo Wesleyan School. But for Mr. Keleko, I would not have been allowed to take the entrance examination to Wesley College in 1926. The manager of our school, a very conscientious and fastidious pastor, wanted to send the strongest possible team from his circuit for the entrance examination, as only 16 students were going to be admitted in 1927 from the Western District of Nigeria. He did not consider me strong enough. After all, I had only just recently passed the Standard 5 examination and had been a teacher only for 4 months. No, it wouldn't do. Mr. Keleko, however, pressed my case, and very grudgingly, the manager entered me as one of the 8 candidates from Abeokuta Circuit. It was a practice for the mission to pay the fares of the candidates to and from Ibadan. And when the examination took place, I'll take it again. It was the practice for the mission. By the way, mission is church. But when we church, without that church, Papa may not be able to go to school. It was the practice of the mission to pay the fares of the candidates to and from Ibadan, where the examination took place. Our said manager, the Reverend E.K. Ajayi Ajagbe, of blessed memory, insisted that I must work for my fare, as he did not think it right that the mission should be made to bear the risk of my gamble. This is where something I never believed, but I had to because it's the truth. A portion of the Wesleyan cemetery at Ogbe, Abeokuta, which had been overgrown with weeds, was allotted to me for clearing. It was generally considered infra-dig for a teacher to till the ground, but I did, and after about a week's hard work, I earned my 5 pence, I think. I don't know, 5. Guys, let me check, please. At this point, I don't think it's fair that I'm just saying I don't know. I have to know. Give me a second. I never considered it important, but since I'm talking to you now, it could make sense. No, not 1960. This was 1920. My question is even wrong, Chef. Shillings? Really? Shillings. Shillings, okay. So it was making 6 shillings 3 pence. The salary was raised to 15 shillings. So pounds, shillings, and pence. Pence is the D dot. Shillings is S dot. Pound, of course, is pound. So sometimes shillings is S, sometimes it's a slash and a dash. It's not Ogbo, it's Shile. Shile, Yoruba man pay shillings now. And then pound, Yoruba man pay pound. We still use pound today. If you go to some Guinea in Yoruba land, you hear pound mewa, that's 20 naira. Because at the time that the pound, at the time they changed it, the naira, the pound was equal to 2 naira. All right, let's get into this. So thanks to all of you for holding on while I checked. So at least now we know what we're saying. So he says, after about a week's hard work, I earned my 5 shillings fare to and from Ibadan. Over 80 of us from different parts of the Western District of the Wesleyan Church sat for the examination. I was the only successful candidate from among the 8 candidates from Abeokuta. The Reverend E.K. Ajayi Ajagbe invited me to his office and most warmly congratulated me for bringing honor to Abeokuta Circuit. He expressed his deep regret at having doubted my ability and gave me 5 shillings out of his own pocket as a reward for my performance. This was a proud moment for me. I felt myself on the brink of success. My father's dream was being realized at last, though in a different form. For be it remembered that my father wanted me to be a clerk in government department in Lagos. And at the time in question, and indeed until recently, A civil servant enjoyed a higher status and recognition in our social and political setup in Nigeria than a teacher. For my part, it was enough that the days of firewood selling, water drawing, and journeying from school to school without school fees were over. I spent the Christmas of 1926 in Ikenne, my first visit since 1923, and was immensely gratified that only one of my former Ikenne classmates had attained the same educational height as I. He was being admitted to St. Andrew's College, a sister institution to Wesley College. The same year as I was being admitted to the latter, I was enthusiastically congratulated by all my former schoolmates. No arithmetical or grammatical questions were asked to taunt me. My scholastic equality or superiority was readily conceded, and I felt truly triumphant. These are the same people. No, they were not the one that made you switch. What they made you do was to redesign the Nigerian pound. Ah, God. All right, let's go to chapter 5. At Wesley College, everything was free. Tuition, books, board, and lodging. Uniforms as well as traveling expenses to and from the student's home during vacations. This was the policy of the institution from its inception in 1905 and for upwards of 30 years thereafter. When I entered the college in January 1927, I was expected to do a 4-year teacher training course, leading to the higher elementary teacher certificate, but I spent only 1 year and left. Within a week of my sojourn at the college, I became acquainted with certain aspects of its setup which were revolting to my nature. In return for free tuition and so forth, the students were under obligation to do practically everything for themselves. The final year students were the big noises in the place. They monopolized all the important offices in the college and constituted a powerful and authoritarian hierarchy. It was safer to offend a tutor than to rough any of them up the wrong way. They saw to it in accordance with traditions that the new boys, that is the first year students, bore the brunt of any menial and distasteful job that was to be done. The fetching of firewood under the leadership of one of the third year students, from among whom chief cooks were appointed, the cutting of grass, the drawing of water, sometimes during the dry season, from a stream about 1 mile away, the removal of latrine and urinal pails, the digging of night soil trenching grounds, the washing of plates, all these were reserved for the new boys. In addition, each new boy was expected to act as a fag and drudge of all work to one of the final year pundits. I did not mind firewood fetching. It was my specialty. I did not mind the other manual occupations in the college either. But I abhorred the removal of latrine and urinal pails, the digging and tending of night soil trenching grounds, and being capriciously ordered about by a fellow student. The monitor of the college as the head of the final year hierarchy was the most puissant functionary in this educational dominion. Let's just go to what he did next because of time. Let me just read the list of what happened between him and some of these augurs. The monitor of the college was the head of the final year hierarchy. The monitor of the college, as the head of the final year hierarchy, was the most puissant functionary in this educational dominion. In him was vested the power to pronounce and inflict punishment on any new boy. He could make the offender to do extra manual labor, or in addition, gate him on Saturday. The offenses might vary from alleged dereliction of duty to alleged insubordination to or contempt of a senior student. A new boy was never given an opportunity of being heard in his own defense before he was punished for an alleged offense. If the offense was such a great nature as to warrant the offender's suspension or expulsion from the college, he would be brought before the college court, consisting of 5 of the final year students with the monitor as a permanent chairman, unless the latter was a complainant. The verdict of the court was subjected to the ratification of the principal, who also constituted a court of appeal. I was once brought before the court. I raised the point which brought an impasse to the proceedings. I was accused before the court of insubordination to all the final year students. I think the issue really is about age. You're going to a point where Agbalofin Kawe, I want to Engba mi Matonwa Joga. Let's jump from this to the part where so he said, for instance, that I was a star in games and sports in Freeman House, of which I was a member. Because of my activities in these spheres, the Reverend W. Eric Hodges, who was vice principal of the college and also the games master, took some liking to me. I was very good in my classwork except in geography, dictation and handwriting and drawing. All right, let's move to what I really wanted to accomplish with this education thinking. I think I've already done it by getting us from how he did everything until he was able to get into Wesley College, Ibadan. At the beginning of the last term in 1927, I decided not to return to college in 1928. Some things happened we're not going to go into how to do with let's just continue. At the beginning of the last term in 1927, I decided not to return to the college in 1928. There was only one of two ways open to me. I could refuse to turn up at the beginning of term in 1928 without any previous notice to the principal. In this case, it would be the Wesleyan mission to make a search for me, if they thought it necessary, and if they found me, to try and persuade me to teach for the equivalent period during which I had received free training from the mission at the college. I did not like this method. Apart from being cowardly, it would amount to an attempt on my part to break the bond into which I had entered to serve the mission in return for benefits received. I could also leave the college by expulsion for gross misconduct or for very bad failure in the annual examination. In the former case, one would be rejected for good by the mission, but in the latter, one would be given the option of serving the mission on or I'll take that again. In the former case, one would be rejected for good by the mission, but in the latter, one would be given the option of serving the mission or of being released from one's undertakings under the bond. Somehow, my activities in the college, which had been unpleasant to the African tutors and seniors alike, had not proved sufficiently gross or grave to earn me an expulsion. Only one course was therefore open to me: to fail the annual examination in an inexcusable manner. Okay, two other classmates of mine also decided to leave at the end of 1927. They were the best boys in our class, always sharing the first and second places between them. In periodic tests and quarterly examinations, I always moved between 5th and 7th positions, reaching the 3rd position only once. I led the whole class in mathematics. Let's jump. Those details are important, but because of time, we want to quickly move, okay? Hi, Ola Odetunde. Hi, MDA. Let's continue. In the last 3 months of 1926, in fact, let me finish that part, because I already said that what he was planning to do. I'll just finish what he eventually did. So he says, the first paper was mental arithmetic. 50 questions were to be answered in 60 minutes. They were to me as simple as could be, but I did so badly in it that I only succeeded in getting 10%. My friends did likewise. We did much worse in the mathematics paper proper. The tutors always tried to mark as many of the papers as possible at the close of the day's work. The startling discovery was quickly made that the two best boys in the class and I, the best in mathematics, had failed woefully in this subject. Mr. J.O. Ajibola, who marked the papers, had very strong suspicions. We were brought before the principal the following morning. Mr. Ajibola, who was then senior tutor and now a barrister at law and customary court judge, suggested quite intuitively that our action was deliberate. He contended that we should each have got between 80 and 100% in each of the papers. Number. He contended that we should each have got between 80 and 100% in each of the papers thus far set. The principal, who was familiar with our performances, wanted to know what the game was all about. His mien was grave, and his utterance was full of emotion. I told him at once that I wanted to leave the college, and I thought the only honorable course open to me was to fail the examination in such a manner as to make my expulsion inevitable. My two friends made a similar confession. The principal rose to the occasion. He wanted to know the reason, and on being told that we just wanted to leave, he gave us advice. He expatiated on the nobility of the teaching profession and the advantages of going through for 4 years, the physical, mental, and spiritual discipline which Wesley College provided. He appealed to us to reconsider our decision, which he thought was rash, unwise, and without foundation. He stressed that in any case, it was far from being honorable for us to crown our career in the college with a disgraceful scholastic performance. He urged us to do our best in the annual examination without prejudice to our freedom of action after we had pondered over his advice. Other papers were set for us in mathematics, and we passed with flying colors. We, however, stuck to our decision. I was expected to serve the mission for 1 year in discharge of my bond, but I actually served for 2 years as a teacher at Ogbe, Wesleyan now Methodist School, Abeokuta. In the last 3 months of 1926, I had a smattering acquaintance with shorthand. It was quite fascinating, but what was more fascinating were the legendary stories which were woven round that rare breed of men who were then known as shorthand typists. They were said to be exceptionally fearless and could look at any white man in the face. They were proficient in English written and spoken, and were among the best dressed persons in the country. In the matter of salaries, it was the shorthand typists, so the storyteller said, who dictated what they wanted, and this might be as high as £25 per month, I think. A truly royal sum of money in those days. I thought to myself that I could very easily develop the personality of a shorthand typist. I felt sure in my bones that the attribute of fearlessness was very much in me. I could be well dressed as anyone else if I had the money, but I would have to master shorthand and typing and the English language if I was to become one of them. During my sojourn at West College, I pursued the study of shorthand in my spare time. I made sure that no one in the college knew that I was doing this. My ambition was all the more fired by the occasional advertisements which I used to see in the newspapers. Wanted, a shorthand typist. Applied to so and so, stating speed, experience, and salary required. I had no doubt in my mind that I could become a well-qualified shorthand typist after 2 years of hard work. After that, I would be in a position to dictate to any prospective employer the salary I wanted. In my reflection, I compared this rosy prospect with what awaited me at the end of my teacher training course. After 4 years, I will be placed as a certified teacher on a salary of £3, 6 shillings and 8 pence per month, with little prospect of a rise. Indeed, there was no guarantee, judging from the reports, which from time to time reached the college, that this comparatively paltry salary would be paid regularly. Some teachers were in arrears of their salaries for 3 months. In any case, in contrast to a shorthand typist, teachers appeared to me to be a race of meek and easygoing people, extremely obsequious in the presence of a white man. Before leaving the college in 1927, I made up my mind that after discharging my bond, I would embark on the career of a shorthand typist. As a matter of personal prestige, however, it was imperative that I should start on this career before my classmates who stayed in the college to complete their course came out. Somebody said they were the tech guys of those days. I believe so. My father did the same thing, and he became a secretary eventually. It's quite interesting. All right. Before leaving the college in 1927, okay, I read that already. All right, so we'll go from here to how he learned shorthand and typewriter. Mombo. All right. In spite of my hectic time there, I thoroughly enjoyed my short sojourn at Wesley College. I entered fully and with unabated zest into the life of the college. Most of the time, I regarded my interminable encounters with the seniors and tutors as exceeding fun. At times, I also regarded myself as a crusader. The tutors and seniors were undoubtedly flabbergasted by my apparent relish for troubles and by my defiant and independent attitude unusual among new boys in the annals of the college. During the second half of my last term in the college, I lived more or less on a basis of equality with the final year students. After the incident before Mr. Hodges, which I had previously related, it seemed that the seniors were chary of putting me on anything but light duties. The monitor with whom I lived in the same room for the whole year just left me severely alone. Unknown to me at the time, the college and its authorities must have made deep and abiding impressions on me. The older I grow, the greater my affection for the college as well as for the tutors and seniors in whose regime I served. Now looking back upon it, there are certain aspects of life in the college which are immensely admirable and worthy of emulation, not only by similar institutions, but all those who aspire to a position of leadership in any sphere of life. I think it is an extremely useful experience that a young person should be made to do for himself certain menial and domestic jobs, which, though distasteful, other people are nevertheless being called upon to do from time to time. I'm going to jump to our uniforms consisted of shokoto, buba, and agbada. I highlighted this particular part because I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, that they were wearing something native. Most students did not like this then, and alas, they have now been changed to trousers, blazers, and shirts. Contemporary grammarians derided us for our clumsy dress, but it is this same kind of attire that we now call national dress, and which is in popular vogue with most of the elite in Nigeria. Our motto is the Yoruba translation of a portion of Luke 22, verse 27. Be anything she iranse as he that serveth. This motto was also an object of ridicule among students from secondary schools whose mottos are invariably in Latin. Anyway, so at least we established the fact that he was there with them. We're going to move speedily to chapter 6. Okay? I know we're not covering everything, but I'm reading the parts that are important for us to create a picture of his past and to understand how he rose through the ranks. We may not read every word in the book, at least not out here, but if you want to read every word, please, get the book Awolowo, the Autobiography of Chief Awolowo, and you can find it on Redomi Books on Telegram. Okay? I should type that up here, so in case you want to get the book, you can get it there. By the way, somebody reached out to me yesterday and said, I thought you were going to be able to download the books there. And I was like, no. Because of what we're doing, we have to be very careful not to make it look like, you can download books, take people's PDF. I'm reading the hard copy, by the way, but it's important to also say that that's not really the plan. Benga Gulano, hello, sir. That's not the plan. So the books on Readme Books are for sale. The ones that the documents, for instance, that we can share without fear of copyright and all of those things, those ones you'll find in Redomi Global. Okay? But these books are in Redomi Books, but they are, just think of it as a Telegram bookshop. But there are free materials that you can find on Redomi Global on Telegram as well. Okay? So let's quickly jump to chapter 6. In January 1928, I started work as a teacher at the Wesleyan, now Methodist School, Ogbe, Abeokuta. Because I had done 1 year's course in the teacher training college, I was officially classified as a provisional teacher. I was an ipso facto. My salary was fixed at the handsome figure of £2 per mensem, actually per month. This was increased to £2 5. I was going to say 5 cents, 5 shillings. Is this shillings? Sorry, let me go back and look for that thing again. It's not shillings, it's pence. Pence. £2 pence in January 1929. This was my, this was in 1929. My father was going to go to secondary school in I won't tell you the year. The school fees was £5. How many months salary would that have been? It was my unbounded pleasure to note that monetarily I was not very much below my college mates who completed their course and left the college at the same time as I. I got somewhat elated and drifted with precipitate rapidity into the company of gay young men. That's happy young men, flamboyant, happy, outgoing. We wanted to be as well dressed as Beau Brummel, with a view to achieving a position of consequence in the town social circles. At first, I saw nothing wrong in our aims and objects, but in due course I was disillusioned. Sure enough, £2 a month enabled me to present a clean and pleasant appearance, but there were clothing materials of a quality which that income could not procure. And it was this type of expensive materials which those with whom our precocious group wanted to compete were in the habit of using. In addition, our superior competitors were more accommodating in their generosity to girls and other persons, simply because their incomes were much higher than ours. They also rode their best available bicycles, which we did not possess. Above all, I discovered a most salutary discovery indeed, that Abeokuta society, like all sophisticated societies, was neatly stratified. If you tried to venture beyond your certified or obvious stratum, you were certain to get a rebuff which was both cold and biting. Alright, I got my share of well-deserved rebuffs and so on and so forth. Alright, I'm just going to take a small thing here and there. I'm going to move to another paragraph. Okay, we're getting deep into it. And I'm going to switch books on Monday. Or no, I'm going to add some books on Monday. Monday news. We have a lot of news on Monday. We'll see how it goes. Okay. I did not regard the 9 months as by any means wasted. I learned valuable lessons which have not departed from me. Ever since that time, I have never aspired. By the way, what year was this? 1928. At this time, Papa was 19 years. They started working in 1929, so it was 20 at this point. I did not regard the 9 months as by any means wasted. I learned valuable lessons which have not departed from me. Ever since that time, I have never aspired to any position or level of society unless I feel sure that I have the capacity to work for it, and that I have the means and qualifications both to command and deserve it as well as to maintain it. Any position, status, or preferment that comes only by mere patronage or favoritism has never since interested me. My political foundation also, I'll take that again because this is Atidebitan law, at least the next level, or the by instance. My political foundation was also well and truly laid at that time. Our gay team, by the way, gay in 1960 is not gay in 2025. Gay, outgoing, happy. Our gay team consisted of some of the most radical elements that could be found in the country at that time. We were regular and voracious readers of the Lagos Daily News, as well as conscientious believers in the opinions expressed in that paper. Back in 1922, and when I was peregrinating from one school to another, my young mind had been saturated with the belief that the late Herbert Macaulay was a champion and defender of native rights and liberty. This belief must have been engendered by almanacs and calendars which carried Herbert Macaulay's photographs, together with eulogistic captions on the man's political exploits, and by adulatory remarks made to my hearing about him by knowledgeable elders. The Lagos Daily News, of which Herbert Macaulay was proprietor and editor at the time, was an inflammatory sheet. What men, or who went to the length of dining and wining with them, were denounced as imperialist agents. Why are you laughing? Okan Honey. Okan Honey, it's been a while. Good to see you. Is it my SHEET and SHIT? All right. Africans who have, by the way, when you continue reading this book, by the time you get to NYM, and you read what Azikiwe was saying about people, Papa was trying to compare what he was saying with what Abat Macaulay used to say back then, right? So everybody, to any black person who was friendly to white person, Abat Macaulay called them imperialist agents and branded as having sold Nigeria for their personal gains and advancement. Sounds more like obedient movement. With all these and other views expressed in the paper, our team readily concurred. It was one of our aims and objects to demonstrate our contempt. But let me pause to say something. I said it jokingly, but let me just explain myself. When you're young, it's good to have that mindset. And whether you want down when checking come, but as you grow older, you should also be able to understand the fact that once you start learning new things, that maybe that radical approach may not be the only way to get things done. But doesn't mean that it's totally useless. It's useful, but you have to do more than just insult everybody. With all these and other views expressed in the paper, our team readily concurred. It was one of our aims and objects to demonstrate our contempt for and equality with the white man whenever an opportunity offered itself. Such opportunity was, however, rare, and when it did occur, we seized it firmly by the forelock. It was forbidden in our circle to say sir, to, or take off our hats. I'll take that again. It was forbidden in our circle to say sir, to, or take off our hats in the presence of a white man, as was the general practice. We resolved that on no account would we fraternize and dine with white people, who were the symbol of our political enslavement. Now looking back upon it, our resolve was really uncalled for. First of all, because we were beneath the notice of the white men in Abeokuta in any case. And secondly, because we were too far below the level of the handful of Africans in Abeokuta who were eligible for invitation to meals or socials with them. I must, however, confess that ineffective though it was when it was made, the resolution had made a much deeper impression upon my mind than I realized at the time. It was not until 1953, a year after I had been in office as Minister of Local Government and Leader of Government Business in the Western region, that I sincerely felt free to fraternize and eat with white officials. It is on record that before 1952, all the invitations to social parties that were sent to me by the Chief Commissioner, Western Region, and the Governor of Nigeria were spurned by me out of hand. In spite of myself, I did not even show the courtesy of acknowledging them. The spell and impact which the personality and the views of Abat Macaulay cast and made on me must have been enchanting and profound. It was some 20 years later that I was able to wade out of the slough of prejudices with which I had been indoctrinated against certain Nigerian leaders, and to make my own independent appraisal of the part they had played in our national struggles. You see why I say it's similar to obedient movement? You criticize everybody, you insult everybody, you hate everybody, then later discover that it wasn't even necessary. Please, I have to switch this source, the audio source. Give me a second, please. 1 second, please. I should say 1 moment, Mombo. Thanks for staying tuned, and yeah, I had to quickly do the needful. Where were we? So I was saying that just like Papa, sometimes you get involved with politics, and people just engineer your mind, sometimes condition your mind, with or without your approval. Essentially, you begin to say things, and you think you are doing it because you have thought about it, but in all honesty, you've not even really thought about it. And so Abat Macaulay was larger than life in the 1920s. He was a publisher. He was also involved with NNDP. He founded the party. So naturally, he was very, very influential. So younger people, of course, looked up to him. And sometimes you make up whatever you are deciding is actually your mind being made up for you by somebody else who has influence over you. And so for Papa, he's saying that since the 1920s up until 1953, he thought a certain way about white people, but eventually he was able to make up his own mind. He says it was some 20 years later that I was able to wade out of this law of prejudices with which I had been indoctrinated, which, by the way, also affected his relationship with white people. So, for instance, when they asked him to come for meetings, parties, he would just say he's not going to be there, which is also one of the reasons they also had reservations about Awo, to be honest. The white thought they knew he was impeccable, like you couldn't fault him, like he wasn't corrupt, wasn't any of the things that they called other people, but they also thought he was too strict, if you know what I mean. If you're on TikTok, please let's not stop at tapping 160. Ẹkáàbọ breaking the 200. Hopefully we can go beyond that. But this week we're a bit, while at the end of the week, it's not as exciting as Basbos, but it's important to do this, okay? Don't worry, these boring things are actually the things that help you lay the groundwork of the things that we're going to say. I could come here and just tell you how GM politics and he did this, he did that, but I think it's important to know him. Okay? So let's continue. Furthermore, during these 9 months, I read as widely as possible. This was imperative because our circle, apart from being gay and political, again, gay means happy, means outgoing, and political, also wanted to appear literary and well-informed, and the habit of reading good books, which I then cultivated, has not deserted me. My literary acquaintances then were fairly large and varied: Shakespeare, Dickens, R.L. Stevenson, Emerson, Lord Avebury, Sir Walter Scott, Avebury, Hazlitt, Albert Hubbard, and several others. Shakespeare is my favorite. I've read all his plays, and I've reread some of them, like Julius Caesar, Hamlet, The Tempest, Antony and Cleopatra, and Henry V, more than 3 times. Okay, we're going to move on again to another part. 720. Above all, I threw myself wholeheartedly into the physical and games activities at Ogbe School. As a result, I was appointed the games master of the school and the captain of its football team, where there were many big boys and big girls, some as old as myself, in the school. This was, of course, the common pattern in all schools at the time. In my capacity as physical instructor, I received the special commendation of one Colonel Laming, who visited Nigeria in 1928 or 1929 as an inspector in physical training for my enthusiasm and proficiency. The headmaster of the school, now Oba A.O. Okukwe, the Alakperu of Ikperu, highly valued my services. Though I could appear carefree and all that outside school, I was a stern disciplinarian among pupils, and the headmaster knew it. I took a keen interest in the pupils, particularly those in my class, but I did not permit any kind of undue familiarity between them and me. The headmaster trusted in my sense of discipline and responsibility, so that on 2 occasions he left me in charge of the entire school over the heads of certificated teachers when he was away for a few hours on some outside engagements. When I left the school, the headmaster gave me a testimonial recounting my services to the school in superlative terms. Towards the end of 1928, I concentrated my attention mainly on the pursuit of my ambition. I took correspondence courses in English, commercial knowledge, bookkeeping, business methods, and shorthand. I saved as hard as I could. During the June holidays in 1929, I went to Lagos and learned touch typing, which was not very common in those days. In order to continue my typing practice, I persuaded Mr. Mo to buy a typewriter. He bought a second-hand one, just like buying a computer. I took charge of it. I was now able to draft, unaided by him, all the letters, applications for work, and petitions which he handled in the course of his trade, and type them for him as well. He was very pleased with me. He offered me tips, which I refused, but I accepted his offer to have free meals with him whenever I wanted. By the end of 1929, I had become a fully fledged shorthand typist. Shorthand speed 100 to 120 words a minute, typing speed 40 words a minute. When I arrived in Lagos on 31st December 1929, in search of a job, I was full of high hopes for the future. Early in March 1930, I was appointed a shorthand typist by the German firm of J.W. Jackel and Company. There were about 30 applicants from among whom I was chosen. My salary was £6.10 per month. This was much less than what I had expected. But one second, please. So he says, my salary was £6.10 per month. This was much less than what I had expected, but at the same time, much more than I ever received as a teacher, and about double what my classmates would receive in 1931 after they had completed their course. For a while, I felt that I was on the high road to realizing my hopes. But in August 1930, I lost my job with J.W. Jackel. My immediate boss, a Mr. Ruppel, tall and handsome, was a nice and jovial man. He and I got on very well together, almost as pals. The general manager, a Mr. Vogt, short and obese, was very stiff and aloof. And in any case, I had no dealings with him at all in the course of my duties. He spoke very little English. All his letters to the head office in Hamburg were written in German, and he dictated them to Mr. Ruppel, who was himself a first-rate shorthand typist. One morning on my arrival at the office, I noticed that Mr. Ruppel looked somewhat morose and uncommunicative. As I was about to settle down to work, he asked me to see the cashier. There I was paid off. Before I returned from the cashier to collect my coat and hat, my successor was already rattling away at the typewriter. He was one of the applicants who were rejected when I was appointed by Mr. Ruppel. His brother was, however, an important personality in Lagos. Nepotism, and he was obviously a friend of the general manager whom he visited from time to time. For 19 months thereafter, I was unemployed. For some months, I was able to live with economy fairly comfortably and on my accumulated resources, which consisted of my savings and a month's salary in lieu of notice. The trade depression of that period was having its adverse effects on Nigeria's economy, and both government and mercantile houses were retrenching staff. Nevertheless, I was hoping against hope that I might get another job, so I never tired of writing applications, but the result was the same: no vacancy. Okay, so went from here. I plan not to rush sometimes, but let's take a little more before we go today. The choice was always open, and indeed offers were repeatedly made to me to return to teaching, but I was resolved not to enter any employment in which I would find myself in a position of inferiority to my former classmates at Wesley College. I was prepared to do any other legitimate work or staff instead. It was also open to me to take the senior clerical examination, and if I passed, and I had no doubt I would, seek appointment in a government department. But I had a strong aversion for the civil service because it was dominated by white officials and by African yes-men who would run when called by a white man, who would put their hands behind their backs in his presence, who would not dare to see anything wrong in anything the white man said or did, and who would punctuate every sentence they uttered before him with innumerable sirs. Whilst in the employ of Jackal, I had taken and passed the interpreter's examination, but I had refrained from following it up. With my attitude of mind, I felt sure that I was not the type to make any progress as a civil servant. When the monstrous realm of starvation was creeping close, I struck on an idea, which I quickly put into operation. I organized evening classes for those preparing for preliminary Cambridge and junior preceptors examinations. What I made from this source was very meager, but with occasional help from friends to whom I had done some good turns, I eked out some sort of existence. The 19 months were among the most trying periods of my life. My most cherished hopes had been dashed. My span of life up to then, though short, had been some ups and downs, with more downs than ups. I had many moments of anxious reflections. All right, many things here, but I'm trying to jump. Okay, during this period, I made the best possible use of my time. I polished up my mathematics, studied the study of Latin, and read as many books as I could afford to buy or borrow. In the course of my incursion into the wide realm of literature, I came across a big tome of a book, which was a collection of the essays and lectures of Robert G. Ingersoll. I started to read it, and I found that the more I read it, the more fascinated I became. It was said of him that Ingersoll was a smashing orator and a forceful personality. From his essays and lectures, which I read most avidly, I saw him as... One second, please. From his essays and lectures, which I read most avidly, I saw him as a matchless moralist and humanitarian, as well as a literary giant with a style which was at once lucid and in the best classical traditions. His language was so choice, his sentences so balanced and pithy, and his arguments so cogent, incisive, irresistible, and so replete with scientific and classical illustrations that I found myself racing breathlessly along with this amazing man, as he delivered deft, precise, and shattering blows at all that is taught in the Holy Bible from Genesis to Revelation. By the time he was done with Ingersoll, he became an agnostic. Let me show one other thing. So the story of Adam and Eve, of Cain, and Noah and stuff. Let's just jump. At the end of my literary and mental excursion with Ingersoll, I had become a hearty admirer of agnosticism. I made further progress in this new field. I read other books, including T. Huxley's Evolution of the Species, Thomas Paine's Age of Reason, At the end of my literary and mental excursion with Ingersoll, I had become a hearty admirer of agnosticism. I made further progress in this new field. I read other books, including T.H. Huxley's Evolution of the Species, Thomas Paine's Age of Reason, and another book, whose author I don't now remember, entitled Bible on Hell. I became a regular reader of the Rationalist Review. Anyway, this is just telling you about how he became an agnostic. Okay? Let me just see if I can read a bit more from here. So he says, I became a regular reader of the Rationalist Review. From the time of my mental acquaintance and communion with Ingersoll, I attended church only occasionally when there was a wedding ceremony, memorial service, or when my wife successfully insisted on my keeping her company. I found it hard to disbelieve in or to doubt the existence of God, but I vehemently disavowed the legends and fictions which the Israelites and their successors in dogma have woven around him. I positively held the view that down the ages, different groups of men have at different times created their own God in their own warped image, and that so long as these dogmatic, erring fanatics continue to project their own self-created God instead of the true God, so long will there be room for rational men with the courage of their conviction to feel impelled to repudiate the man-made God. During my stay in the United Kingdom from 1944 to 1946, I did not cross the portals of a church except for sightseeing to Westminster Abbey and St. Paul's Cathedral. So we're going to jump from here to 1932. Early in April 1932, I was informed by telegram by my cousin Simon Awolowo that the post of college clerk was vacant. It was newly created. There was no such post in the college up to the end of 1931. I went to Ibadan immediately to apply in person. We were 3 applicants in all, and a day was fixed for us to do a test. I won. As college clerk, I combined the work of a shorthand typist with that of a bookkeeper. I was thorough, discreet, and efficient in my work. Of my own volition, I worked in and out of office hours, all depending on the volume of work on hand at a given time. 1932 means at this point he is 23 years old. It was part of my duties to type and cyclostyle examination papers for divinity students, sub-pastors and teachers in training, among all of whom I had many friends. In all matters pertaining to my duties, the principal and the college authority trusted me absolutely. A tribute to this effect was paid to me in the testimonial given to me when I left Wesley College as its clerk. I am still proud of it, and it reads, I don't know if you want to read everything there. He left in August 1934, and they said Mr. Awolowo has been employed as clerk at this college since April 1932. His work has been chiefly correspondence and copying. He can take down letters and so on and so forth. And talk about what he did in his course of his duties. For the 2.5 years that I spent at Wesley College as its clerk, I took myself extremely seriously. I exercised Spartan control and discipline over myself and went about my business independent and unafraid. I enjoyed the respect of all those with whom I came into contact. In certain respects, however, I must have been a puzzle to the principal and his staff. I did not enter the college chapel once, and I don't remember ever sharing a joke with the principal or with anyone else other than my intimate friends. For some months, I was not on speaking terms with the vice principal, Mr. Hodges. During the absence of the principal on leave, I went on to collect certain drafts for typing. He handed them to me and I turned away. He then called me back and asked if I knew what the custom in England was when something was handed by someone to another, as he had just done. I had not been to England, and I told him so. He then explained that an Englishman on receiving the papers would have said thank you. So I told him that customs differed, and that among the Yoruba people, you only say thank you when you are the recipient of a gift, and that in any case, I was not an Englishman, and I did not see why I should be expected to know and observe this particular English custom. He was annoyed more by the way I addressed him than by what I said. He fined me a sum of money, which he deducted from my salary at the end of the month. Since then, and until the principal intervened, we both had regular business intercourse, but it consisted only in my going to his office to collect drafts from him or from his desk and turning away without saying as much as good morning or good day. This is all because of that white issue, like the disdain for white folks that they got from studying those things from Abat Macaulay. Or Molili Abi. That's what happens when you are young and you are very idealistic. And only once the principal asked to know why I did not attend the chapel services, I replied that the only thing that I enjoyed in a church service was the melody of the songs. It happened I explained that my room was near enough to the chapel for me to be fully entranced with the sweet voices of the college choir. It was a mark of exemplary tolerance on the part of the Reverend E.G. Nightingale that he did not remove me from my post in the college on account of my general disposition and my attitude towards the church. I, on my part, made no attempt to interfere with the religious views and practices of my friends or of the staff and students in the college. But if anyone tried to preach church-going and the teachings of the Bible to me, as was occasionally the case, I very quickly worsted him. It is my candid view then and now that the vast majority of Christians, including the clergy, I'll take that again. It is my candid view then and now that the vast majority of Christians, including the clergy, are too ill-equipped dialectically to combat with success the aggressive detractors and traducers of our great religion. Of course, it was just a phase for him, but the last thing Papa said here is very true. Most Christians cannot defend Christianity. They can't, including ministers, and it's not so cool. I'll read that again. It is my candid view then and now that the vast majority of Christians, including the clergy, are too ill-equipped dialectically to combat with success the aggressive detractors and traducers of our great religion. The person who was agnostic is now telling you our. Tells you eventually he resolved. It's good to have those. I always talk about crisis of faith. It's okay to have crisis of faith. I've had one myself. But when you come out, at least you come out better. You're able to defend what you believe, not just. So let's stop here for today. I promise next week. Let me see. What can I promise? So, Mombo. Okay. I promise that from Monday we'll be talking about exciting stuff. How I got. We're going to say a bit about how I got into journalism, but once we are done with that, we're going straight into politics, which is NYM. Okay, and I intentionally decided to be reading this period because it also helps all of us to read together, so that way, whether you're able to read or you're busy working, at least either you can take this as you reading, or it can also spur you to get the book and other things yourself. But I want us to know our work a bit more. That's the truth. I want us to know him and to see his path, and then told that path as well. Then we'll do better than him in our generation by God's grace. All right. I'm sure he would want that, to be honest. That's what he would want. I mean, that's why we spent all those time and hours and days poring over books and planning for us to be educated. All right. Okay. It's 7:39. I don't know if anybody wants to speak. So that's what we have done this week. We've learned about him, how he was born, the schools he went to, and how he got to work in different places, and how he taught, and then eventually chose to be a shorthand typist because, of course, the pay and things like that. And at this point, where we are right now, he's 23 years of age, and he's back in Ibadan. So we've seen him in Abeokuta. We've seen him go to Wesley in Ibadan as a student. We've seen him come back to Abeokuta to teach in Ogbe. We've seen him go to Lagos to work with a German firm as a shorthand typist. Then we've seen him go back to Ibadan to work as a clerk at the same school that he went a few years prior. That's Wesley College in Ibadan. Going forward, we'll be talking about his foray into journalism and also how he eventually got into NYM. Once you get into NYM, there'll be fireworks. I can promise you that. But let's learn together, okay? All right. Does anybody want to share anything? And then I'll bring you up before we go. Anybody? All right. So we're going to continue from here on Monday, okay? Monday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to spend some time on the news because it's Monday. So Monday usually we have. I'll try and see if we can finish. If we can finish at 4, they just created Enugu at that time, Sheye West. Hiya. Two people are coming on. Please mute, and then we'll have Perism and then Olowo. Esho.
Triangle.
Please mute the triangle. Olowo, please mute.
This is actually
All right. Olowo, thank you. So, Mr. Perism, please go on.
Okay, and good evening, sir.
Okay. Perism, you on Shoruko yin?
I know business Olawale lorúkọ mi.
Okay, so Mr. Lawale ni, but Perism is in Ogije. Okay, boy.
And Ekun Lataro, I sincerely appreciate you. Well, in content me confess on me mobile proposition me boya oh dead or not. But what I notice in all these men then, come on, boyi bodua. But I can say, yeah, one boy babonle so you presently. Gay son is me mope gay is well, we have to I'm not an English student like that. Me mope another meaning from gay is to be as in just like that. But the first time I heard Chief Akintola speaking, I know ojú tí mo fi mú wọn gbà pé àwọn ará àtijọ́ àwọn ará oko àwọn old age gbà pé wọn gbọ́, but I noticed those people, they were really exposed to more English than this.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Yes, sir. Okay.
They read a lot. No, am I mute? When they read a lot, if you read a lot of fiction, if you read a lot of primarily fiction and other non-fictions, if you read a lot of books, your vocabulary bank will grow. So, I think both of them were also lawyers. So being a lawyer also means that you have to study a lot of. So the more we read, the more words we. But gay was a word that the LGBT people appropriated though. It never meant anything sexual. Up until maybe 19. I'm not certain. Maybe 50s or 60s. I'm not certain, but I'll look for the date. It was what it always meant, even up to the 1960s, was something like people that were bright and pleasant and happy. We are gay today, that kind of thing. That's what he meant. Before it then took on a sexual connotation.
If not, time you go by, gay. I just went to the dictionary to check and I noticed, another meaning from gate here. So, okay, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you.
Esho. Get information. Yeah, I was right. They started using it in 1920s to 1940s, but it became very popular in 1960s. I was right. Up until the 1960s, if you say gay, everybody knows that you're talking about happy. But the original meaning is happy, joyful, bright, carefree. So whenever I read old books, especially in public like this, I have to, point out the meaning of those words that have been appropriated for other things today. All right, thank you very much, Perry Zimeshion. Let's go to our brother Olowo.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Eku afomoniyan she.
Sure.
Eku báwo ni ṣe máa sọ, mo fẹ́ kí yín ní gbogbo kíkí ti Yorùbá ni o, because sincerely I'm glued to your page. I'm not in Nigeria at the moment. I'm a diasporan, but anytime timba wà níbi iṣẹ́ tí máa wò pé Bosu your risk, I'm always my work won't allow me to to put an headset on if your supervisor sees you and there could be an issue. So I'm always no, the man like in go first hand, me can like in go recorded version. So I'm always like in on time pẹ̀lú most of the time you can lay shebo ẹ kú ìfiwá sórí ọ̀nà tó ti wà ńlẹ̀ táwọn bàbá wa ti tọ́tọ̀ tí ẹ jẹ́ ká sọnù àwọn ọmọ tó wà ń sìn. Just like there is a big saying that if you don't want a Nigerian to know anything, a certain thing, hide it in a book. Now, hiding it in a book, yeah, lẹ́yìn jẹ́ ká mọ̀ sí àtàwọn ọmọ mi tó bá wà glued sí page ń bí irú àwa ẹ ṣé gan. Ẹ kú ìfi ìṣínilójú, ẹ kú ìṣínilọ́kàn. Ọlọ́run á máa bá wa pẹ̀lú yín.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Cherry, Baba Awo is an embodiment of was an embodiment of so many things, so many good things. Tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Yorùbá, tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí the Yorùbá race. Looking at his life, tí bá ń ka àwọn nǹkan míì nípa àwọn bàbá yẹn, especially Baba Awo, I'm always proud. I'm always a proud Yoruba man. So Kolomba wa pàṣìṣe wọn rẹ́. Yeah, just. So Kolomba wa pàṣìṣe wọn rẹ́. We love what you're doing. We love what you're doing. Please. Ẹ má stop. Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ kẹ́ stop. Agbára tẹ́ fi máa ṣe Ọlọ́run á máa fún yín.
Àmín.
Mo ti jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mi kankan pé if you need to hear about where you come from, if you need to hear about your race, try and come online to Busui your race page every evening, but not Saturdays and Sundays. So bitimon lo ni egan ẹ ṣé gan.
Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you so much. It's a blessing to know that there are people who appreciate what we do. So thank you very much for your support. Sinchin, yes. Financial support is also important. So whatever people can do to support what we're doing, please feel free to use the bank details up here. And I want to use the opportunity to thank those who have given gifts today on TikTok. Some do it on YouTube as well now. But no matter what it is, I appreciate it. But let's also use the bank details. We're trying to come up with some things that we can push on some platforms so that more people will be able to see the videos, and then we can reach more people, because we have a lot of stuff that has been done. Now we have over 500 videos on YouTube. Because the amount of information that we generate on a daily basis and content, we have a lot to share, and we still have some to share this weekend. But we also have to push it so that more people will see it and more people will learn our history. So please support us however you can. But I want to thank everybody who has been here today to speak, those on the stage, those in the comment section, including Sinchin, who I haven't seen in a while. Thank you very much for being here. And thanks to everybody in the Durotimi. It's been a while I saw Durotimi as well. Ogwengbori TikTok. I'm glad you're here. Thank you very much for being here, and on YouTube as well. Thank you very much for your support and for being part of today's session. The lesson we'll take with us this week. Number one, when it comes to the war and history that has to do with that thing, please don't be carried away by. Have compassion for people, for what they've gone through. Be empathetic towards their plight. But be careful not to just get carried away by those who want to weaponize your empathy against you. Make sure that you are empathetic towards people, but you're also very rational in understanding the events of the past, so that you're not blackmailed with propaganda that seeks to tell a narrative that's not even the truth, right? So that's very, very important. The other part also is that as we study Awo, not all of us are going to be politicians. Some of us are going to be teachers and tech people and, traders and business people and tech guys. whatever you do, or teachers and preachers, whatever you do, it's important to pick things from, someone like this, because a lot of time, and the reason I'm doing this also is because we talk about AWO sometimes in abstract terms. We talk glowingly of them, but we never really humanize people like them or like that. We speak glowingly of our heroes, but we never really humanize them. When we speak glowingly of them, of course, we're able to, appreciate what they've done. But once we humanize them, we're able to learn from them. We're able to tow their path. We're able to understand how they did what they did. And then we can now appropriate some of the, or even try to replicate some of the things they did. That, I think, is a better way of, there's nothing wrong with just, loving and appreciating and just respecting our, and is deserving of all of that and more. But we must also learn to understand their stories and what they went through, so that we can also learn from them and even maybe replicate some of those things and do better as well. All right, so that's that for this week. So this week we talked about his education and how eventually he started working and his fortune started changing. We're going to continue from there on Monday at 1 p.m. I'll try to make the music. Maybe we'll do it 30 minutes and then we'll make sure we get we start talking at maybe 1:30. I like people to enjoy the music, to be honest. Also helps me to finish uploading videos, because sometimes we start editing video very early and we not have it up until like almost 2 p.m. So that's why it takes a while to come live, because if I do, I'll be distracted. But I'm here, all right? So but I'll try and see if we can just start at 1:30 and then finish all the news latest by 3:30 or by 4. And then we can have at least 2 to 3 solid hours just discussing the topic of the day. And that's where we'll be able to cover more grounds, all right? So we'll try that on Monday. But I know that Monday is a lot of news that I cover, but we'll see how we can do it, just to make sure we have enough time to discuss the topic of the day, especially on Tuesdays and Fridays. And also, let me quickly announce that next week, Thursday and Friday next week, I will not be available because I'll be going for an engagements for my kids, school stuff, end of the year. You know how it is. So, but I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Then from the upper week, I'll be here Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, every week. So it'll be 4 times a week. So that way I can also have 1 extra day to study more. So thank you very much for being here. We'll see you again on Monday. Do have a fantastic weekend. So our guys on YouTube and Facebook, we'll let you go now, because we're about to play our anthems. We'll play the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. But because of copyright issues, we're going to have to let our folks on. Guys, please let me know. Is there a change of sound? Shh, Abby. Sound yet to change. I just pressed something. I noticed something. Shh, Abby. Oh, clear, bye, Abby. So, I'm going to film a lot of joy. Oh, girl, you can do just one tiny button that it's good now. Thank you, Eshe. Anyway, let me want no comment section. Eshe the drew to our. I see a lot of our people. Ken Jacobs, Alara. Thank you. Baba T. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to play our anthems now, and our folks on YouTube and Facebook, thank you very much for being here. We'll see you again on Monday at 1 p.m. And I promise that we'll try to make sure that the music doesn't stay for so long, so we can start as early as possible and cover as much ground as possible. So thank you very much. Have a lovely weekend, and see you on Monday, 1 p.m. if your time, West African time. And support what we're doing, all right? You can use the details on your screen. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's have the anthems now. For the folks on TikTok, let's play our anthem. We sing along. Bang, 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 bang.